Oh, wait. Can you hear me now? Is it good? Am I hearable? Everything good? We can't hear you at the moment. Yeah. That's why I was asking. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know why. I was looking at OBS and it just like randomly disconnected my microphone. I don't fucking know why. And then I just went to settings and reactivated the microphone. I don't fucking know why. Because it was working. Like I checked. I'm like, okay, can I hear myself? And I could. And then for some reason, it's like, oh, but it's not on. Screw you. Um, okay, hello and welcome. Welcome. What are you buying? What are you sell? What are you buying? What are you selling? Resident Evil reference for those who are curious. Resident Evil. One of my favorite series of all time, by the way. Okay. So there's a few things we want to talk about today. There's a few things we're gonna want to buy a watch. I actually don't care for watches, funny enough. Yeah, I don't know why I've never cared for watches. No clue. Boa, you said you wrote like a big comment for me. I did see it. I'll read it shortly. TLDR, Chizuru is saying that Elokraf conflict, she cannot wear the ring, which represents her bonds. Yep, if Chizuru has such a conflict, she cannot wear the ring currently. She cannot jump to a relationship. She has to deal with her conflicts. Yes, but see, there's a fucking problem with Chizuru's argument here, and it's this. So I wrote a whole thing. I'll read it for you guys. But like I'm not quite done writing this like little script I'm working on. I'm basically like gathering everything I've said to like other people and organizing it into a script to talk about things. And I can read you like a little portion of it. This could be like a little teaser for you guys. So this is gonna be a quick stream. I'm not gonna stream for too long. I also just don't want to. Because I don't want to burn myself out like last time with the 7 hour fucking stream. I was like dying afterwards. I literally felt like death. I drank water, I ate, I still felt like death. So that was not a good thing. I think we have to like limit our streams a little bit. I don't think like I think the problem too is I was sitting down for so long, and yeah, it just wasn't good. People are still crying about 380. Kazuya needs to move on. Chizuru is a bitch. They're like, no, Kazuya won't try. Yeah, it's actually been a little disheartening. I've mentioned maybe before. I'm an emotional person, so like seeing how people are treating this chapter is just really disheartening. Going on Reddit and like people getting like upvotes for like all the horrible shit they're saying to Chizuru. And I get it, like some people just kind of want to laugh about it. I'm not the kind to really laugh about that stuff. It bothers me personally. It actually really fucking upsets me. Um and like yeah, sometimes I can chuckle. Like I found myself chuckling a few times, but personally it just really upsets me seeing how people are talking about this series and like uh how it feels really disingenuous to the story itself. Like I've explained in like past videos, it's like, okay, well, first off, let's answer the question I posed in the thumbnail. Is all of this a lie? No, it's not. However, it's just really sad, like seeing how people are treating this series, and I always found it very disheartening. Like, it does remind me a little of Chapter 218. I think Chapter 218 made me really sad because I was always just waiting for that next person to say shit about the series. And someone in the comments or someone in this Discord texted and they were like, wouldn't it be fucking awesome if like next chapter like just makes everybody shut the fuck up? And I'm like, dude, that would make my goddamn day. But I don't know if it'll happen immediately. I know Reiji will pull a reversal. Like I do feel confident in that Reiji will pull a reversal, but I don't know if it'll happen immediately, and it's just sad seeing people like regurgitate things. Like right now, the thing that I keep seeing online is people keep saying Kazuya spent 250K on Chizuru, and I'm like, bro, bro, where and how? Like, first off, I vividly remember this person who made this calculation, and they one, they literally it was a typo. Initially, it was a fucking typo, and two, we talked about it, and it turned out they were actually fucking wrong. No, so Chibi just like shared that shit around, but I remember the original. The original came out like 3 years ago. Yeah, Chibi literally just saw like someone post it under someone else's post, and literally just regurgitated it. Like, right, he didn't even bother checking if it was true or not. And then he starts saying how it's a cautionary tale, and oh my god, this series really shows that. And I think the strangest thing I've been seeing is how everyone's acting like Kazuya's been renting her nonstop from like chapter 1 to chapter 380, which is just not true. Like if you've read the manga for like 2 seconds, you would know it's not true. Like literally for the past 150 chapters, they have not rented at all, period. So I don't know where the fuck they're getting that idea. Two, I said I did this and I said two. So two, no. So if you actually calculate it, it would probably be close to maybe 25k to 40k, which seems like a lot. But then you consider it took place over 2 years, 2.5 years, and you spend way more than that in 2.5 years. And that's the 40k is just me being generous. Like I doubt Kazuya actually spent that much money. Like the money they look just for context, the money they made in the crowdfunding for the film was 1.8 million yen, which translates to in current time 12k. That's how much it translates to. And then at the time the manga was releasing, it was around 9k to 10k. That's the most amount of money they ever showed in the manga. And that was around the time where they pretty much stopped renting. So it's almost impossible for them to have spent that much money. And where the fuck would Kazuya, a college student, get 2,500k? Like, or 250k? Where? Like it makes no fucking sense, right? It makes no sense at all. Like Kazuya doesn't have that kind of fucking money at all, ever. And literally, like, I don't get it, man. It's baffling. It's so fucking weird. It's like at most, I think it was just like 25k, right? Which is like over 2.5 years. That's easy, right? Like literally a minimum wage job in the United States, like if you get paid like what $12, maybe $15 an hour, it's like, here, let's look it up. Let's say 15. Let's say you make $15 an hour. Yeah, you make like, if you somehow work for $15 an hour, you would make like 31k a year. And it's just I have no idea where they think Kazuya would get that kind of money. It makes no fucking sense, especially considering he just works in a karaoke bar. Like even with all the hours he takes, he doesn't make that kind of money. So I have no idea how they think Kazuya spent 250k over the span of 2 years. He literally can't. Right? He literally can't. I don't know where they fucking got that. That's so funny. That's genuinely so fucking funny. I'm like, how can you like make that calculation? What do you think, he's made of fucking money? My god. Anyways, let me read some of the comments. Yeah, the people are doubling down. And it's just weird. It's just weird. I think there's a lot of misunderstandings about this chapter, and people just don't want to listen. I think it's really disheartening how the Reddit has just completely flipped on its head, and like they're very confident in this. Like you can't. I see people trying to write like reasonable analysis of the chapters, and literally just like 30, like I don't know, 60% of the comment section is just trying to dismiss them. And it's so frustrating. One of the things I genuinely hate more than anything is when people dismiss dialogue, because that to me shows you want to willfully be ignorant. You choose ignorance. You choose to not want to have a discussion. You want to be confident in your choices, right? To me, the best way you can actually have a dialogue is if you counter each other and actually have a real discussion. But all these people do when they respond is they don't care about any of your actual points. They just pick a point they don't like and fixate on that. and don't even really counter it. They just say what they want to say. So it's like it's not you're not talking to someone, you're just talking, which is really different, you know. You're not actually talking to anybody. You're just talking. And like you're talking at each other, not with each other. It's a very strange world we live in right now, where it's like people don't communicate clearly to one another. But anyways, I don't want to like stray too much off topic. Like I do kind of want to focus on the chapter a little bit. I think you mentioned this before, but I've gotten replied to be so many creators TikTok who haven't read the manga and insulting the community. It's yeah, you hear that fucking sigh? You hear that fucking sigh? Lawless Bacon, unrelated, but I just finished Love Hina, and it's a cute, it's a cute as fuck fever dream. You can maybe elaborate at another time. Okay. People think that the entire manga was solely him trying to get with her. 1/3 of the manga was them first becoming friends, and he wants to support her. Yeah, I think that's the strangest thing. Like, there's a dude in my comment section who's claiming to be a psychologist, and they're like, they should have just gone to therapy. And I'm like, okay, but first off, if you're actually a psychologist, which I'm not gonna like dispute whether that person is or not, you'd know that not everybody has access to therapy. Not everybody gets that lucky privilege. Second, if you've actually researched a little bit about Japan, that's not like something many people discuss or even consider when living in that area, because most of them don't really like think about that kind of stuff, you know? And so it's important that this manga depicts the characters finding friendships and connections and finding the tools to deal with their mental health through the people around them, because that's actually like more important, I would argue, because what people don't understand about therapy, which I think is really fucking stupid. I'm not licensed. I'm not gonna say I'm licensed or anything. I know a lot of therapists, and I have a friend who's a licensed psychiatrist. So like I've talked to a lot of people, and like I've thought about my mental health for a very long time, right? And I've been to therapy for over 3 years. And I've been through this shit, dude. I've exercised. I went to the gym. I was ripped at one point, okay? I was fucking ripped, okay? And I exercised and I went to therapy. It didn't fucking solve my problems. What did solve my problems is that therapy gives you the tools. Whether you use the tools or not is a whole other fucking ballpark, right? Whether you understand how to utilize said tools is a whole other fucking ballpark. People don't seem to fucking understand that, and it's so baffling to me. That like, oh, just go to therapy, just go to the gym. That's not going to solve your problem. Those are tools, but they don't like solve the problem. Like if you tell someone, here's a wrench, what if they don't know how to use the fucking wrench, right? Like you got to teach. It's all about teaching and learning, and you need a community to help you know how to utilize these tools, right? It's all about forging a community. Like you can go to therapy, but it's not like solving the problem. It's just giving you the tool to solve it. And it's weird that people just keep saying these characters should just go to therapy. I'm like, yeah, cool, but is that even interesting narratively, right? And at the same time, the story discusses and helps people. Like, I'd argue this series like really helped me learn how to use my tools, because it showed it to me in a different perspective. It showed characters accepting each other, which is really kind of what a lot of people just want, is acceptance and to be seen. I'm reading this weird, but I'm talking about this weird. But yeah, my point is that, yeah, therapy is good. And if you can get access to that, great. But just understand, it's not going to magically solve your problems if you just go to therapy. That's not how it fucking works, right? There are many people who realize they have a problem and do nothing about it. They will just get stuck. They will just sit there and just constantly talk about how they have a problem and not actually do anything to change, because changing is hard. Also, people keep saying this is the end of the manga. I'm 90% sure that's also because of Chibi reviews. It's weird how like almost all this shit seems to be backtracking to him. The reason I can easily pinpoint it to Chibi reviews is because like when chapter 379 came out, he made a video saying the manga is ending and it's going to be a great ending, when nothing has indicated it was fucking ending. And he, and then he makes the second video talking about the leaks, and he says this is a terrible ending. And so people are just kind of seeing what he's saying and regurgitating it, which is, it's not the end. Don't know where that, again, I feel pretty confident saying it's probably Chibi reviews. because he's the one who started it, and a lot of people see what he says, even if they love to shit talk him. Like, that's just the unfortunate truth. Um, I find it funny how people say Chizuru rejected Kazuya, showing a scan of her saying "can't right now" and her talking about how she couldn't jump into a relationship immediately. Yeah, I think one of the most frustrating things, and I talked about it on Twitter, and we resolved it, and the person ended up ultimately deleting their tweet. If you guys remember last stream, we were reading what Mute said about this portion, where Chizuru uses the term "to hold" in Japanese, and Mute misinterprets it as Chizuru saying Kazuya can't handle her burdens. And I talked to 3 other people. 2 of them were on stream. They weren't Japanese people, but they learned Japanese. And then I talked to an actual Japanese speaker who knows English, and they straight up told me, like, that's not how this term is used. It's never used this way. Why the fuck is he saying that? And he just ended up deleting the tweet because he knew he was fucking wrong. I don't hate Mute. Mute has some interesting analysis sometimes, but in that particular case, it was just like, bro, come on, bro, why are you doubling down on this? We keep telling you it's wrong. People are not even going to try to read the manga. They just go with 0-1 approach. Either something is or isn't. That's the it's a very extreme understanding of storytelling, and it's frustrating. Like, to many people, this probably reminds them of chapter 212 to 218, and then 228 to 232. In particular, that like, you know, Reiji raises this high and then you drop low, and then Reiji raises a high and then he subverts it again and you drop another low, and they view this as that again, high before another low. They're not completely off, I would say, but it's not the same, and he's using it almost intentionally so in various different ways. So in particular, what I liked about the way it was utilized in Paradise Arc. So if you're talking about 212, 218, it's when Kazuya goes to the church to talk to Chizuru and to confess. However, pretty much the entire story was saying they're not ready yet. They're not ready for a confession yet. They're not okay. And, you know, when it inevitably doesn't work out, that was kind of the point. The entire structure of the Paradise Arc was that it was negative. And that it was an arc dealing with the microcosm. It was an arc that was a microcosm of all the characters' insecurities, fears, and worries. That's what the arc embodied, and so naturally, it's ending positively, but the characters not actually dealing with their problems is key here. This is creating the illusion of looking like the Paradise Arc. So this low before a high is actually intentionally an illusion, and it's meant to look like something you've seen before. It's this. What's brilliant about this low before a high, that it looks intentionally like the previous 2, and it makes you go, oh, he's looping, and he knows this. He knows he's doing this on purpose. Like, the more I've thought about it, the more I'm like, oh, he's creating a low before a high completely on purpose in a way that we're completely familiar with. And the reason I can believe this very confidently is Minnie, because Minnie was constantly saying this, and we talked about this in previous streams. Minnie constantly said, it seems like Chizuru's just dragging. It seems like Chizuru's just dragging. It seems like Chizuru's just dragging. Minnie literally wears an Endless 8 shirt, which is direct reference to Haruhi and how they played the same episode 8 fucking times, with like slight differences in between. It's a clear awareness by Reiji of how people perceive and understand his manga, and it's a clear like call out to a lot of the people who are like, oh, he's looping. And so when he creates this low before a high that looks very identical to a previous low before a high, it's kind of fucking with you, except he intentionally shows you this entire like time between them that completely contrasts that. The entire thematic ideology of this, like the cohabitation saga, this date, is completely antithetical to this ending. This ending is very unorthodox, because what does it do? You get to 379, it delivers. You get a confession. You get the confession. You're like, great, we got there. You get to 380, and you also get a rejection. And you're like, what the fuck just happened? This doesn't make any sense. And if you read a lot of the people who actually kept up with the manga, who actually genuinely read the manga, they'll think to themselves, what the fuck is the point? I don't understand. I'm so confused, right? Like literally confusion is kind of the by design here. People's differing reactions, the divide between how people interpret this chapter is completely by design. It's not supposed to make sense, or at the very least, in terms of narrative structure, it's not supposed to make sense. For Chizuru's character, it does make sense because if you've actually kept up with her, it's all there. It's all completely there. I also, on another note, I'll come back to this in just a moment. I also wanted to point out how everybody keeps saying like Chizuru is choosing Brental over Kazuya, and it's like, first off, she uses a blanket statement to refer to work because she works 2 different jobs. She's an actress and a rental, not just one or the other. And 2, if you actually understand Chizuru's life and how she's pretty much living alone, it's pretty strange to like be upset at her reasoning here, considering she has to essentially be completely financially dependable on her own, right? She doesn't have anybody around her. She's literally has to cover for all of her expenses completely alone. There's no one to help her. And so when she says this, it is completely reasonable, right? It's unfair. It's unfair in the sense that like that's not the base reasoning. The reasoning feels more like an excuse. And it can feel unfair, right? But if you think about it, it's completely accurate and truthful. Yeah, it's true. She tells him, if we get into a relationship, I have to quit my job. I'll quit my job because it doesn't feel right to work it, right? Completely reasonable. Okay, but she literally can't right now. She literally cannot quit her job right now. So, in that sense, because it's not perfect, she can't do it. That actually seems to be a consistent thing in her reasoning here. Let's go through her reasoning here. So, in the chapter, she establishes, I think I might be in love with you. I like how it's okay. Thanks, Kodansha. Thanks, K-manga. Rip the page in 2, like my heart. I think that I might be in love with you. Okay, so she establishes this idea. And then she says, it's been on my mind all month. She shows the ring. Okay, I love Nagomi-san. I love Harumi-san. I love Kazuo-san too. But I still can't put it on. Okay. Not perfect yet, right? So it's like she has this thing as she wants. It encapsulates a lot of her love, and she feels unworthy to put it on. Why does she feel unworthy to put it on? She talks about the kiss, and then she says, I couldn't bear the idea of facing Nagomi-san or Kibe-san, or that I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. So her reasoning here is that her love isn't perfect. There's a flaw in it. It's impure. It's not good enough. I think that's such a interesting thing when you think about it, because take that and put it with how a lot of people in Chizuru's kind of work get stigma that is related to sex work. For instance, people calling her a prostitute. What do those people who work in the adult industry usually get in terms of like criticism? That they're impure, unclean, not good enough, not worthy to be a partner. I think that's such a clever way to present Chizuru's struggle, that she believes her love is impure, that she believes she's not allowed to have this thing because she herself is a problem. And so that's why, like, all her entire speech has nothing to do with Kazuya. It's literally me. I'm the problem. And I think that's such an interesting way to write Chizuru's character, and there's such an interesting irony in how Chizuru is presented here to how people are criticizing her, right? She's literally criticizing herself with the same thing they want to criticize her. In that sense, it's very similar to chapter 218, where the way Kazuya is perceiving and hating himself is the exact same hatred they're throwing at him. And they don't see that. I think there's such a fascinating irony in that. Let me read what some of the comments say. Johan, the fuck people keep saying is the ending, bro. Yeah. Dude needs to move on at this point. I'm assuming you're referring to Chibi. He's probably not gonna move on because he's gonna keep getting views from this. And I don't know how much he actually gives a shit about the series, because I've said before, I don't like watching his content, so I'm not actually watching his shit. It just keeps popping in my feed. Like I literally like I don't follow I don't even follow him on Twitter, I think. I don't know if I do. Maybe I muted him. I think I used to follow him and I just muted him. So he shouldn't pop up in my feed, but sometimes he just pops up in my like YouTube and then and it's like, okay, well fuck me, I guess. On Kazuya's original goal with this date was never for them to get together immediately. He verbatim says that he just wanted to help her decide on her feelings and for him to express his own. I understand why people think this date was for them to get together immediately. This is part of the investigation. Yeah, I think that's the important thing too. I said this in in a response to someone that this date. Here's a better way to present it to you. How was most of this date spent? If you actually read this date, how was most of this date spent? Talking. They're talking. Okay? But they're talking about things they want to do. And slowly they start becoming a little more comfortable talking, you know. There's still a bit of a wall even till the very end. There's still a bit of a wall all the way up until the very end. But they're talking. They're putting shit out there. They're actually kind of discussing. Kazi is holding back more than Chizuru, for sure. But they're talking. And that is the point. Them talking. Now, what did I say about this comparison to the cheer update? In the cheer update, what was happening? The cheer update is they're hanging out, and there's times where they really open, times where Chizuru really opens up to Kazuya. But there's a wall from Chizuru. She's not fully opened up. Whereas Kazuya is trying to like help her open up, right? Trying to help her just let it all out. This is kind of the reverse in a sense, where it's actually about Kazuya opening up. At least I think. I genuinely think this is about Kazuya letting it out. And so the end result plays out as a reversal of the rental date, where instead of Kazuya talking, like, and I think that's the crazy part too, is like the perfect girlfriend speech directly influences Chizuru's struggle here. And this is something we actually see at an earlier point, where if you go to, hey, no infighting in here, okay? Hey, Calvin and Lawless Bacon, let's chill the fuck out. No infighting between you two, okay? No, hey, Lawless Bacon, I need you to chill the fuck out. And no fighting, okay? Like we're not trying to fight each other here. No, just in general, right? Let's not assume either or that one of you is fighting or not fighting, okay? Let's just try to like look at everybody with like, you know, your intention is not negative unless you blatantly come in here and you act like an asshole, okay? Which I have not seen here. Yeah. Lawless Bacon, remember, like it's okay to be silly if you like know the person, right? But I don't think Calvin knows you. So don't like, you know, just joke around because they might not understand, right? If you did this with like 3D model, they'd get it because you guys talk a little. I think it might. I might bugs me. What do you mean? What do you mean? I might bugs me. Dude needs to move on at this point. Oh. No. Kazuya does is okay. So I think y'all are really misunderstanding. So okay, if your perspective here is Kazuya should just move on, you're purely, and I mean this in every sense of the word, purely just looking at this as a guy was rejected. That's it, and you're completely ignoring their history. Their entire history to you is just being erased. The entire date, and after this, has just been completely erased. The past year or so of serialization, the past month of these two characters living together has just been completely erased, and you're just reacting as if you just asked a girl out and you got rejected, which is not accurate to these characters whatsoever, because they are like family at this point. You don't like, it's one of those instances that just feels really strange when people say this, where it's like, yeah, if these two weren't like, you know, so close, I'd kind of agree with you. But they are. And I think there's just nuance here that people are just willfully kind of removing. You know, there's a lot of nuance people are just willfully removing because all they see is girl rejected guy after he put in a lot of effort. Guy should move on because she clearly doesn't care. Except that is an illusion. This is the illusion of a confession. This is what I mean by the title here, the illusion of a lie. Because the entire date contradicts that idea. The very fundamental nature of this date contradicts that idea. Because all of the date is Chizuru showing how deeply she's in love with him. And then you see this result, and your immediate reaction is, she rejected him, she's a bad person, that's it. You don't want to talk anymore. You want to end the conversation. That's the problem. You should always try to talk and come to an understanding before you go and decide, move on with your life, right? I think it's very rare, and not always super rare. Sometimes you can just end a relationship, but usually it's very good to talk, right? So Chizuru said her piece here, Kazuya has not. Don't just, oh, that's it, right? I think people just really want, basically, I think people struggle here is that they always misinterpret Kazuya's character and they want him to have a sense of self-respect. But that what they're misunderstanding is that it's not that Kazuya doesn't have any self-respect, because he does. And most of him preparing for this date is kind of like really looking forward to his own future. But they see him not being, a guy who puts himself first and seemingly cares more about the girl, and they see how he's acting throughout the date, where he's constantly putting Chizuru's feelings first over his own, and they think he should just move on because this relationship is toxic, when in reality, what's happening here is that this is just him misunderstanding the situation, and they're not communicating well, even though they're communicating throughout the date. The date sets up the idea that they're going to communicate, and they just need to talk and let it all out, rather than this is toxic. Legit, if this was mommy, I'd agree with you. Straight up. Yep, Kazuya should just move on with his life, just because mommy's clearly treating him like crap, right? If this was mommy, 100% I'd agree with you. But everything we've seen from Chizuru fundamentally contradicts that. The way they've interacted, the way Chizuru has helped him and helped him genuinely heal, and how he's helped her heal, and how they've genuinely connected despite the fact that they're struggling to talk, that they can form a relationship this deep, even though they're not opening up about their insecurities, really contradicts that idea. And so when you remove that nuance, it's very easy to say Kazuya should just move on. But when you take in the nuance, when you've been paying attention, when you see their relationship, when you see how close they are, and you realize the problem here is the idea of getting into the relationship now, like immediately relationship, love, confession, that's where it falls apart. Because what has Kazuya said for most of this? What has been the problem here? Chizuru says, I need to make a choice. Kazuya says, I need to confess by the end of this. I might need to confess by the end of this. That's the problem. It's not about confessing. It is not about just getting together. It is about talking to each other, right? What Reiji is saying here that I love so much, now that I've had time to think about it, is this. Relationships aren't just confession, we get together. It's never that fucking simple. It never is. You don't just confess and get together. Sometimes it is. Maybe in high school it is. Maybe in like certain points in our lives, it can be that simple, right? It's very clear they're in love with each other, right? In that sense, it is very simple. They're clearly very in love with each other. The problem is all these external things that they're not communicating about. And that's the problem with this state. The problem with this state, the illusion, the big, massive illusion of this state, is the confession. We want Chizuru to confess here. She gives us a confession, and she also turns him down. Because the problem is, it's not about a confession. It's about talking. Now, most people would probably be like, why did Chizuru walk into this date if she was just going to do this? Right? Most people would probably think that. Why did Chizuru just walk into this date if she was just going to do this? The thing was, she clearly wasn't just going to do this. How do we know? Give it a sec. Wait, actually, one more. Back one more. Chapter 375. How does it end? I have to decide tomorrow. I have to decide. Okay, if you have to decide, it means you have not already decided. Which means she didn't already know her answer. Okay? So it's clear Chizuru did not walk into this date with the idea that she already knew her answer. That's just false. because we constantly see her struggling and trying to come to an answer. So now you look at the date with this idea. If you look at the date with this idea, okay, she spends most of the day trying to find an answer. This is where the problem arises. You don't just get an answer like this on your own. And like Chizuru's struggles and issues is not something she can find alone, especially if she's doing it the way she's doing it. The problem with Chizuru here, she's walking in with the mentality that right now she's not good enough. And she hopes to walk out of this date being good enough. Can we all just agree? Isn't that basically the idea? Like that when you hear like lines like Chizuru says in like I think chapter 370, where let's see if we can find it's in this one. Let's read this line real quick. I'll read the comment shortly. Just Kazuya says, "Well, I was just thinking you're cute. Do you say that kind of stuff to Ruka-chan? I'm not saying I dislike it or anything. Ruka-chan is cute and you were together for a year and a half. It's only natural. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time. We've read this before, but just let me give you some context for this. As if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. Huh? Hate. You're seeing a negative part of Chizuru here. She's opening up about some negativity, and that negativity is isolating. It shows how alone she is in this feeling. Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? Pretty ironic considering she's dealing with this alone. That's what I understood in this scene. Kazuya feels isolated because she's working on this alone, even though they're supposed to work on it together. And she literally says that they're supposed to work on it together. I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. This implies to you that Chizuru not being able to give Kazuya love shows she's not good enough to give love. Okay, so what's the problem here? I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. What does Chizuru do most of this date? This informs everything Chizuru's been doing in this date. What has she been doing? Giving love. Now, this is how Chizuru walked in with the mentality of failing. She walked in with the mentality that she cannot give love. So she spends most of the date giving love. But she still feels unworthy by the end. Because if you walk in with the idea that you're going to fail, what happens in the end? You inevitably fail. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So Chizuru in this date is trying to view herself as worthy by the end of the date, walking in with the idea that she's not good enough. She's not going to just magically walk out of the date thinking she's good enough. That's not how it works. But this is something you should communicate. I don't think I'm good enough. And she actually does communicate it in the rejection, quote unquote. That was the idea. She starts talking about how she views her love as impure, not good enough. She starts talking about how she feels unworthy because she can't put the ring on. She's starting to finally let some of this shit out, let out how lost and confused she actually feels, rather than saying it indirectly like this. So this is Chizuru kind of getting used to actually saying some of this negative shit. And these were all clues of like recontextualizing the arc, understanding what's going on with Chizuru's character, understanding that she's dealing with a problem that they need to work together, that she even admits, you gotta build it together alone. What she doesn't realize is this flaw, this perception of flaw in her love is part of love. That is love too. That love is like this, that you feel this way, that you act this way, that's a part of love too. Let's see. Let me read some of the comments before I get back to this. It seems like Kazuya wants to crash out, not you wasted my time crash out, but why are you still trying to push everyone away type? I think that's, yes, exactly. I really just genuinely think Kazuya doesn't think she wasted his time. And if he does, okay. But like, no, like this isn't Kazuya. Kazuya, I think it's so strange that people like want Kazuya to get mad at Chizuru and to push her away when the entire idea of this story is about empathy and understanding. Even if it means like, you know, we do something we're not super happy with, even if it means like, you know, we don't, something bad happens and we're not very happy about that, I guess, right? Like, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of people like want Kazuya to get mad at Chizuru and push her away because that seems very antithetical to Kazuya's character. Now, Kazuya getting mad and calling Chizuru out for the fact that like she's been handling this alone, she's trying to push him away so she can deal with this alone. That I think is super fitting, considering what have they spent most of this date doing? What have they spent most of the cohabitation arc doing? Shit together. So why are you still trying to be alone? Right? Like, why are you still trying to deal with this thing alone when we said we'd deal with it together? So in that sense, yeah. I could see it being a blend of both. No, it doesn't. The "you wasted my time" doesn't feel like Kazuya. Maybe he'd be frustrated in that, like, why are you saying that after everything that we did? In that sense, maybe not you wasted your time, but like, why say all of that and then come to this conclusion that doesn't make any sense? In that sense, like, yeah, like why agree to the date? In that sense, I can kind of understand if this is the end result, why agree to the date? That doesn't make any sense. Why didn't you mention any of this stuff before? Why couldn't we have talked about this, right? Like, I think that makes more sense than "you wasted my time." So introduce more nuance to the "you wasted my time," which doesn't make very much sense. The sad thing is, Chizuru probably believes she deserves to be yelled at. Kazuya needs to tread carefully, but not let his feelings be unsaid. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Kazuya does. I think Kazuya will handle this perfectly, to be honest. I don't think he's gonna like. I do think he's gonna crash out, maybe, but not in the way people are expecting. Is it possible to interpret that Chizuru said sorry because she's not ready for marriage? No. It's quite the opposite. She thinks she's not ready. But she's more ready than she thinks. It's just the circumstances around her life are not letting her be ready, and she doesn't feel ready because she believes her feeling is impure and not good enough, not understanding that is a part of love. It's super important that Chizuru mentions the impurity of her love to Kazuya, because Kazuya's love, in a sense, by other people's standards, can be interpreted as impure. He's very lustful. He talks to other women. Kazuya hides a lot of secrets. He overhears Chizuru sometimes. Kazuya's love, in a sense, can be very impure. Chapter 318 is a very great example of that. People don't like that chapter because Kazuya is doing something very morally gray, where he's literally looking on something on her goddamn thigh and she doesn't know he's doing that. That's pretty morally gray, right? That's, in that sense, Kazuya's love is not pure. It's messy. It's gross. But that's a part of love. I think the problem is, think about it like this. Kazuya's ideal girlfriend speech that he gives during the what is it? The cheer up date? That's almost the problem. That is almost the problem. Because it's about achieving an ideal, reaching perfection. Something that's literally impossible. By accepting you cannot reach that, you reach true perfection and a true ideal, right? That's the problem. She's trying to reach perfection, an ideal, but there is literally no ideal in Chizuru's life. Her life is completely antithetical to that, and she's kind of not recognizing that. For instance, remember how I always love to mention to you guys chapter 324, when Chizuru goes to the grave, where she cleans Sayuri's grave, and I told you how it's an encapsulation of Chizuru's love? Well, there's a little scene in there that we see that kind of highlights something. Chizuru cleans this. She finishes cleaning, and this little girl comments on how small the grave is, how it's not big. The only inheritance Chizuru has from her family is this rundown old house. No money, no nothing, just this rundown old house, right? So Chizuru's and another thing too is, if you go back to the Hawaiians arc, where Chizuru remembers talking to her grandmother when she was younger about how she didn't have anybody on Parents' Day or something, or she couldn't write about her parents, I think. She viewed that as like a bad thing, that she's different, that she's not good enough, that there's something wrong with her, right? So this is an encapsulation of that. The way that she has this small grave that's different from everyone else, but she still cares for it, should encapsulate that, of what her feelings are. Like, even though this grave isn't perfect, it's not this amazing thing, she still cares for it and loves it and appreciates it for what it is. She still comes there every day, puts flowers, brings red bean mochi, claps her hands, and talks to the person and shows them love, right? That element of imperfection is so fundamentally core to Chizuru's struggle here because it's constantly telling her, look at this imperfection and accept it. This is what this moment is. When the wind blows and she turns and looks at this imperfection, it's about accepting imperfection, that it's okay. Isn't that such a perfect storytelling idea for a character like Chizuru, who literally acts out the perfect girlfriend, the perfect ideal girlfriend? Isn't that fundamentally perfect? Look at this imperfection and accept it for what it is. In so doing, you will realize what your love is, that it's okay that it's imperfect. There's nothing wrong with that. Just as your past is imperfect and you still appreciate it and you still feel loved by your past, by your grandparents, by the people that you had back then, it's also okay that your current love is imperfect. Sure, you had elements of revenge. You had elements of stigma and shame. That doesn't mean your love is bad, right? That's completely okay. Oh my God, what's going on? Why is an IRL friend texting me? That's never a good sign. That's never a good sign. Well, okay. What I mean by that is that like they sent me an Instagram post in private away from the group chat because we have a big group chat where we all talk. That's never a good sign. Shit. Watch it be just like someone like posting something about the series on Instagram. Wouldn't it be shocking? Okay, no worries. I'll look at it later. Anyways, so yeah, that's the idea, accepting imperfection, the idea of acceptance that like now I feel like I have a clearer understanding of what the scene was about. That Chizuru has this imperfect form of love and she views it as flawed when that imperfection is part of what love is. And that's kind of Chizuru's mistake. In contrast to Kazuya going to talk to Minnie, right? So there's a contrasting element here where Chizuru goes to talk to Sayuri, but Sayuri isn't here. Whereas Kazuya goes to talk to Minnie. What is the thing that aligns perfectly with these two elements? Talking, except they're not talking to each other. What is the day about? Them talking to each other. What has been the big thing that Minnie said during the 3-month time skip to Chizuru? If you don't know what you're feeling, you need to talk it out. Talking it out is like the big thing of this arc. It's genuine. I genuinely believe, yeah. No, Kazuya doesn't want everything to be perfect. He already thinks it is. Kazuya loves the imperfection. Case in point. Case in point. Give me a moment. Load, please. Oh, wow. It actually worked. I said load, please, and it loaded. Case in point. Why I think this stupid fucking chapter is important. Chapter 318, the chapter not many people like, Minnie tells Kazuya Chizuru has a mole on her inner thigh. Okay? So it shows you the cover. The cover is Chizuru wearing, what is it? Black lace. Debauchery, sex, bad stuff. Kazuya imagines that. Minnie points it out, like, damn, Minnie, what the shit, girl. Kazuya, I mean, everyone has a few moles. It's nothing to fuss over. I'm surprised. I really thought you'd be dying to know more about it. Minnie-chan. Chizuru shows up. Kazuya can't stop looking. I want to see it. On her inner thigh, I want to see it for the second time. I can't believe she drops such juicy info out of nowhere. This isn't just any mole. It's Mizuhara's mole. It's Mizuhara's mole. And then he talks about, listen to this. It's goofy, but it encapsulates Kazuya perfectly. Chizuru Mizuhara, a goddess of beauty who descended from the heavens like Aphrodite herself, which, by the way, Reiji directly compares Chizuru to Venus, who has the same exact story as Aphrodite in the Hawaiians arc, and that like directly plays into this whole theme. Anyways, there's a whole theme behind the Aphrodite thing. She's the symbol of elegance, the very concept of beauty. Not only is she beautiful on the inside, but her skin is radiant and crystal clear. porcelain skin. Her body is without doubt the envy of all men and women. Now listen, okay, see, it's the classic thing you're used to with Kazuya, but wait for it. If she really does have a mole on her skin, that would be a flaw on the body of an otherwise absolutely perfect woman, a blemish. Plus, it's on her inner thigh. Are you telling me this hidden treasure is located on a delicate spot like that? Stupid as fuck. But Kazuya wants to find the flaw. He's literally looking for the flaw. He wants to see it. He likes the idea of a flaw. He wants the flaw. Austin Powers reference, mole. Is it an Austin Powers reference? I have no idea. I'm not perfect, so don't look too hard. He loses it. He loves the idea of something not being perfect, because that in itself is perfection. That's Kazuya wants in the imperfection because that is part of perfection. So no, Kazuya's view is the reverse. Kazuya's view is the reverse. He literally says this when they're hyena that crawl out of its cave. I love it. Again, that's such a perfect encapsulation of Kazuya's love. He has this dirty, horny fucking form of love, but it's still love. It still is. There's nothing wrong with that. The imperfection is part of its beauty, right? Kazuya has a very selfless form of love, but he also has a selfish form of love, and there's no issues with that. Whereas Chizuru views that part of it as a problem: the jealousy, the anger, the frustration, the shame, the guilt. She views these things as bad when they are a part of love. And if you accept it, you'll actually be able to accept all of love. If you accept the relationship as it is, that and it's on all its imperfections, that yeah, maybe you haven't quit your job yet. Yeah, maybe you can't remove these elements of negativity from love. That yeah, you can't remove this element of guilt and anger and frustration from your love. Then yeah, maybe it's not perfect. Maybe it's not how you imagined it. Maybe it doesn't look like how Chizuru viewed her grandma and her grandpa, but that in itself is perfect. And I think that's pretty much the idea here, is to remove perfection, to remove the idea of a confession and everything is pure and wonderful and bliss. It's to remove this truth, if you will, even though it's a lie, right? It's really clever, honestly. So it's how much money did Kazuya spend on this chick? Well, it wasn't 250K, like most people love to say, because there's literally no fucking physical way he could have made that kind of money, and that's really fucking stupid. So I don't know why you're here to talk about how much money did Kazuya spend on this chick. Like, bro, if that's all you fucking care about, leave. I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't fucking care. Okay? Like, if that's all you care about, if that's your entire reasoning for being here, you don't want to talk about the story, you don't give a shit, you just want to justify your own fucking stance, doors that way. Wait, time out. No, the door isn't that way. The door is that way. There we go. That makes more sense, because I was pointing towards the manga that way. Door's that way, right? Yeah, but I want to be polite. I don't care. Like, hey, if they're gonna be an asshole, I'm gonna be a nice asshole. Yeah. Alrighty. One of the rare instances, Reiji drew Chizuru in her underwear. Reiji draws Chizuru in her undies a lot. That's not that rare. You'd think that's rare. It's not rare. Reiji draws Chizuru in her undies. There's also an argument Kazuya alluded to Chizuru that time. Yeah, that's part of his love. Kazuya is a horny idiot. That's part of his love. In AP, there's a character with a comedically large mole on their face. Funny, because hyenas have a material social hierarchy. Huh. Like, in what sense, Cyber Demon? Matriarchal social hierarchy. Oh shit, you're right. Now that I think about it, in Lion King, the the girl hyena was the one in charge. She was the one, like, she was the smart one. She was the one who told everyone to shut the fuck up, and she was the one kind of like in charge. Shit. That's cool. Another instance of Kazuya being compared in a female coded way. Yep, Kazuya is very female coded. He's very cute. He's a girl, dude's a chick. That's the best part. Question: would Kazuya admit Chizuru he looted her on a confession? I not like he wouldn't say he looted her, but like he would say like he views her in a sexual way. That's flawed, isn't it? There's a problem with that, isn't there? It's still a part of my love. I don't view it as something negative. Yeah, Kazuya's grandma runs the family. Yeah, literally, Kazuya's family is a matriarchal family. That's a white lie, I think. Yeah. I really appreciate your analysis on the chapter and the depiction of Chizuru and Kazuya's love, especially with it not being 100% pure or perfect, but still valid and wonderful. And look. I'm gonna pull up something that we talked about. So this is an interview with Reiji we watched or reread a while back. There's a portion in it where he literally talks about this. And like I was talking to someone on Twitter and they didn't believe me, and I linked them to this, and they're like, oh, yeah. So here, let me find it. So Reiji here talks about like how like he wants to depict like a sense of realism. Where is it? There it is. So you're saying that enough to he's responding here. So you're saying it's not good enough to be good at drawing. You need to consider what you want potential readers to see when they look at your work. Exactly. In my case, being able to draw cute girls is one of the biggest strengths. So I try to come up with stories that allows me to utilize abilities to its fullest potential. It's not always easy to be aware of your own artistic strength, but I do my best to figure out what I need to draw in order to bring out the charm of each character effectively. As a mangaka, do you find it unrealistic to compete with illustrators solely on the terms of art? If you're going purely based on your art, it is impossible for me to compete with professional illustrators, especially considering the amount of time they spend on each drawing. That's why if I am to have a fighting chance, I need to ensure that every aspect of my work is well developed, title, story, characters, and all. People disagree here, but wait for it. Sorry for asking again from what you just said, but I can't help but be curious. What are some things you like to keep in mind solely regarding your art? Gosh, that's a difficult question. Much of it has to do with intuition, but I try to be aware of illustrations are trending at the moment. I constantly see, okay, not that one, where it is. Do you mind sharing an example of it feels great when I come up with my own artistic approach and I'm able to express it in a way that other people don't usually do? Do you mind sharing an example? Recently, I had the opportunity to draw a front page color spread of Kanokari. It's a drawing of Chizuru wearing a revealing top and lying on the floor in a sensational pose, where you can see the veins in her chest ever so slightly. In glamour shots, you can often see models' veins pretty clearly, but I rarely see people bother to draw them in manga, so I figured, why not? You're right. I think veins can convey a lot of things. They can make you feel like the character is an actual breathing human being made up of flesh and blood. I'd always wanted to show that through my drawings, and when I finally did, my editors were impressed by what I'd drawn. I was really glad I could express what I wanted in this instance. This must be the risky choice. One misstep and it could come off as too graphic or even lewd. Exactly. In terms of Kanokari, however, part of me wants to highlight the graphicness. The same goes for the story. Rather than toning things down and making things more palatable, I want to tell a story as it is, messy details and all. I believe that it makes the characters feel more real, and I want to honor the messiness as much as possible. Yeah. Right? So, there you go. This is a story that deals with that messiness. This is a story that deals with that uncomfortable shit, right? And yeah, so he's giving us something wrong. Exactly. Reishi doesn't want to make the story just palatable and easy to digest, right? Like he wants to show the messy crap and depict it in like as it is. And I think too many people just want something that's easy and like I think people don't even realize like some of the dark shit you see in media these days is even then kind of constructed in a way to appear palatable to you. And people don't realize that. Like some of the dark stories you interact with are still coded in such a way that they appear palatable to you, that they appear in such a way that you can take it in, feel a little uncomfortable, but you're not like completely rattled, right? And I think the way Reiji does it rattles people. It makes people a little uncomfortable because he's depicting shit like you'd kind of see it in real life, and people don't know how to perceive and understand it because of how it's understood, like because of how these things are in real life and how these stories tend to not really discuss how messy this stuff is. So like when let's say a character's going through grief in a story, they'll maybe show it in like messy ways, they'll maybe show it in like goofy ways, they kind of maybe laugh it off a little bit, but they'll rarely show characters just kind of falling the fuck apart and doing things just completely wrong and just kind of hurting the people around them. They'll rarely show characters just kind of not having control over their lives and like literally losing their characters, like losing who they are. And I think it's just sad that like people don't realize that whenever Reiji creates this kind of emotion from people, it's something that is a good thing. Like if he can create such an emotion from you, he's actually doing a good job. Because if the writer does not elicit these kinds of emotions from you and you still end up rating and you're still invested in the story, then something is wrong, right? Like this is why I prefer this story over something like Dress Up Darling, because to me, Dress Up Darling eventually kind of got boring. I had no motivation to keep reading it. Whereas with this one, it's always not just interesting, but there's depth to it. There's that messiness, and that messiness helps me appreciate the story more because this story actively tells you messy is not a bad thing. When people always love to tell you messy is a bad thing. Messy is a part of life. We're all messy. I have many friends that are IRL that I disagree with on real life issues. I just don't agree with how they believe and think about things. That doesn't mean they're a bad person. We have a messy, complicated relationship, but that doesn't mean like we shouldn't be friends, right? Some of them dismiss how I feel about certain things. Like a lot of them used to laugh at me for liking this series. Then now they actually like believe what I have to say because I've actually like, pointed out truths in the story. The opposite of love is not hate, it is apathy. Damn. You kind of swinging though. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. The apathy these days is very, very common, and it makes me so sad. And that's the thing. I think that's the sad part is like people are mistaking the hatred that they see for this series as like genuine hatred when it is apathy. There's a real sense of removal of emotions when people are upset at this story. They are not looking at this series with like it's like ignorant hatred, and it's willful ignorance, and in that ignorance there's the apathy. That's where people are like really showing themselves. That's why I get frustrated whenever I see people make jokes and laugh about this chapter and like constantly berate this series and make shit up about it, because to some maybe they deal with it by like laughing about it, but to me, when I look at these images, when I see these stuff on Reddit, all I see is apathy. All I see is people just being uncaring and cruel and laughing at things and making fun of things for themselves. It's uncaring and it's so unkind, and it frustrates me, like genuinely frustrates me. And that is what creates hate for me, right? That hate comes from my love for this series. That's why I get angry. That's why I get frustrated. And I get people are like, man, you shouldn't get angry. You shouldn't get frustrated about this stuff. But I love this series, and I don't care what anybody else thinks. If you're not passionate about the things you love and enjoy, then what the fuck is the point? If you're not passionate about the things you really care about, then what the fuck is the point? Like, that's why I get frustrated when people come in here and they're trying to tell me this series is bad and they're trying to get me to agree with them. Why would I ever agree with you? Why would I ever change my stance on the thing I love because of something you said? Especially if I genuinely believe in this love. What the fuck is the point? The opposite of love isn't apathy, it's fear. Fear can... Oh, you deleted that. How come? I do agree to some degree. I do think like the opposite of I think fear is a part of love. I do think fear is a part of love because fear, when you feel true fear, when you feel like true, genuine fear, you turn to love. So maybe it's a part of love. Maybe it's also the opposite of love. But I do think apathy is the opposite of love because the opposite of love is being uncaring, whereas love is about like truly caring for other people. So I do see what you're saying, Cyber Demon. I do see what you're saying that love, yeah, love and hate stem from the same branch of passion, and fear is connected to love. But apathy is uncaring. Apathy is when you don't care, right? Apathy is when you really just don't care about things. Um, and that to me, in some ways, is the opposite of love. Whereas fear and hate and love and even war, if you will, are connected. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. Uh, Not necessarily. You can be fearful of something and not be angry, right? If you're afraid, you're not necessarily angry. And if you're anger can lead to hate, but not necessarily. Hate leads to suffering. I don't know. And vice versa. If you love, and vice versa. If you love, you feel fear of losing it. Yeah, yeah. It's what is it? That's a Yoda quote. Yeah, I did recognize it. I did recognize it. I haven't seen Star Wars, the original series, in so long. So long. Weird note, weird note. Let me give you some Star Wars lores about me. Um, True fear is to be repulsed, while true love is to be attracted. But isn't you being repulsed of something connected to you feeling passion towards something? Oh, I've seen all the Star Wars movies. You don't need to worry about that. I've seen all the Star Wars movies, including the sequels, which went from okay to what the fuck to shit. um, I so that this is my Star Wars backstory. Darth Vader. My first ever movies from the Star Wars series were the prequels. I started with the prequels, not the original films. And then I watched the original films after. Yeah. So the prequels like haven't aged well like upon rewatch, but there's still something kind of charming about them that I really really love. I do like the original films a lot. I saw the sequels. The first one, what was it? I forgot what the first one was. Uh, Shit, I forgot the names of the sequels. Uh, I just know the first one of the sequels was like okay, it was a nice callback to everything. And then they made the second one, and the second one, yeah, Force Awakens. Force Awakens was okay. I kind of liked Force Awakens. I didn't like the subversion of Finn isn't actually the cool one. Sorry, Finn isn't actually the Jedi. Finn is just this other guy, and I'm like, bro, come on, come on. And then Last Jedi. Last Jedi had some cool ideas, some really cool fucking concepts, but it had like a stupid second plot that was completely irrelevant and shoehorned in and really fucking stupid. Like it's literally like okay, this is the best way I can describe the Last Jedi to you. It's peak and kind of shit at the same time. It's both peak and shit. Oh god, no, the mic, no. It's both peak and shit at the same time, and it's the weirdest thing. And then Rise of Skywalker is just meh. That was just like somehow Palpatine returned. That shit's so fucking funny. That shit's so fucking funny. Think about what you fear most. Do you want to be near that? I don't know what I fear most. Genuinely. And you're saying this to someone who loves horror games. I love to be afraid. I love fear. So I don't know. That's a weird one for me, buddy. It's kind of hard to say that. Hello, Jay. It's not morning for me. It's actually like in the it's like late evening. For me, it's late evening. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't when I used to be a kid, I used to be afraid of shit. And there are things I don't like that do scare me. Yes. There are things that do scare me that I do worry about. Yes. In a sense, I can see how you can interpret that as the opposite of love. But fear pushes you to love, in my opinion. That's kind of the thing. This is why I kind of think apathy is the opposite of love, because fear pushes you to love. When you're really afraid, you are pushed to love. When you are apathetic, you don't care for love. You don't care about that stuff. You're just cruel. Like, there's just a real sense of cruelty. The Dark Crystal freaked me the fuck out. The Dark Crystal? I don't know what that is. Love leads to effort. Apathy is a refusal to put in effort. Yeah, that's a well. So fear can be a guide. Yes. Like, I can see the argument of fear being the opposite. Don't get me wrong. I can see fear being the opposite. The Dark Crystal, like the dark lightsaber. Okay, I didn't understand. I see. Okay, so where were we? Think about what you fear most. Tell me what you fear most. Give me the pleasure of taking it away. Or no, no. I think the line was, "Tell me what you love most. Give me the pleasure of taking it away." It's from Sephiroth and Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. There's not a thing I don't cherish. I fucking love Final Fantasy VII, dude. Okay, so where were we? We talked about the idea of flaws in love and how the characters need to accept the flaws. So this arc has been dealing with flaws. It has set up flaws for quite a long time. It has set up this idea for a great deal amount of time. And this entire arc dabbles with that element of flaws, and people just kind of weren't paying attention to that. And I don't think that's inherently like the story's fault, because it's been actively presenting you this shit. And then we get to, so like, look, people being upset about this chapter isn't inherently, so look, I'm trying to find the best way to phrase this. People being upset about this chapter or feeling disappointed is by design. You're kind of supposed to feel this way because the entire date builds you up. The difference between this and the Paradise arc is that the Paradise arc isn't so much building it up as it is Kazuya actively saying it's gonna happen and him going to do it. And there is one scene that does build you up to tumble you back down. Yes. But most of the arc was telling you things aren't gonna work out. Right? Things are messy. They're not great. They're clearly in love, but they're not in a good place right now. That's the Paradise arc in a nutshell. Constantly telling you they're not in a good place right now. They need help and they're alone. They're not doing good right now. This arc's the opposite. And I think this is why this arc hits a little harder in some ways, because this arc actively builds you to the idea that things are going to work out. And then it says no to you. It both delivers and doesn't deliver. And that flips people over. They're like, what the fuck? Like, this isn't the outcome I was expecting. That doesn't make any fucking sense. What the hell, man? That's kind of by design, because it's not supposed to land in a sense. It's supposed to highlight the problem that we've been looking at this the wrong way. That we've been kind of looking at this the wrong way. It's a rug pull. It is a rug pull, but it's a rug pull that was actively foreshadowed. He was actively telling you, I'm going to pull the fucking rug. I'm going to pull the fucking rug. You need to start paying attention. If you don't pay attention, you're going to get surprised and you're going to hit your face on the fucking floor. And when he pulls the rug, people are surprised and their face on the fucking floor, right? Like, the dude was literally warning you, but you're too excited to notice because you're finally getting what you want. But all the signs were there. However, these signs were also not a lie, right? It's basically you're getting truth and truth, and you have to like be able to see past the whole. You have to see the whole picture essentially, right? That's why there's a theme of illusions and perspective. You have to go back and reread and pay attention to what has been presented to you, and you can recontextualize events just like we did here earlier, where I showed you like some of that earlier stuff with Chizuru. One other thing we can show is chapter 300, and we can start with 341. So that's a good one to start with. So we have a subversion with Minnie here, where we have the whole thing with Minnie. Kazuya realizes he doesn't know all that much more about Minnie. And he starts asking her some questions. She starts explaining her feelings on love and how she doesn't feel good enough to be good to so first off, who remembers what we said about Minnie and Chizuru in this arc? Who remembers what we said about Minnie and Chizuru in this arc? Who was paying attention? Who good friends was paying attention? God, I hope you were paying attention. Just trying to find the right picture. Not that one. Where is it? Not 339. Is it 334? Nope, not 334. Weird. Not 333. 332? No? Weird. Where was it? It must have been like midway through the arc. Okay, 336, 337, 339? No, 340? Aha, 340. What do we say about Minnie and Chizuru? Pop quiz. 338, Lapa Magnum. Yeah, so 340. What did we say about Minnie and Chizuru in this arc? They are mirrors of each other. They are literally flipped. Now, how do we know this? That the mini arc informs the current arc. How do we know this? Well, let's go to 341. Listen to what Minnie says. Where is it? Kazuya asks Minnie about her feelings on love. Well, I have a lot of fun with normal life, so it feels pretty whatever. I'm happy with my work and friends. Okay. Chizuru tells Kazuya her reasoning, and it's connected to her work and friends. Or more so connected to her work and her guilt and her feelings, right? Besides, isn't being in love kind of lonely? Okay. I mean, confessions are something you've got to do on your own, you know? If you want to keep the most important person to you by your side, then you can't rely on others forever. By the end of it all, you have to spend countless restless nights alone, even if you manage to talk with someone about it. It's a lonely battle to get rid of loneliness. Seems like deep shit, except there's something kind of interesting about that. Love is something you do together. Minnie perceives it as lonely and is something you do alone, which if you realize that Minnie is a mirror to Chizuru in this time, what can we take away from that? Chizuru's dealing with a lot of this on her own. Now, Kazuya did also deal with certain things on his own, but he did have Minnie. Chizuru's dealing with a lot on her own. Okay. For starters, I'm quick to lose interest. My dance club in high school, my summer gymnastic, I never really continued with any of it. Wow, I didn't know that. I actually kept up with my cosplay. That's because of my friends. My cosplay friends. They invite me to get-togethers and stuff. My friends, people I do things with, helped me find the solutions to my problems. I did something together with someone, therefore, it was easier. But because love is alone, it's hard and I can't do it. Okay. I'm not fit for a lonely battle like that. Okay. What did we say Chizuru was doing here? She's trying to deal with a problem that needs two people alone. Most of Kazuya's whole thing is here. We actually see a very interesting mirror in this time. Let me pull it up. I actually just found it like a second ago. When Kazuya was getting ready for the date in chapter maybe 331 or 333. Here's the 333. Which one was it? 335? No. Okay, I guess I have to pull it up here. Scroll me, I guess. Okay. 340, 339. There we go. 332. So what happens in 332? Kazuya is with Minnie, and we see Chizuru trying out dresses. Oh, hey, it's that pattern we saw. How interesting. Chizuru's trying out dresses. Dress 1, dress 2, dress 3. She's unsure. She can't decide. Let's see what she says. I couldn't decide. I'm terrible. I can never decide on anything. I just didn't have time today. That's all. Besides, it doesn't matter. He said he likes me for who I am. I don't need to change myself or anything. It's not like I'll change how we feel about each other, no matter what we wear. Wait a second. Is he willing to do that? Come on. He obviously has some common sense. There's no reason to imagine these pointless things. Besides, even if he did wear something like that, I would just tell him and we could go buy clothes together. Kazuya figured out what he wanted immediately because he knew how he wanted to handle this. Chizuru can't decide, and she's on her own. What do we see in this chapter? Kazuya starts the chapter with Minnie, right? He has Minnie to talk to, Minnie to walk with. Chizuru is deciding things on her own while thinking about doing stuff together. They're reversed. In that sense, it makes me feel like what lovers have is infinite time. Anything can be solved by talking, no matter their differences. That's the kind of relationship they have. Huh. Talking it out. Huh. Infinite time. It's almost like that's the goal. A bond shared with only one other person in the entire world. Thinks of that. Turns to cat Chizuru. My play, I've got my play, right? I got to focus on that. Isn't it interesting? We spend so much time in contrasting how Kazuya and Chizuru deal with their differing circumstances. Now, we are on which chapter? 332. 331, I believe Kazuya is trying on his clothes. And let's see how Kazuya thinks about it. Oh wait, Chizuru also tried clothes on here too. And she didn't feel confident in that. The only thing I want is to be with Mizuhara. Yep, Kazuya's trying on clothes too. Okay, let me read some of the comments before we continue. Chizuru even deceived her own grandmother by not revealing whether she was abused by those boys when she was in high school. She might be suffering coercion from some powerful clients. No. No. That Chizuru would actually kick your fucking ass if you tried to do that shit. No. I saw your last stream, bro, and I was surprised that what I was thinking is almost the same as yours. Thank you. She's me for real. I'm assuming you're talking about Minnie. And I still believe it's not over yet. She has said that she feels what her side of the story is. Now it's Kazuya's turn to say his side of the story and how he feels, and I have to confront her. Minnie and Kazuya is already a couple by Mizuhara standards. I don't know about couple, but they're closer than she is with him, and she feels jealous of that. That's very clear. Infinite 4D. You did sound like the Chamberlain from Dark Crystal's Law. She can't deal with these problems on her own. These has to be both of them to talk it out and deal with it together. There's a video from a supposed rag defender, but he still misses on a lot of points about the chapter, even though it's titled "The Hate is Forced." Yeah, the unfortunate thing is like people don't know how to articulate themselves. For instance, if you go to Reddit, there's a person who says, "Don't listen to the grifters. Kazuya and Chizuru clearly love each other." But the thing with how you articulate that is problematic because you're not going to reach the people who are still upset about this chapter and don't understand what the deal is, right? So like, yes, there are people who are red-pilled and fucking stupid and idiots and they don't care, and you're not going to reason with those people. But you can articulate it a little bit better and exemplify our points better. And I think that the other problem too is people don't really know how to analyze text and pay attention to details. Like, I go out of my way to do this. Most other people are just very casual about it, so they don't know how to analyze the text or see what Reiji's putting down. That's why Reiji sometimes tries to spell things out with Kazuya's inner monologues. Pay attention to this. Notice this. The problem is a lot of people love to say Kazuya's inner monologues don't mean anything when they do. So yeah, it's just about how you articulate, and the timing, I think, and like that's why I. So let me see what I have so far. I have like a little script. So like I've been organizing like a lot of my thoughts. I have like 8 pages worth of thoughts of text I wrote other people that I'm currently organizing, and trying to like articulate well, and be clear about how I want to approach this. Like for instance, when people, I have an entire section about people who call Chizuru like a prostitute, like literally dedicated to calling out their how they're thinking about this and how they can't see what they're saying is wrong. I have an entire section like talking about the divide of how people perceive the story. So like there was a person asking on Reddit, like, how do the Japanese feel? How do the Japanese people feel? And I explained how like they're divided. Like I'll just read what I wrote. They're divided much like us. Some are resorting to slander and attacking Reiji, just as many others are. Some are disappointed, either drifting towards milking, dragging, or feeling betrayed considering the nature of the date. Some core fans are calm but expecting a twist after this. Some are just unsure. The very nature of this chapter is meant to leave you feeling confused and bewildered. It literally doesn't make sense, matching Chizuru's mannerisms in the date, how she acted, what she said, and how she's completely different from this point in the story. A big theme in this arc is illusions and perspective. Reiji shows it many times. Heck, if you read a lot of Minnie's dialogue, a lot of it is her assuming the exact kind of outcome until she gets to know Chizuru and realizes that's not like her. Heck, Chizuru's literal reasoning for turning Kazuya down has nothing to do with him and feels completely false if you think about what we have seen. Why is the kiss from over 4 months ago and her feelings for other people the source of her reasoning? What about all the time they spent together? It's clear Chizuru isn't being honest to herself here and trying to put Kazuya first, set him free, but in so doing, hurting him and herself more. But, I can expand on that. That's just my initial text that I wrote to this person. We expanded on that here, that Chizuru is also not recognizing how the flaws of her feelings is not a bad thing, but a good thing. She's not just lying to herself. She's actually completely misunderstanding herself and not realizing she's lying to herself. She's using a truth, in so doing, hiding a lie and not realizing she's lying. So you can see how I can like correct that a little bit later. Something that manifests in the blister in her heel, right? The fact that she's hurting herself. Add that with Kazuya looking visibly angry at the end, and we have a recipe for them for letting all the bad stuff they have been hiding this whole time out. But this isn't something we think about in the moment. We're just upset and reacting. While we all react differently, the nature of reacting is universal, so people are all over the place. And Reiji literally predicted this in the perfect date, in the practice state with Minnie and even before. It's clear he was playing with the idea of how people look, how we see each other from different perspectives. So maybe this is it, the change in perspective. Anyways, it's all guessing. Sorry for the extra rant. Just wanted to explain why people all over are reacting different, but it's clear we shouldn't jump to conclusions and see what is being cooked here, considering the anime is almost out and next chapter ends in the volume. Yeah. Oh, speaking of the anime, I guess we should talk about that really quick. So the anime is gonna have like an early release date on DMM TV. It's like on DMM TV. And they're airing it early on July 1st, which is kind of weird. And even Japanese fans said it was kind of weird. And a lot of fans are like struggling to be able to watch it as it's airing because of the time that it's airing on TV, which is like past midnight, like like in the middle of the fucking night. So Japanese fans are like, it's kind of hard to watch it right now, which is kind of rough. That's one thing. They also showed an image from I should have it on my account. Let me pull it up. Yeah, they released the image for Minnie for season 4. Kana Hirayama said she drew this. It's very cute. I love the smiley face. And then finally, they had another post from the Ruka account, and they said they reached 20 million yen raised for the crowdfunding, and they were going to plan to add more stuff. So yeah, that's the TLDR news that we got for all the stuff that's been happening so far. Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, like I'm currently like trying to organize my script a little bit. I want to finish it before the next chapter comes out, but I have a lot of shifts, so like I have a lot of shifts at my work, so I don't know if I could pull it off. I'm trying to see. I just wanted to stream today just to kind of talk and just let some of this stuff out. It's nice to talk to some people, I guess. Anyways, we were talking about how Chizuru is dressing at the end of the chapter versus how Kazuya is getting dressed. So Kazuya at this time went and bought the shoe. He bought the Dr. Martin's shoe. Let's see how Kazuya perceives and thinks about the shoe. That's got yeah, it's a shoe. What do you mean? It's important. Bear with me. So Chizuru sees Kazuya here, literally standing right behind him. And she says, "What a coincidence. Why is he here in Shibuya? It looks like he came out of Zero. Was he buying clothes?" She turns away. What am I hiding for? Could he be looking for date clothes? She hides herself, turning to the side of protection. It's noon on a weekday. Shibuya still has so many people, right? The amount of people is kind of important. Glad to be able to join the stream. What have I missed? A decent amount. We talked about like Chizuru's misinterpretation of love, and how she's not accepting like the flaws of love, whereas Kazuya does. So Kazuya walks into Dr. Martin's, a real life brand. This lady has her eyes closed talking to him, and she sells him these shoes, but they're pretty expensive. They don't cost 506 USD. They cost like 300 something bucks, right? But they can't fucking translate. So Kazuya, but shoes can last a lifetime, or at least a single pair can last many years. Also, it's kind of important. Let's read what Chizuru says here. I'm saving money on rent by living together. She might get upset with me and think I'm an irresponsible spender. What's the point in buying something so expensive? I could never see myself marrying you. Chizuru constantly tells him, don't spend your money. Don't spend your money, you jackass. Right? But everybody's like, oh, she constantly just wants to take his money. Right? Impressive people. Real impressive. Okay. But shoes can last a lifetime, or at least a single pair can last many years. So maybe it's not all that expensive. Kazuya looks at his old shoes from the movie arc. Haha, it's worn a hole right through the sole. Well, I'm not too surprised. I bought these before the film shoot because they were easy to move around in. The film shoot was fun. It was a lot of hard work, but every day was eventful. At the time, things were frantic with Sayuri-san, but I got closer to Mizuhara thanks to the time we spent together back then. Still, to think I'd be going on a date with her a year later. I never saw that one coming. No. Why am I getting emotional on a shoe store? This is my chance, though. I'll pull off this date and be a good man, and be a man good enough for Mizuhara, not as a client or a producer, but as a man who can support her now and in the future. Do you see the problem? Kazuya's trying to... There's a good thing and a bad thing here. What's the good thing? The good thing is Kazuya's literally investing in his future. TLDR, to make a long story short. Or something like that. Yeah, it's to make a long story short. I think that's what it is. Whatever. Emotional shoe store. So there's a good thing and a bad thing here. What's the bad thing? Kazuya thinks he needs to live up to be a good partner. This is a good thing and a bad thing. How? The good thing is that he's literally investing in his future, right? Like even if things don't work out with Chizuru, if these shoes, he takes care of them, like this is his future, right? It's literally a physical representation of his future that he's investing in. He doesn't have just these shoes that are good enough to move around in. He has shoes that, like, if he takes care of, can last him a lifetime. The slight problem here is this idea that like he needs to be good enough. That's the only issue, right? But it's also a good thing. It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. TLDR, too long, didn't read. Really? Too long, didn't read? Oh. Damn, we need a different one. I don't like that one now. I don't like TLDR anymore. Damn. To make a long story short, TML TMLS. In the voice of the Forrest Gump, there are my dating shoes. It's supposed to rain on the day. I might actually be able to wear these after all. Plus, your shoes often wear a big role for the rest of your outfit, so it might be a big center of choice around that, right? And then we see Minnie contrasted by Mommy, right? So these two characters are the reverse of each other. This is really important. This is actually very important. Minnie and Mommy are the reverse of each other. How? What's the reverse between Mommy and Minnie? Well, we talked about this when they inevitably run into each other and they literally mirror one another. Minnie is an outsider judging the characters from the outside because she wasn't really super close with them before. She was literally an observer. She put herself in that position willingly, right? She was an observer, but she was the wingman, but she didn't really understand the situation. She just played like marriage counselor, or what's the word? Cupid. She played Cupid, right? That's what Minnie did. She just played Cupid, whereas Mommy always played like the devil, if you will, like the destroyer, right? Both of them were outsiders to the situation. They don't know the details of their relationship super well. They just kind of know outside details and how the characters should act or what they should do. This is where the difference occurs between Mommy and Minnie. Minnie actually gets on the inside, actually starts to get to know the characters, and her perspective starts to change. Minnie initially says a lot of similar shit to Mommy. She tells Kazuya, like, oh, I'm seeing bad signs. Chizuru is devious. Chizuru is tricking you. Whereas Mommy would tell Kazuya, oh, you only live once. You should find a real girlfriend. Funny coming from you. You're the one who broke his fucking heart. So Minnie is trying to be Kazuya's wingman and guide him in the right direction. Mommy is trying to help Kazuya get in the right direction too, and a lot of people are siding with Mommy now. The irony is, Mommy is a complete outsider. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, and she's just projecting. They don't realize the irony of them siding with Mommy is that they're literally showing they don't understand the series, which to me is really fucking funny. Like, literally, you're siding with the outsider who doesn't get their relationship. In contrast, you have Minnie, who was once an outsider and came inside, literally lives with them, literally got to know them, literally sees them, and starts to change not only how she calls them, but also how she interacts with them, and how she perceives them. Where she once perceived Chizuru as devious and used to call her Mizuhara, now she calls her Chizuru and says she's not like that. And this is something we see at the very end. Now, it's interesting that Mommy shows up here because Mommy, in a sense, represents all the bad in the story. In a sense, which you know makes some people like Jaws kind of sad. But Mommy represents all the negativity in the story. It like seriously, if you remember when we were reading the chapters, what was consistently happening, right? What was consistently happening whenever Mommy showed up? Everyone was like, "Oh my God, what's Mommy gonna do? What's Mommy gonna do?" And she doesn't do anything because now Mommy is very passive, right? She doesn't do anything anymore. She's just a very passive character. So Mommy coming back here in this arc mirrors Mommy's presence on Chizuru in the current arc, in the date arc. She represents the negativity of Chizuru's character, and her coming back in this arc and then literally being brought up in Chizuru's speech reflects that negativity Chizuru feels on herself, and how that her love is flawed because of her feelings towards Mommy. That Mommy represents the flaws, essentially. What did I explain about Mommy's character for those who have been here a while? I explained that Mommy fucked up in the Paradise arc, like really, really bad, and pretty much destroyed their relationship with Kazuya. And Kazuya doesn't know the details of that. Kazuya doesn't actually know the full details of the shit Mommy was pulling. He just knows something happened. He just knows something somewhat serious happened between her and Chizuru. He doesn't know the details. He doesn't know like the straight up what actually happened. So, Mommy, when she meets Kazuya in chapter 263 for the first time after like 4 months, is trying to reenact the thing she saw Kazuya and Kibe doing in chapter 245, which is make up. Kazuya and Kibe made up. So she tries to reenact that, but doesn't say or atone for any of her flaws. She just sits there and chooses love instead. So what's the problem here? What is the missing factor that Chizuru did and Mami did not? What is the thing we talked about in that is the defining problem with Chizuru here? Chizuru views her love as imperfect because there are impurities in it. But Chizuru got to actually be with Kazuya and Minnie because she confronted her these negative aspects. Because she actually confronted that bad stuff, right? But Chizuru confronting the bad stuff and Chizuru accepting it into her love is a little different, right? So Chizuru confronted her actions and said sorry, and she tries to atone for her actions for most of it. However, every time something bad happens after that point, she perceives it as something she shouldn't do, and she should remove it from her love because her love is supposed to be pure, okay? What does Mami do in contrast? Mami runs away from all the bad shit she did. She doesn't confront any of it. She just runs from all the bad shit she did, and she just wants love. But she knows that'll never work out, so she constantly looks for Kazuya, but never actually calls him or interacts with him. And he keeps showing up in her life like a constant reminder. You want this, you want this, you want this, but Mami refuses to confront and say the bad shit she did because she knows she'll lose Kazuya if she does, right? She knows Kazuya will fucking hate her. Why? How do we know Kazuya would fucking hate Mami if she told him what she did to Chizuru? How do we fucking know? Literally, chapter 6. Chapter 6 of the fucking manga. A chapter I glaze to heaven and back. I love this chapter to death. Mizuharu is not that kind of girl. It's not right to talk bad about her. Now imagine if Kazuya finds out what Mami fucking did to Chizuru. He'd fucking hate her. He would fucking hate her a lot. So Mami actively wants to be with Kazuya but doesn't want to confront any of the bad shit. Right? She doesn't want to admit to any of it. And now she's kind of viewing Kazuya as somewhat her savior, if you will. So she's staying passive and in the background and not admitting any of the bad shit she did. In contrast, Chizuru actually dealt with the negativity. So Mami naturally represents all that negativity. Her literal presence in the narrative actively reminds you bad, 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 right? Like she's it's literally just bad. That's all you feel when you see Mami. You think bad things, right? But she's presented in a cute way to contrast that bad. So now she's deeply in love, but she still did bad shit and never atoned for any of it. Never tried to do anything, never tried to change, whereas Chizuru did. So Mami represents all this bad shit Chizuru can't forgive. So naturally, Mami's presence here was already telling us that negativity is going to be present in that date. So this arc, what people don't realize about this arc is that it's low-key a Mami arc. This arc between Kazuya and Minnie when they're on the practice date, it's low-key a Mami arc because what happens consistently? Mami is constantly in the background in this arc. Constantly. You constantly get hints of her in the background. Hey, look, Mami's right there. She's like in the corner. Hey, Mami's there. And then she shows up in the very end as a big like, what the fuck just happened? How the fuck did Mami just show up? What just happened? You're surprised. You think something's going to go wrong. And then Kazuya doesn't think anything of Mami. Rather, he feels more dedicated to Chizuru. So the ending of this arc is literally telling you how the current arc is going to end. The negativity suddenly shows up, flips everything on its head. You're like, what the fuck happened? I didn't see that coming, even though you were constantly getting hints it's going to happen. Then it suddenly shows up out of nowhere. You deal with it, and you just kind of move forward, right? Kazuya just commits more to Chizuru after that. He thinks about his feelings for Mami, and he feels even more dedicated to Chizuru, saying his words out loud in front of Minnie, unlike before where he kind of couldn't, right? So that flip of the script is really important. Mami's presence reflects the negativity. So Mami being present in this date and these two dates mirroring each other was already telling you, hey, the negativity is gonna be there. Not to mention like how the arc actually starts, you know. So do you think? Let's see. I gotta go back a little bit. Yeah, Kazuya. Minnie's superficiality around dating causes the ice cream incident. What are you talking about? Who the fuck keeps referring to the stupid ice cream incident? I'm so confused. Oh. I remember. Sorry. I remember. Yeah. Minnie is super. Yeah. Minnie is a lie disguising a truth. Chizuru is a truth disguising a lie. That causes the superficiality issue. Yeah. I'm just convinced that most rag haters TLDR'd all over the place. They do. They do. In fact, so many of them, when I posted my shit on Twitter, was talking about the chapter, they're like, too long, didn't read, don't care. I'm like, okay, why are you here? That's the strangest part. It's like, if you don't like it, why comment? Why interact? Just go somewhere else. That's the strangest thing is like people are like incentivized to interact and like insert their feelings into how you feel. Like they want to tell you you're wrong. They confidently want to tell you they're wrong when they TLDR'd and they admit the TLDR and they don't want to discuss. They just want to be right. They don't want to talk about it. They just want to make you feel bad. And it's shit like that that's made me not only hate the internet but the anime community. I have been thinking about how Chizuru views Kazuya's spending habit. The fact that he is broke shows how reckless he is with money. Do you think that she views this negatively as being irresponsible? She thinks it's partially her fault rather than negatively as him being irresponsible. She thinks it's partially her fault. She knows Kazuya spends a lot, but he spends to like make her happy. And he spends to like, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like he spends to make her happy. To Kazuya, money is not an object, right? He doesn't care. Like it's an expression of his love. So he doesn't think of it this way, right? Most people are like, he spent so much on her and she turned him down. How could she? When Chizuru already feels bad about that. And she's just like, I don't spend because she knows he spends too much. But Kazuya doesn't view it this way. Kazuya isn't investing in Chizuru. Kazuya is investing in her dream. He wants her dream to come true. He wants her to be happy. He just wants her to enjoy herself. He's not trying to get anything out of the spending. The only instance here being that he wants to look cool. He wants to show off, you know? Like who doesn't want to show off, right? A lot of dudes want to fucking show off. They want to look fucking cool. So it's him trying to be cool in this state. He's just trying to show off, but he's not trying to get anything back. He doesn't want her to pay. He keeps telling her not to pay, and she feels bad about that, right? She feels bad about that. She's like, I don't stop spending, dude. And he's like, no, it's what I want to do. Just let me do it. So that's something they got to discuss. You know, it's something they clearly got to talk about, but they don't talk about it clearly. This arc literally structures itself around their fundamental struggle of communication, right? And it puts on the facade that they've been communicating the whole time, and they kind of are, and they kind of aren't. You have like a yin yang situation where in the arc they're communicating and they're not. And she doesn't view Kazuya as irresponsible. She just wants him to like plan more and to not, you know, just throw himself head first. And she feels bad about that. She doesn't tell him that she feels bad about that whenever Kazuya does this. If he knew this, he wouldn't spend so much. If he knew it made her feel bad, he wouldn't spend so much. He'd probably save more. And he admits to it. He admits to it when he was shopping earlier. Like he's like, you know, I should be saving, but I'm investing in my future, right? The Kazuya's anger in the final chapter can be towards mommy. I think Kazuya's anger is everywhere. It's not just mommy. It's everywhere. He's pissed about the situation. He's pissed about his not noticing that Chizuru was going through all this. He's pissed at his family. He's pissed at his friends. He's pissed at mommy. He's pissed he couldn't help. He's pissed at himself. Like he's pissed at a lot of things, right? There's clearly, just as Chizuru is going through a lot here, so is Kazuya. Kazuya is pissed about a lot. He's very angry. And a lot, and it's everywhere. It's not just Chizuru, like people want to say. Like maybe he's frustrated at her arguments because like her argument is that I might be in love with you, but I can't date you because of these external reasons. That would be frustrating for anyone. But I think that's an oversimplification, you know? Kazuya, I think next chapter we might get like maybe a lot of Kazuya's inner monologues. I'm curious like which direction Reiji will go. Will we get like more of Chizuru's perspective, or will Reiji intentionally keep it hidden and then reveal it after, right? Or will we focus on Kazuya next chapter, since the past few chapters have been very Chizuru focused? So will next chapter be very Kazuya focused, especially considering, the 30, like I mentioned, so 381 chapter of part 30. So now switches to Kazuya. I feel like maybe it'll switch to Kazuya next chapter, and we might see like more of what he's thinking. Like he'll maybe try to process the date. Maybe he'll be upset at himself, upset at the scenario. We'll have to see like what's going on, and eventually it'll lead to a talk. It's clearly going to lead to some sort of talk. What if Kazuya called Mommy about it? Not yet. Not yet. Mommy is not currently relevant yet. Mommy has been clearly set up, but it's clearly going to be addressed after. So I think Mommy will be relevant after this arc. Not yet. Chizuru needs to add some heat, throw in some flux, and skim away the slag off the top. But she can't do that alone. She needs Kazuya there, right? Like she doesn't. Chizuru has the tools and doesn't know how to use them. That's the best way I can put it. Mommy suggested to Chizuru that Kazuya was some kind of really bad person, that she was a victim. Kazuya has no idea of this. Yeah, that's really fucking shitty. Like the fuck, right? Mommy, and then afterwards she seemingly flips the script and goes after Chizuru, and then tries to like hurt Kazuya and destroy their family. Like literally, she was destroying their family. Mommy was destroying their family, and people were like, "Mommy was always right." I'm like, bro, the fuck. Mommy was doing some like genuinely vile shit in the Paradise arc. She was literally destroying their family, right? And she was like hurting these people who are depressed and already going through shit, just to be like, look, they lied, they're terrible people. I'm like, girl, you should really like look yourself in the mirror. And I love that the arc ends with that. I love that the arc ends with Mommy literally looking herself in the mirror and realizing the monster she became. She became the thing she hated. So do you think that Kazuya will confront her this time? Because it has to be in about the ring. I saw someone saying that she didn't give it back to Kazuya because Kazuya is not the person who gave her the ring. Yeah, I think I said that too. It's like the ring was given to her by Nagomi, not Kazuya. Kazuya just told her to keep it. And her keeping the ring is her really wanting this to come true. And I think that's the sad part, is like people are misinterpreting Chizuru adding the "for now," like right here, not right now, and keeping the ring as Chizuru continuing to drag this along, when that's not really the case. That's not really what Chizuru's trying to do. She's not leading him on. She's not trying to lead him on. People interpret it this way, and it's really sad because Reiji's actively telling you that's not Chizuru's character. That's not like her. That's not what she's trying to do. She literally says, I can't reject him, and I can't be with him, and I don't know what to do, and I'm stuck. And it's because of this. It's because she's misinterpreting her feelings. She's misunderstanding her feelings because there's bad parts in her feelings. The feelings are invalid, right? So when people see that, it's like, oh, Chizuru's a bad person, when in reality, Chizuru is like falling the fuck apart here, and she doesn't know what to do. And she can't push him away because she wants to make all these other people happy, and she wants to make him happy too. And so it's limbo by design. And I think next chapter will address that. Why is it ending on a limbo like that? Why is it ending like she seemingly rejects him, but she says for now, or not right now, and she still has the ring? Oh yeah, she's still holding it. Yeah, it's right here in her hand. She's still holding the ring. Yep, it's still right there in her hand. Interesting. I don't see her put the ring away. Yeah, I don't see her put the ring away. Yeah, that is something that Reiji will probably address. Why does Chizuru say not right now, and not like we know the reason, but if she chooses, it's because she had to make a choice and it's not a choice she wanted. So it like contradicts with her character. That's something I'm not 100% sure about right now, that the idea of why did Chizuru seemingly turn Kazuya down and say not right now, and it's because she's trying to eventually live up to that. I think that's the misunderstanding. It's like Chizuru is eventually trying to live up to that. She's not actually trying to reject him here. She's trying to eventually live up to this and get there because she wants this, but she can't do it right now because she doesn't feel she's good enough. So she's hoping to like eventually get back together. And I think that's maybe why she's holding on, but she's also like setting him free. And if he finds someone else, then okay. I think that's maybe the idea. And I could be wrong. Because like there's certain things like we don't know quite yet. But yeah, I just really want to point that out. The right now is like okay, like that's perfectly in line with her reasoning. It's more so the ring. It's just the ring right now. Like she can't. She, if anything, she'd probably give it back to Nagomi herself rather than Kazuya. It would be insulting to give it to Kazuya. So there we go. Okay. So we ironed out the reasoning a little bit. She says not right now, not to mislead him, but literally to tell him the truth. Like right now, she doesn't feel ready, which is the truth. She's not trying to lead him on by saying not right now. This is the truth. She doesn't feel ready yet. And they just need to communicate. As for the ring, Nagomi gave her the ring. She needs to give the ring back to Nagomi, right? She owes her that much. She can't deceive her anymore. She can't, she like when Nagomi tells her, I'm sorry, Chizuru can't say, I'm sorry back. She says, I'm the one who should be apologizing. She feels guilty. So what do? You give the ring back to Nagomi, right? You can't give it back to Kazuya. It's not to give to Kazuya. It's to give back to Nagomi. In fact, that was originally her intention, wasn't it? If you look back to the Paradise Arc, who was she going to give the ring back to? Nagomi, right? She was going to give the ring back to Nagomi. She was going to give it back to Harumi, to the person it belongs to, not to her, right? It's not for Kazuya to take. She was never going to give it to Kazuya. She showed it to Kazuya. She said I was going to give it back, but she was never going to give it to Kazuya. So there we go. We ironed out the reasoning. I wasn't like sure in the moment, but now we have a clearer answer. So I think Kazuya, okay. And she's going to give it back to his mom and Nagomi. Almost. Yep, pretty much that. I'm dying to find out how Kazuya will initiate the confrontation with Chizuru. How do you think it will go? A little hard to guess at the moment. I think that Kazuya will not confront her directly, not in this state. No, I think he will. No. I don't agree. Kazuya will totally confront Chizuru in this state. No. That's a part of talking. That's what Reishi's been building up. What happens in the end of the cheer update? In the end of the cheer update, Chizuru lets everything out. Okay? Here, this is the reverse. Chizuru gives her speech, like the ideal girlfriend speech that Kazuya gives. We get to this result, right? We get to this result similar to okay. We're starting to see some similarities. We get to this result, right? It's just playing out slightly in reversed, right? Whereas this one has words, this one is silent, right? And Kazuya is clearly about to let out his emotions, and Chizuru is hiding in shadows alone, right? As a reversal of that event where Chizuru was in shadows alone. We also had this as a mirror. Oh, not that one. Oops. 377. There we go. As a mirror to this, right? We had these things mirroring each other, right? Like look at Kazuya's face here, look at Chizuru's face here. They kind of mirror each other, right? So it's the cheer update in reverse. I've kind of explained this a little bit. So we'll go from there. So yeah, no, it's clearly setting up for Kazuya to like lose it here. Not later, now. It's now. It's now or never. Kazuya, everything about the state is a now or never moment. Everything about the state has been that. It's a now or never moment, not deal with it later. That if I genuinely think if Reishi goes with the direction of deal with it later, that's a bad move. It contradicts everything the state has been about, right? The state has consistently been about doing it now, dealing with it now. Like everything, it's Chizuru's whole thing. Yeah, it's now or never. You don't. There's no other moment. Everything changes after this point. You decide now, right? And that's perfectly in line with Kazuya's character and how he's been feeling in this entire date, what he wants to do. It's literally next chapter. It's going to start. I don't believe nothing will happen. That's just stupid. Let's see. You think roasting is your ally? You merely adopted the roasting. I was born in it, molded by it. What the fuck? I don't understand why people didn't like how this chapter went. I thought it was amazing. It made me think about, well, it's very simple. The entire date's building up a confession. people were under the illusion that we're gonna get a confession, and then you get a confession and you also get a rejection. And people are like, what the fuck? I feel betrayed. How could he do this? How could he build something so amazing and not give me what I wanted? People wanted the gratification, right? They wanted the reward. They put in the effort. They invested. Is this starting to sound familiar? Kazuya invested so much. I invested so much. I feel betrayed. I feel cooked. I feel like someone took something away from me, right? It's a literal projection of their own feelings being put onto Kazuya's feelings, right? It's like, I feel betrayed, so Kazuya should also feel betrayed. So Kazuya should get mad like I am mad. You should express your anger. You should be upset. You should attack. You should hurt. You should punish. That is the idea. It's an expression of their own feelings being placed onto Kazuya's feelings rather than understanding his own. If you, I don't know, it's kind of hard. It made me think about the whole night and how it all turned out next. Again, Reiji very much anticipated this reaction, so it's not surprising. Isaac says, what if Kazi confronts Chizuru saying, I don't give you the ring? Is that possible? I don't give you the ring? What do you mean? I didn't give you the ring? I'm not sure what you mean. Sorry. Melting snow pun. You do the above and remove the impurities from molten metals. Huh. The writing in the last chapter to me is more interesting than typical confession. It is fundamentally antithetical to confessions. It is literally saying confessions is not how this shit goes. That's the point. The illusion of a confession. How many mangas have we had where they eventually confess and they kiss and they get together and ooh woo, life is so great, when a lot of times there's other basically this is my issues with a lot of mangas where characters just confess and they get together. They don't address the shit around their lives, right? So this is why I like the manga How Do We Relationship. It's my second favorite romance manga of all time. It's because the characters date. Chapter 1, they get together and they haven't dealt with any of their problems. And their problems start to surface after the relationship. And they keep surfacing, and their insecurities and their fears and all of their problems keep surfacing right after the relationship until, spoiler alert, the real theme of this manga shows up. They break up. Right? So that's the big twist. The manga's about breaking up. The manga is about these things that we never dealt with each other that ruined our relationship. Right? That's why I love that manga so fucking much. It's so clever as a concept that, like, the manga isn't just about a confession. It's about, like, the issues of the relationship around just being together. That it's not, in real life, you don't really fucking confess, dude. It's not about confession. It's about talking. A lot of times in real life, you talk about it and you get together. You don't just confess. You don't have a moment where you fucking confess. Right? That's just a thing in anime. People try to do that in real life. They think that's how they're supposed to approach it. That's not how you approach it. You get closer, you connect, and then you eventually tell someone, I think we feel something here. I think I feel something here. I'd like to date, something like that. And then you talk about it. You discuss that stuff. You don't just confess and get together. That's not how it works in real life. And this manga wants to depict that messiness. It wants to depict that uncomfortability that you don't just confess and get what you want. That's not how it works. Right? That Kazuya throughout all this was trying to confess. That, like, we've had many different confessions in this entire time and expressions of love. But it's not about that. It's about, like, talking to each other, clearing shit up, understanding each other, understanding your feelings for one another, clearing up what you're thinking. The writing in the last... Okay. Let's see here. He was broke a month prior in the story. He has money now because he got the paycheck. How do we know? Because he is able to look for a new apartment. Okay. She brought a symbolic ring to Harumi. You misspelled Harumi. And Harumi's still using it. Here we go again, 3D model. Isn't that compensation money? Compensation money. No, Kazuya just got paid from work. Kazuya refuses to get any money back from Chizuru. That's a common thing people seem to conveniently avoid talking about. Kazuya doesn't want any money back from Chizuru, right? He's not doing this to get something back, right? Like, people seem to really they don't. I think that's the big thing with this story. People don't know how to look past the messiness and the lies and like all the stuff the story depicts and see what the characters are feeling, right? The characters can look past all that stuff and see what they really feel and connect with each other, whereas the people interacting with the story can't. And in some ways, Chizuru kind of mirrors them here, where she can't um realize like these certain parts of her love isn't real, and they get angry at her even though they're doing the same thing. They can't realize their own bias in themselves. No, that was a monthly paycheck from his job. If you need a reminder, his work is a karaoke bar. No confession. How could he? Reiji gave us the emotional peak and answer with a drop off. We'll see how characters climb back. Is it a drop off? I feel like more like yeah, I guess we were peaking and then the story suddenly dropped, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, because I think you can execute that. Next chapter, we're gonna get put up big middle finger towards some of the toxic character. Dude, genuinely, I will like scream on stream if next chapter like gets everybody shut the fuck up. I will scream. I will be so happy. I'll fucking dance. I'll do like the JJK dance in the fucking background if next chapter gets everybody to shut the fuck up. You don't understand how fucking happy I'll be if like we get like a big reversal that like calls out all the readers and like calls out everybody. I legit will be fucking popping off. Like if we get an amazing reversal from Reiji in the next chapter, I will pop off so fucking hard. But you know, I don't think it'll happen right away. He might ease into it, so we'll see. I don't want to like overhype myself. I'm also not looking forward to. I was like thinking to myself today, I'm like, oh man, I'm not looking to fucking Gigok talking about this chapter. But he's been surprisingly silent, so I'm just like waiting. I'm waiting. I'm like, huh? When's he gonna do it? When is the asshole gonna do it? It'd be funny if he doesn't. But it'd be funny if he does. It'd be even funnier if he does shit talk and then the chapter contradicts everything he says. I would laugh even more. Oh man, I see. This is my problem. I like worry too much about what other people say, even though like I know they're wrong. It does frustrate me because they get so much attention. So it is frustrating. I really hate when a series I love gets so much negative attention just because it did something people didn't understand or didn't like, or they're projecting something onto it, or just they blow it out of proportions. Like, yeah, you can feel frustrated or angry by this. That's fine. Why are you being an asshole about it? That's the like bro, you can be angry and frustrated and maybe vent about it, but that doesn't give you a right to be an asshole. Like, why are you being a fucking asshole? Why are you slandering Reiji? Why are you slandering the manga? Why are y'all posting these stupid fucking memes everywhere that are just kind of gross, frankly? And it's just frustrating as all hell. Like it that shit just gets me mad. It just gets me fucking mad. And if some dipshit shows up in here and says, "Oh, that's just the internet," fuck off. Fuck off. Why are you excusing the internet for being assholes? Be better. Literally just be better. Like, I think that's such a stupid thing to say. Like, oh, this is the internet. This is how we act. No, put people to a better standard. Tell them be fucking better, right? You can laugh about shit. You can make memes. I don't mind that. It's just when you slander and attack things, that's where like I'm pissed now, right? Like I've seen memes making fun of things I enjoy and I find them occasionally funny, but almost none of the memes I see about the series are funny, except for the ones that are like from fans who seem to actually kind of know how to joke about shit. They kind of know how to joke about, like, Minnie's a dipshit and they show Minnie doing something really fucking funny or stupid. Or yeah, she knows what she's doing and shit like that. Like, that's kind of funny to me. But like when they're intentionally attacking the series, that's kind of when it feels gross, you know. Who are you making fun of? I almost thought the rag was the one thing you had to read. Blah blah blah. So this is confession in manga, confession in real life. Oh my god, why are there police cars? I don't know about that. Because my first relationship, I did confess. And we were great for a little bit. And then it fell apart because we didn't talk about any of our fucking problems, which we clearly had many of. See what I mean? I've literally experienced this shit firsthand. Kazuya's apartment, landlord gave a compensation money for his misplacement. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah. Chizuru was paid too, and so was Minnie. They were all paid eventually for like compensation money for the fuck up because they didn't have that. Something you won't ever see here, right? In the US, you something happens to the apartment, suck it. You're owed nothing. You're literally owed nothing. In fact, everybody is screwed. Let's see. I did read some of My Dress Up Darling, but only read a few chapters. It was hard to read the way it was formatted. Yeah, I didn't vibe with manga too much. I would recommend the anime. I think you'll like the anime more. I kind of dropped it after a bit. I dropped it too. The only reason I finished it is because people would occasionally mention, "Oh, something interesting happened," and then I would read it, and it wouldn't be interesting. Kratos, don't be sorry, be better. Yes, yes, exactly. Don't be sorry, be better. Oh my god. Yeah, literally, that's just kind of it. I just really want to put people to a better standard. Like, I just want people to stop being assholes. Reddit has gone full mommy convert. That or they're shipping all the other female characters. It's so classic. Like, literally, they just it it's shit like that that makes me lose hope in people a little bit. I try to be so hopeful, but sometimes I see that and I'm like, damn, I'm kind of losing some hope in people. Like, the way people read this manga really makes me lose some hope in like people, and it makes me so sad that I feel this way. I don't like feeling this way. I don't like losing hope in people. But then you see the how the rest of the world is doing right now. Like, we're literally getting into fucking World War III right now, I guess, and it's like, wonderful. Real great. I'm feeling snazzy today, fellas. um the anime is good, yeah, for Dress Up Darling. The anime for Dress Up Darling is actually fucking peak. I may not like Dress Up Darling's story, but I will not deny the anime for it is really, really well done. Are you going to show us who you are in real life 3D model? Who do you want why do you want my face reveal? I love the comedy of Rag. It's so good. Yes, I enjoy it. Reddit has gone full retard Tropic Thunder reference. I don't like using the word retard, but the Tropic Thunder, I like Tropic Thunder. I think that's why I'll low key let this pass. The mommy cult. I think even what's sad about them liking mommy now? Jaws, the biggest mommy defender and lover of all time that nobody will ever surpass, thinks they're being stupid. Take that in for a fucking second. The mommy defender, the guy who would love for all of you to love mommy, thinks you're all stupid. That's so good. He's like, he literally texted me and he's like, bro, I'm about to become a Chizuru defender with all this fucking stupidity. I'm like, I know. It's so stupid. I think now understanding Chizuru's character more and going back through the chapter again, it gives you a new perspective of why she acted in a certain way. Yeah, we definitely get a lot more, and we keep seeing more. Like, the more streams I do, the more we start noticing like things about Chizuru's character. Like, the more we're starting to catch about her, and it's so cool that we're noticing that stuff now. What else was I gonna do? People who said Rag should end already are stupid too. Here. Give me a sec. I'm gonna move this here. I want to talk about something else, but I guess I forgot. Mommy is such a broken character. I understand maybe why people are a bit empathetic towards her. I look, I understand. Mommy is like my third or fourth favorite character. Like, I like Mommy. She's a good character. She's a really good character. But genuinely speaking, if you read this story and you side with Mommy, You side with what she says. You're literally only intaking half of the story, if not less, and projecting the rest onto it. Mommy is literally written to be wrong. She even in Paradise, where she starts saying the right thing, like it's only right in certain circumstances. She's correct in like certain aspects of what she's saying in Paradise about lying and stuff, but she's wrong in everything else she's saying. Her actions are wrong. What she's doing is wrong, right? Mommy is an interesting character. Wait, who posted what on Instagram? Wait, what's going on Instagram? Because a friend sent me something on Instagram a second ago. So why are we talking about Instagram? I reread the manga from beginning and 4 times already. This manga gives me something to look forward to every week. Please don't ever make it end recent. I think there will eventually be some kind of ending, but not what we expect. You can always catch something new and posted it on Reddit. I read the entirety of my Dress Up Darling manga. The best arc is at the end. Trust me. Also, the anime has the best in the class jiggle physics. As someone who also read the entirety of the Dress Up Darling manga, I say the ending arc is only good, in my opinion, because the characters actually feel like characters again, and there's meaningful drama and substance suddenly. But the Henel arc, everything about that arc I didn't like. It's the aftermath of that arc that I enjoyed. It's when like his childhood friend comes back and he starts like talking about his feelings and shit, and I'm like, huh, okay, that's interesting. This is actually meaningful. Yeah, like I kind of like that stuff because they actually felt like characters again. They felt like themselves again. That's why it was interesting. I didn't like the final chapter though. There were parts of the final chapter I didn't like, and it was because they were referring to each other with honorifics. And I felt that was weird considering the point in their relationship where they like had this big time skip and they're referring to each other with honorifics, and it felt strange. Like it felt superficial. And that was kind of weird to me because they're literally married, you know. I guess I'm spoiling the manga. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to talk about it. And there's like things about it that I just found really strange in terms of writing, considering the point in their relationship. I don't know. That's just me though. Like there's things about the finale that I enjoyed and there's things I just did not enjoy. I don't mind like Marin's reaction, but I didn't like everything up until this point. Gojo's whole thing was perfectly fine too. I kind of like that. I enjoyed the part where Hano's author is just facing off with her cosplay online. I just didn't like that arc as a whole. Ending was rushed for sure. I would love to see them date and goof around. Yeah, the ending was totally rushed. The finale just felt stiff. Like, oh, everything we got is here. Yay! We got what we wanted, and that's the ending. What do you think might happen next chapter? Next chapter, I think, is going to start the reversal, and Kazi is going to start confronting Chizuru. That's clearly what Reishi sets up. Like, we talk about this. Kazuya looks pissed. Chizuru looks sad. Neither character is happy here. There's clearly going to be some sort of confession. Or not confession. I literally said confessions were bad. Damn it. Why am I like this? There's clearly going to be some sort of reversal. I can still enjoy a story even if it's completely spoiled. It's fun seeing how it gets there. My Dress Up Darling as ending was rushed because the mangaka was in poor health. Marin's goated though. Marin is... Personally, I don't think Marin is goated. Because Marin is literally designed from up to down to be liked. And that, to me, makes a boring character. To me, Marin is not that interesting of a character because she's designed to be liked. She is literally designed for fan service. She is a waifu through and through. She is the perfect waifu. In every conceptual way, she is the perfect waifu. And that's why I don't like her. That, to me, is a very boring character. Let's see. Kind of makes me sad that the Shunji family children is beloved and Rent a Girlfriend just stay. It's because the Shunji family has a good adaptation. It is genuinely frustrating because the Shunji family has just a really good fucking adaptation. Whereas Rent a Girlfriend's adaptation is sadly not that good. Like literally, if they just adapted Rent a Girlfriend accurate, like kind of actually trying to get the proper feelings of things, they don't add like stupid silly music or deliver things weird or draw Kazuya weird or just focus more on Ruka in certain aspects. I legit think this would be Rent a Girlfriend would be received completely differently because it's literally the problem is how the anime delivers it, because the anime is the more popular medium. People know it more from the anime. They remember how they felt watching the anime and they think it's bad. I don't think the anime is a bad adaptation, but it sets bad precedents, in my opinion. I don't think it's a bad adaptation. I think it has some good things in there, genuinely amazing things. The voice acting, some of the animation is really good, but it fucks up a little too much. Whereas the Shiunji family is god tier. The Shiunji family is better in every way except for the character designs, except for Kazuya, right? I think all the female characters are designed absolutely peak in Rent a Girlfriend, whereas I don't like Kazuya's design in the anime. I don't like the anime design of Kazuya. Shiunji family, every other aspect is perfect. Musical direction, visual direction, voice acting, presentation. Holy shit. The way they handle the crying scene in Shiunji Family episode 7 is literally how I wanted them to handle the crying scene in the cheer update. Literally that. I wish we got anything close to that. Instead, we got celebratory music over a girl crying over how everybody she loves is dead. We get celebratory music over someone crying that everyone they know is dead. Bruh. Genuinely curious, what is your opinion of Fragrant Flower Blooms of Dignity? I haven't seen it, but I'm low-key both kind of interested, but also burnt out by the overhype. It's genuinely a good story, but yes, people have overhyped it completely. I do think it struggles with a few tiny things. I love that it discusses mental health. I think it does a good job of discussing mental health. I do find it interesting how nobody seemingly tells them the character should go to a therapist. But here they're like, the character should go to a therapist. Both these stories discuss mental health in slightly similar ways, but not the same. The biggest difference I point to in Fragrant Flower Blooms of Dignity is that it is set in high school, and a lot of the structure of the story does have some conveniences to it. In that, you know, the good things happen, like everybody around the character is supportive, but he himself is struggling, right? Whereas with this story, it delves into the messiness of family, right? It delves into how Kazuya's family is supportive, but not messy. I know it's not fair to compare it to this story, but what I'm trying to illustrate is that Fragrant Flowers with Blooms of Dignity is a really good story, but where it struggles, in my opinion, is that one, it's kind of set in high school, and two, it's somewhat expository in how it explains certain things to you, even though I do believe it does do them well. And three, it does have some contrivances in how it explores certain things. I do think it's a good story. I do think it's up there. It is not in my top 3. I don't even think it's in like my top 4. I don't even know what like takes, like literally it's top 3 and then 4 is like way down. But it's not like in my top list. I did really like it upon reading it. I really enjoyed it when I was reading Fragrant Flowers with Dignity, but I would have to reread it to pin down why I feel the way that I do. I don't remember the details of why I feel the way that I do. I don't think it's like the greatest thing ever. It is very, very overhyped, but it will be very beloved. I saw the anime. It's animated very well. They're doing a really good job with it. And I think people will enjoy it. There are some interesting characters in that story, you know? There are some interesting characters in that story. And it is written well, and it is very engaging. So I do recommend you watch it when it inevitably comes out in like a few weeks, right? In like 2 weeks or so, it's probably going to come out. You should watch it. It's a good story. Just don't let people like overhype it for you. Just enjoy it as it is. Like, make sure you decide for yourself. You feel how you feel about it. The author said she's doing an epilogue chapter. Yeah, I read for Dress Up Darling. They're adding like a thing in the volume. Not really shocking. My Hero did it too. Read my jaw comment. Uno reverse card in Kazuya's hand. It's above the Instagram one. Lifa was my first waifu for 2 big reasons. Ugh. Ugh. Ha. I didn't really like Shiunji like I did Rag back when it aired, just in my opinion. Oh yeah, when the manga came out, it definitely felt very different. The manga feels very different. If you're referring to the anime, Shiunji is a very different kind of anime. It's presented intentionally traditionally. It's presented very intentionally traditional. And that's the point. It draws you in with that idea, and underneath all of that, there's a lot of subtext and context to the characters that is intentionally talking about things that you're not seeing. Shiunji family is kind of like the Better Call Saul to Rent a Girlfriend's Breaking Bad. In that Better Call Saul was a very slow and methodical show with a lot of stuff underneath it, slowly setting up for more. Whereas Breaking Bad explodes out immediately, and a lot of its stuff happens immediately, right? Some of the tracks in Rag are bangers, but the match tone or emotional love yeah. The problem with the Rent a Girlfriend soundtrack that I really don't like is that it's inconsistent. It's just really inconsistent. It'll go from actually kind of good tracks to these video game sounding tracks. And the problem is just it's all over the place, and it doesn't have music that plays in somber moments. It doesn't have like genuinely somber music with like that's designed specifically for the scene. Rather, they feel more designed like you know, it feels like a video game soundtrack, but like in a bad way where like you know it's all exciting tunes, but there's no emotional tunes there. There's only like a few. The big ones that I remember that are kind of emotional are like the confession one from the last episode, Kazuya's theme, Mizuhara's theme, and Chizuru's theme is just weird because Chizuru has 2 themes. Chizuru has the Ichinose theme, and then she has they just call it the Chizuru theme, and then there's the Mizuhara theme, where the Mizuhara theme is the super popular one, and the Chizuru theme is just this beat that plays over and over and over until it explodes and turns into like a Jujutsu Kaisen fucking song, and then it goes back to the same beat. And I get the point of it thematically. It's playing a role, it's playing an idea until it explodes. But it feels only convenient for like a particular moment and nothing else, which is just weird, you know? Rag getting the Dragon Ball Super treatment. Oh man, oh man. Chizuru crashing on Kazuya season 1 episode 1 was awesome. Yeah, I do think that was handled well. Understood, thank you. If the music is good, you won't notice it. Actually, you will. Yes and no. I don't fully agree with that. I think you can notice the music, both for a good reason and a bad reason. Shiunjis are really messy to me. I don't know why. Especially episode 1 was really confused at the end. Episode 1 was directed weird. They like trimmed out and cut out a lot, and it's like 2 chapters, I think, or something. It's a weird first episode, and they did trim out a lot. I do vividly recall they trimmed out a decent amount of stuff. I meant to like upload it somewhere, but it's only on my Patreon. HTTYD has one of the best scores in the animated movie. How to Train Your Dragon? Yeah, it's How to Train Your Dragon is my favorite animated film of all time. Like that trilogy, it's my favorite. So there you go. Rag getting the One Piece treatment and getting a remake. Bro, peak, but I doubt it. That would be peak, but I doubt it. Give me a girl, Rebecca Sugar, on the Kanokari soundtrack. Johan, when I think about it, Sayuri said Chizuru to fully out-reject someone to let them move on. But the chapter, she uses terminology like right now and yet giving eventuality. Yeah, we talked about this. She's just talking about her honest feelings that right now she's not ready. She's not trying to lead him on, and the ring she's going to give back to Nagomi because it's not Kazuya, right? So it's very clear when she says this, she doesn't feel ready. That she's just conveying, I'm not ready. She's not trying to lead him on. She's literally just saying, I'm not ready. That's it. Netflix rag. It'll be the next Cowboy Bebop. Well, shut up. God, no. We already have a live action. We already have a live action of Rent a Girlfriend. We don't need another one. Hiroyuki Sano could save the Rent a Girlfriend sound. No. That would be weird. I don't think Hiroyuki Sawano is a good match for this series. That would be weird. His music is not for this series. Has my number one favorite score in film. Yeah, I love How to Train Your Dragon. Not watching the live action though. Not interested in that. Huge Oscar snub in my opinion. OG Dragon Ball Z from the Toonami block, the folklore soundtrack, my favorite. It's really good, yeah. I do think he did a lot right. There are some things that the original score did really well too, but the folklore score, yes, is really good. What about a jazzing Kanokari theme soundtrack? Could be interesting. I don't know. Have you read Oshinoko? I read a bit of Oshinoko. I know about the ending, and I watched part of the anime. I do have to preface I'm not a huge fan of Aka Akasaka's writing. I've watched all 3 seasons or all 4 technically seasons of Kaguya-sama. I've interacted with a lot of his work. I mentioned this before. I think Aka is really good at execution. I'm not a huge fan of his build-up and his drama. I don't think he does that very well, and I'm not a huge fan of it. I think what kind of like took me out of Oshinoko was like the episode when the character was about to like jump off a bridge, and the main dude stops her, and how it discusses like the mental health struggle of the character right after, because it goes into this like whole thing of like, oh, she has like a mental health problem and she's really struggling. And then it just says, oh, plot twist, she cray cray, bro. And then she just comes back to the set after having almost done that. And nobody addresses this. And nobody talks about what she just almost did. And then to top it off, they do this really stupid contrived thing that pissed me the fuck off, where they needed to get the footage of her and her coworker like hugging or something, but the studio didn't want to release it. And then the main character goes to the director and tries to guilt trip him, even though the director has seemingly been in this industry and has done this for a very long time. The dude just says, yeah, here you go. It's okay, no big deal. Even though if he had actually done this in real life, which this manga is seemingly trying to talk about how fucked up the industry is, he would have been blacklisted. Because in Japan, they don't have NDAs. They literally work around trust, and he just broke their trust. And he would be one of the only people who had access to this thing, and he gave it to them. So now someone's gonna get in trouble. And the dude is just like, oh, I just had a change of conscience. You know, I felt kind of bad. And it just felt very convenient, considering like they were trying so hard to like show you how cruel and uncaring this industry is. And then this dude is just suddenly a nice guy, even though he was part of the filming, he did all of this, and there's no build up to the dude seemingly having this change of heart. So yeah, I just wasn't like a fan of that. I was just like, okay, this just feels very contrived and convenient writing. And that's what I mean. It's like, I think Aka is not very great at writing drama and how he does certain build up to certain things. Conceptually, Oshinoko has some really cool ideas, like the main character being super attractive and then but also in contrast being really kind of creepy and weird if you think about it for a second, because he's an adult in a kid's body and all these female characters are seemingly falling in love with him. It's kind of fucking weird. And the story's actively being like, yo, he's weird, something's wrong, like there's something clearly wrong with this dude. But because he looks attractive, people ship all the characters and they don't care. I thought that conceptually was interesting. I think Aka's concepts are interesting. Aka's concepts in his writing are interesting. I'm just not a fan of how he executes drama and build up. And I know somewhat about the ending for Oshinoko. I didn't care for it. I was just like, okay. I wasn't that invested. I didn't commit to the story, so I can't like say too much to know about it. Hope Reiji extends Rag. It should be like 20 more chapters. Hope Reiji, are you trying to say Hope Reiji doesn't expend? I 27. I don't know what you're expecting, but we literally said already there's going to be a reversal in the next like chapter, and then the next 3 chapters are going to be big. So I don't know. Might You from My Hero Academia movie is pretty good. Might You? Not more than 20. If you think the series is ending in 20 chapters, you're wrong. If you think the characters are going to have a resolution within 20 chapters, you would be right. Granted, I think it's going to be in the next 3. Like it's going to start next chapter, and it's gonna possibly reach its big climax by the 3rd. But if you think it's going to end in 20 chapters, you're wrong. I'm telling you right now. There's a lot of Reiji spent so much time creating setup for after this arc. Like there's so much setup for after this arc. So there's no way in hell it's going to end in 20 chapters. But if you're expecting them to get together or get a lot closer, or just like their relationship dynamic completely changing in a good way in like 3 or 2 chapters, then yes, that I agree to. But it's not going to end in 20 chapters. No, I don't believe it. 200 chapters. I want Kanokari's version of Wano. Have them build up a new place that we're dying to see. Oh, that'd be sick. Yeah, Reiji did mention going to Hawaii, like actual Hawaii. He did mention at some point wanting to have like some sort of the characters traveling in some way. So and he did mention traveling, in a certain point in like it was chapter 235 where Minnie literally says you guys could just go to Hokkaido and nobody would care. So Reiji has set up the characters going on a trip together. Let's see. I must confess, I am a Reiki Koyawaro SAO fan. The twist, I like the SAO game series storyline more than the main canon. That's really funny. SAO was a really strange experience for me. I don't really consistently remember how I feel. I do remember finding it very like cringe and weird at times. I did like certain things like Gun Gale at certain points. I thought that was kind of cool. I liked a little bit of like later SAO, but I didn't like the vibe. Like weirdly, I liked the vibe of the first series. Just vibes, not like story. I just liked the vibe of the story and the environment and the presentation. But I wasn't like SAO is just a weird experience. There's like things about it I like and things I don't fucking care about. SAO music is pretty good, like Opie and Edie from the second half of season 1. Yeah, the music is good for SAO. If he doesn't resolve the next few chapters, it's I don't know what that emoji is, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm gonna just tell you right now, you're in the wrong place if you think I'm gonna like I am a diehard Rent-A-Girlfriend fan, so you're in the wrong place if you think like I'm gonna say this series is shit, or if you think it's shit. Like I don't care. I genuinely think this story is amazing, and I expect a reversal in like the next 3 chapters. So I don't know. I don't. The length has never bothered me. People love to tell me, oh, the reason people don't like this story is the length. That's not the length. There's many other reasons. And half of them are not even the story's fault. Who am I kidding? 90% of them are not the story's fault. Imagine Chizuru getting listed into an acting reality show where the winners get to be a big movie made by a famous director. That doesn't feel like Chizuru. SAO was my first anime. It was with a like culture shock. I thought it was melodramatic at times, but I still have a special place in my heart. Not for me. Initially, I really liked SAO. I don't really care for it anymore. I don't know if I have an anime like that just still has like a special place in my heart. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think I have one like that. We're due for another fight. Ruka plot needs to get resolved. That's gonna be after this. Okay, I think what people are not getting is that the point of this arc is to not let external factors decide how you feel. The point of this never understood SAO hype. Are you kidding? I lived through the SAO hype. I remember when everybody dressed up as like Kirito and Asuna or Is it Asuna or Asuka? I don't remember the names. I'm sorry. I do have a figure back there. Like I bought it when I was still kind of a fan. I still have it. Let me grab it. This figure I bought it when SAO season 1 came out. Like this is like one of my first ever figures. I used to like SAO. I used to actually like it. It was like when anime really popped off, right? And I used to actually like SAO. So yeah, that was like one of my first figures. Uh but yeah, what as I was saying is like for the current arc, people don't seem to realize is like the point is to remove the external factors, to decide what you want to do for you, not because of other characters in the story. Yeah, I did get it right the first time. I said Asuna, and then I doubted myself and thought it was Asuka. But, you know, Asuka is the girl from, well, there's two different Asukas that I know. I know Asuka from Tekken. She first appeared in Tekken 5, and I know Asuka from Evangelion. Shuriya Boyo, redundant. I know, but I really like it. It made me find this post-show depression sometimes is good. Maybe I was a little too late for it. Oh, SAO. If you're talking about when the SAO hype happened, SAO hype was like 2014 or something. It was like 2015. So it was like a while ago. It was like 10 years ago or some shit. And then it was the Attack on Titan hype. What else? There was like a few different shows that had like the big hype that everybody got like crazy over. SAO was like one of the first. The thought has been on my mind nonstop. Aside near him, 100 chapters. We need Chizuru X Kazuya and Sumi through Sumi selfishly. Love flare up cause we haven't. I think after this arc, Chizuru is actually going to talk to Sumi. And then Sumi's gonna get reintroduced into the plot. Basically, after this arc is like the characters actually acting on all of the things Reiji has set up, whether it be Sumi, Ruka, Mami, Umi, Kazuya's family, Kazuya's friends, school life, all of that stuff. There's a reason Reiji was showing it because we're actually going to start addressing it after this. Those are all external factors. Now we're going to start actually discussing and talking them after this arc. I genuinely believe that. My friendships, Minnie and Kazuya hard. I mean, they're great friends, so no shit. They have Kazuya and Minnie do have good chemistry because they're friends, right? But that's the thing. I think once Chizuru and Kazuya like become normal friends and like break this barrier, they'll make Minnie and Kazuya look like nothing. I genuinely believe this. Like, I think once these two just completely open up to each other, Minnie and Kazuya will look like tame in comparison to Chizuru and Kazuya. Because like Reiji constantly hints at this throughout the story. He shows how like goddamn horny they are. I still remember like how they looked when they were playing the Twister game. Like holy shit, the way they looked in the Twister game was fucking hilarious. What's up with this one? Purchase with 69 points. Sure. I'll purchase it with 69 points. Okay. There it is, the Twister game. 286. I fucking look at them. Look at them. Just fuck already. Bro, just fuck already. Look at them. They are losing it. Look at them. Look at them. 69 points. Nice. Nice. How fitting. How fitting. Dude, look at them. The unbelievable levels of horny. Like these two just, bro, let it out. And then Chizuru stopped. But yeah, goddamn. Goddamn. And then Minnie's like, why? My game. I fucking love this face. My game. No. I'm so disappointed. We were just getting to the good part too. Nothing good was going to happen. Fuck you. And then they take a picture. Aw, look at this family, bro. Now I have one more thing to treasure. How can fuckers read this series and think it's shit? How can they fucking read this series and think it's shit? Y'all got no soul. You don't have a heart. I could see Sumi being a secret baby whisperer. What? No, because Sumi's afraid of fucking children, dude. The concept of SAO full drive VR is honestly the main appeal. I see. Chizuru and Kazuya be like rabbits in heat. Lol. After this day, oh my god, no, they. I'd genuinely be surprised if they don't like go nuts. I want to in and out for the first time, and my order was order 66. Huh. In and out is good. I do like in and out. I do like to get like all the animal stuff. I don't like the food on its own. Like their fries suck if it's just the fries, but you need the animal style sauce. It would suck without it. The part where they both hide from Chizuru's neighbor is peak as well. Oh yeah, that part I explained, like I talked about that part and why I love it so much. Kazuya's nose was bleeding. Yeah, I talked about how that arc is like about I don't know if I can say the words or YouTube would get mad. It's about abuse. And how that would never happen between these two characters because there's a fundamental trust. I love this chapter shows how Chizuru is man-coded and Kazuya is girl-coded. Can't wait for Reishi to shut up all the haters. All social media is just hating right now. I really hope it does happen soon, but I don't know how quick it'll happen or if it will. And I stopped reading Nag near chapter 214 because very slow progression, but tomorrow I read chapter 218. I think I'll stay away for a while. 27, again, you're in the wrong place because I think chapter 218 is one of the best chapters in the series. And I get it. You can disagree. That's perfectly fine. But I've talked about it in the past. And I've said why I think chapter 218 is a good chapter. And yeah, I get it. It's a chapter that makes you feel gross and it shows things in uncomfortable ways. But it's written really well. 244 is my favorite chapter. Yeah, I do think 244 is one of my favorites too. I really like 244. It's a really good chapter. But I'm one of the few chapter 218 defenders. Like I genuinely think it's a good chapter. It's done really well. It's a chapter that like really encapsulates Kazuya's pain. Jux 3. What the fuck? What, you guys surprised? I like things you thought was bad. I love it when people walk in here and they're like, wait, you like that super horrible part? I'm like, yeah, shocker, I know. TLDR, chapter 219 is a chapter about Kazuya hating himself. Every single aspect of the chapter is twisting something Kazuya loves to either do or be into something terrible about himself. It's intentionally presented like NTR, not because it is, but to hurt Kazuya's feelings. So in that chapter, the point of it was to make you feel how Kazuya hates himself. That was the point. So when people hate Kazuya in that chapter, or hate Reiji for that chapter, you're kind of, that's the point. And it's kind of sad that they don't see that's how Kazuya feels about himself. So the chapter first starts with his mind turning against him. Basically, what do we constantly see with Kazuya that he loves to do? He's a dreamer. So he constantly fantasizes. He constantly imagines himself with Chizuru, right? So what does his mind start doing? It starts hurting him. It takes this thing he loves to do to punish him. So it twists it from this fantasy that he loves to something that would intentionally hurt him. Then he was fun but irrelevant to what happened before and after, since they could have taken it out and nothing. No, it is fundamentally relevant to the characters. It is fundamentally relevant to Kazuya's struggle as a character. It is about his self-hatred, his lack of worth, and how he feels unworthy to be with Chizuru. Right? It's a chapter fundamentally about this. Every single part of the story after this point deals with that moment of Kazuya's trauma and how much he hates himself and how unworthy he feels. Kazuya's entire trauma after Paradise isn't just because of the 3 months. It's because of that moment. Chapter 218 is very core to Kazuya's hatred. And so even the very end portion where Kazuya pops a boner, it's core to that. Do you know why? Because that proves to Kazuya how much he hates himself. It is something he used to do before to fantasize. It is important. It is something he does to fantasize, right? He gets excited about this stuff by fantasizing. So his mind turns against him, then his heart turns against him, then his body turns against him. It is all about Kazuya hating himself. It is core to his struggle as a character. No, it's not. You're welcome to believe what you want. It's literally in the text. Like, that is a very core moment to that Kazuya. It's framed like how NTR is framed. It's not NTR. It's framed like NTR. Reiji even makes a joke about it later where Ruka says, "You just NTR'd me to Chizuru," because that was actual NTR. That was actual cucking. Chizuru actually cucked Ruka. But that thing Kazuya was imagining was not NTR. Like, it was because it didn't actually happen, right? But it's framed like it intentionally to reflect Kazuya's pain. I hate Kazuya as well. Well, you're in the wrong fucking chat, buddy. Because, like, I'm a huge Kazuya fan. He's my favorite fucking character. Like, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You're in the wrong chat. Yeah, Chizuru's kiss is more NTR than 218. Yeah. No, Reiji. So 27. We talked about this earlier. You're saying Reiji could have implied this in some other way by having NTR fantasies instead of having NTR fantasies. No. I'm going to read to you what we read earlier. I'm going to read this text for you one more time. Reiji's talking about how he draws characters and when he wants to depict. He says, I think he's talking about this art piece where he drew veins on Chizuru's chest to show how, to make her feel human. He says, I think veins can convey a lot of things. They make you feel like a character is an actual breathing human being made up of flesh and blood. I've always wanted to show that through my drawings, and I finally did. And when I finally did, my editors were impressed by what I'd drawn. I was really glad I could express what I wanted in this instance. The person replies, that must have been a risky choice. One misstep and it could have come off as too graphic or even lewd. Exactly. In terms of Kanokari, however, a part of me wants to highlight the graphicness. The same goes for the story. Rather than toning things down and making things seem more palatable, I want to tell the story as it is, messy details and all. I believe that makes the characters feel more real, and I want to honor that messiness as much as possible. Whether you disagree with that or not is completely up to you. There are many people who will never like Chapter 218. I will literally never convince you. You will never like it. And in many ways, the chapter is not meant to be liked. You're meant to feel gross and uncomfortable. That's the point. But to me, when I read that chapter, I fucking cried. Because to me, I felt how much Kazuya hated himself in that moment. It was a chapter encapsulating how much he hates that he has no control over his life. He has no control over himself. And everything is just completely out of his control. And even his body and his mind and his heart turn against him. And in that moment, he truly felt alone. And that to me fucking broke me. I fucking cried. Kazuya was just completely sad and alone. And he felt like he had absolutely nothing and no one. Whereas their friends were looking for him and talking, his pain was something he felt completely alone. And all he could feel was how much he hated himself. And that is reflected in how he deals with the end of Paradise, where he feels powerless to control or change anything in the world around him. So what does he do? He directs everyone's hatred towards himself. Not because he can't actually change anybody's mind. He has lost faith in his ability to change anybody's mind or to make any real changes. So what does he do? He directs his family's hatred and anger towards himself instead of Chizuru, despite the fact that she seemingly rejected him, right? Most people would be like, yeah, screw Chizuru, right? She hurt my feelings. Kazuya would never fucking do that. Literally, when his family turns against Chizuru, he will literally be on the ground crying, and he will still have them direct his hatred towards him and not her. Never her. Because that's what it means to love someone else. Even if they break your heart, you still care for them, right? And to say that Chapter 218 does not reflect Kazuya's feeling of being unable to do anything, having no control over anything in his life, is a complete lie, because most of the arc after that, what is Kazuya being unable to do? He can't do anything about the 3-month time skip. He can't control the circumstances around his life. He seemingly can't change anything. And most of the cohabitation saga is him trying to feel like he can do something, but actively stopping himself, actively trying not to engage, trying not to do something, until finally you get to when Chizuru finally asks, when he finally asked Chizuru out. He finally overcame some of that trauma, felt a little confident enough to actually make a choice and move forward, because he's had enough support and enough time to heal and slowly start moving forward. But to say chapter 218 did not impact Kazuya's character is complete bullshit, because it reflects how powerless he feels and how much he truly hates himself. And Kazuya is not humiliating himself. That's not what Kazuya is doing. He's not trying to humiliate himself. Kazuya is that's not what he's doing. Kazuya just does not feel worthy or good enough, and now he is at a point where he does feel that way, as a contrast to Chizuru herself. But do you think there could have been a better way to imply Kazuya's helplessness in your... It's not just about feeling helpless. You're missing the point. Stop just taking parts of what I'm saying and take everything as a whole. The chapter reflects how much Kazuya hates himself. He hates how powerless he feels, and that powerlessness is conveyed to you through his loss of autonomy over his own thoughts, his heart, and his own physical body. It is literally a physical manifestation of everything he hates about himself, as well as his inability to change anything. It's not just about feeling helpless. It's about hatred of himself. It's about... Okay. How do we get to that point? Do you remember how do we get to that point? Kazuya is constantly trying to confess to Chizuru, and it's not working, and she keeps drifting away from him. Then Grandma Nagomi comes up to Kazuya and says, everything is my fault. I fucked up. And she's right, but Kazuya feels super guilty now because Grandma Nagomi couldn't see that Kazuya was not in a good place, and she just said, I misjudged you this whole time, when he's been lying to her. So he feels horrible. So then he goes to Chizuru to try to make it right. He's trying to make it right. He's trying to make this lie come true, and that fails too. So now he feels like a failure to his family. He feels like a failure to Chizuru, and he feels like a failure because he couldn't make the lie come true. And in the end, he couldn't succeed in anything. Right? He couldn't stop his family from dragging Chizuru to this trip. He couldn't help his grandmother. He couldn't help his friends, and he couldn't help Chizuru, and he couldn't help anybody, and he's fucking useless. And he just sits there with a blank stare on his face right after. It's literally Kazuya's entire world falling apart, and it's a metaphysical representation of how he feels powerless in the world around him. It's literally why Kazuya initially turned to rental, because he felt powerless. He felt like he couldn't change anything in his life. Kazuya feels like he has no real autonomy over his life. Why do you think his final line when Chizuru kisses him in the end is this? Let's find it really quick. Because Chizuru's the one who truly changes the narrative. Take care, Gyro. Chizuru's the one who truly changes the narrative. So when Chizuru kisses him, you have to like listen to her line, or the line he says. Chapter 226, there it is. Now and forever, from the flowers to the trees, what I've realized is the whole world turns for you. It's also very much reflective of how Chizuru is the one who truly controls the narrative. She moves the narrative. She changes things. But it's also about how after this point, it's Kazuya finding his own autonomy. Right? It's about Kazuya truly finding his own autonomy, his own agency over his own life and what he wants to do. That's the point of this arc. This is Kazuya's arc. Whereas Chizuru's the one who's changing. It is Kazuya achieving his dream. It is Kazuya succeeding. This is the point of this arc. The movie arc is about Chizuru's dream and her reaching her dream. And Kazuya is the one who's evolving in that arc. This arc is the reverse. Chizuru is the one who's evolving, and Kazuya is the one who's reaching his dream. Kazuya is the one who's slowly regaining autonomy over his life. That's the point of that chapter. It is a reflection of his hatred of himself, his inability to do and change anything in his life, the fact that he feels truly and completely, utterly useless, and he hates himself for that. And his body literally turns all that against him to make him hate himself and shows him all these things that he used to love to do against him. It is literally warping everything you love against you by design, because that is what depression and depression feels like. Your own body and heart turn against you. What in the Jiminy heck is your mom's dad talking about? Why are we talking about One Piece? Are you like spoiling? Are you trying to spoil One Piece for me because you don't like what I'm saying? Is that what's happening here, your mom's dad? Is that the joke? You're spoiling One Piece for me because I'm saying something you don't like? Is that the joke? There was many things in Hawaiians that only today I found out that mommy, the One Piece is real. Oh, it's a song? Huh. I've never heard this. I'm sorry. It sounds like One Piece. I'm sorry. Just a little confused, I guess. Okay. So let's see. There are many things in Hawaiians that only today I found out mommy has a miscarriage. Mommy does not have a miscarriage. This is completely wrong. I'll explain it in just a sec. Let me read what else you have to say. When talking about her past and her parents' history, there's a lot of criticism of the characters, but rarely does anyone go into the details of their motivations. So no, the miscarriage was just a metaphor. It is just a metaphor. Reishi confirmed this at a later point when someone asked him. It is just a complete metaphor. There is no miscarriage. The reason mommy's metaphor is about giving a child is because mommy feels like she has so little autonomy and control over her own life that the only true way she can ever have any control over her life is to give birth to a new life, to have that life give her autonomy over herself, because she feels she has no control over what she can do. A lot of the themes of Hawaiians is about autonomy and control. So much about it is about like self-efficacy and agency, like you being able to control the things you want to do in your life. That is so much to do with what Hawaiians is about. That's why mommy is trying to take away their control over their lives by using authority, in the case of Nagomi as a parental authority, to rob them of control over their lives, just as her father robbed her of authority and control, right? Because he has more power than her. So she uses the element of power to rob others of control. And the only true way mommy can envision a control over her life is through another life. It's through someone else, because she doesn't envision it like a fire. She sees like a bird in the sky when thinking of freedom. But when she wants actual control, she wants that. Make a video reacting to Chibi and correcting him. What would that do? Like, I don't even know what that would do. Fine. Let's see if I can't find his video. I think I added it to like the Rage playlist, because I do have the Rage playlist. I don't know. Hopefully they're short. It's 12 minutes, 13 minutes. And then there's the 250K. Yes, I made a Rage playlist. Here, I'll show it to you. These are all the Rent-A-Girlfriend hate videos. We've already So for those who are curious, we've already reacted to two of them. One was the Degenerosity video that we reacted to, and then the other was the Mother's Basements video. And both of them, I did a whole last stream sitting through them and talking about them and going into it and discussing them and just, breaking down all the issues with their criticisms, like how Degenerosity's video, he pretty much misremembers like everything. It's actually kind of fucking funny. He's literally misremembering everything, and he's not understanding the story, and he admits he's confused like multiple fucking times. And then he just says it's bad. Whereas Mother's Basement's video, Fate, you might want to update your rage playlist because 380 made the hate video market explode. I don't want to talk about like every single one. Like, what the fuck is that serve? Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Like, just have like a bajillion videos in there? Just like, oh, look, here's another person say 380 sucks. Like, it seems fucking pointless. I don't know what to fucking do with all that. Like, oh, you just want me to like sit there scrolling through all the fucking videos and just be like, oh, this one sucks and this one sucks and this one sucks. I don't know what to do, man. Current manga ending, volume 111. Bro, talk about the chibi one, please. That's the one that's interesting. That's the one that's okay. So which one is it? There's at least 4 different ones. There's the one he made about chapter 379 where he said it was ending, right? That was the one where he said the series is ending, and that's why everybody thinks it's fucking ending. There is the one where he talks about the 250K that's Kazuya supposedly spent, which is fucking impossible. We talked about why it's impossible. There's the one where he talks about the leaks, and then he says the leaks were worse than I thought or something. Which one am I looking at here? Second one on 380. So what, this one? No, it isn't chibi. Wait, what? Anyway, we're finally playing bingo, right? Oh yeah, the fucking bingo. Shit. Oh, we never made the fucking bingo list. Shit. Here. Let's make like a mini bingo one really fast. Let's just make a mini bingo one really fast. Since we're going to technically watch a hate video, we got to finish the bingo list really fast. Bingo card manager. Oh, hey, oh, okay, this one's kind of, it's kind of hard to read though. Yeah, it's a little hard to read. Damn it. Okay, let me find a different one. Bingo generator. What should the winner of bingo get? I don't fucking know. Create a bingo card. Come on. Okay. Let's see. Google Docs. So, okay, we know he at least calls Chizuru a prostitute, so we're just gonna add that in there. That's a given. That we'll put that as the free one. There's a free one. Include a free space in the free space. Yep, that's what that will say. We'll try to make this one not too big. What did we call it again? We had a good name, Rent a Bingo. That's what it was, Rent a Bingo. Here, I'll move it here so you guys can see. Okay. So I gave the prostitute one, the easy one. Which ones should we add? Which ones should we add? I can't control plus all of them because there's too many. So let's add 218. Maybe 218 will be in there. There's a chance 218 will be in there. What's grid size? Maybe 3x3? Should we keep the grid size 3x3 or 4x4? What do you think? Here, let me turn on the lights. I'll just make it 4x4. Okay. So 218 is a given. I haven't read much. Okay, sure. Read much. Hate Kazuya, maybe. Simp for sure. Simp is gonna be in there. You don't know how you feel until what happens next chapter. I mean, you're not supposed to be like, this isn't supposed to be that chapter. You're like, oh my God, it's the greatest thing ever. It's literally intentionally supposed to be kind of disappointing. And it's supposed to throw you off because you're supposed to expect like the confession. It's the illusion of a confession. Gold digger. Gold digger. Hating on Chizuru is gonna be a given, but sure. Hate Chizuru. Train wreck. Don't deserve. Yeah, it was the other where he's only farming money. And that's why he'll never complete reg. Okay, farming money. Ooh. I'm gonna take a bet. I think there'll be a bit of misogyny in there. I'm betting there's gonna be a bit of misogyny in there. Add using mommy lines? Let's say siding with mommy. Sumi is a queen. Okay. Reiji marry Chizuru. Okay. You can just hit zoom in on the original. Can I? Oh. I guess we can. Well, we already made this other one, so it's like, what the fuck's the point? We could try doing both. We could try doing both. I already put 218. It's the first one. Chizuru is classic? What? I put Chizuru on the bingo because many haters don't even know her name. Chizuru is in the bingo. We hate Chizuru. Don't deserve. Kazuya should hit the gym. What? What's wrong, Cyber Demon? What the fuck? Chill out. Kazuya should have hit the gym. I don't know about hitting the gym. He reads it incorrectly. He reads Chizuru's name incorrectly. Does he say Chizuru? What the fuck? He reads her name incorrectly? Just trying to save some effort. Fine, we'll grab some from here. Reading for mommy. NTR. Sure, we'll put NTR. There, we saved one. Add misinformation, Reiji slander, unfunny jokes. Misinfo. Well, misinfo is a given. Slander. NTR and 218 are the same thing, so we'll just put unfunny jokes. Kazuya, well, the 250k is like in the title. That one isn't fair. Umisu's Chizuru instead of Kazuya. I bet he'll say something like Chizuru doesn't deserve happiness or some shit, or she chose him over her job. I said you read it correctly when I write incorrectly on purpose. Don't do this to me. I'm so confused. Kazuya should be with Ruka. I don't fucking know. Yeah, ships Kazuya with someone else. Well, that Kazuya wasted life savings. Like that goes with Gold Digger, I guess. Ruka is too good for him? No. Y'all are so silly. Okay. It's simple. Ruka doesn't deserve Kazu trash. Murdering Google AdSense in the background. What do you mean? Okay. This one probably. Oh, this is him reading the leaks. Oh, that's who this person was. So Professor Chice was the one who like I saw posted on Reddit randomly. And I'm like, who the fuck is this person? So I go to their account and there's literally like they're this tiny fucking account and then they're making fun of the series and they get like a bajillion likes. I'm like, who the fuck is this person? So they're the ones who released the leaks, I guess. I'm assuming. Okay. Let's close this. Let's close this. He looks like Christopher Mintz. Who? Sorry, I'm not like super familiar with big celebrities and shit. Trying to make it like half and half. There we go. There we go. Oh, look, another person saying it's the worst. Sure, I'll add you to the playlist. I don't even know who you are, but I'll add you. 66K on this. No wonder he keeps talking about it. 100K. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's no wonder. You're actively rewarded for talking shit. I wonder if I have this one already. No, I don't. Yeah, no, like it's so sad how people are actively rewarded for talking shit. And then there's another one. Here's another one. What have I done? Why am I scrolling through this? What have I done? Hey, look, it's us. Hey, it's us. I've made a terrible mistake. There we go. He looks like Christopher Benz. Let's frickin' go. This guy from Super Bad ID. You forgot ratio 20. Do the 70-30 ratio. You mean like this? I don't know if this is what you meant. Maybe that's how I'll get my YouTube career started. If you feel Kazuya, you're a loser. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, god damn it, the audio wasn't on? Fuck. Let's just go through it again.
Chizuru took out the ring and said, "I've been thinking about this for a whole month," shouting out that she also loves Kazuya's family. But she still couldn't put the ring on. Although she said she didn't regret the kiss in the Hawaiians, all the complicated circumstances at the time made her feel that it wasn't just a simple romantic feeling. She might be attracted to him.
I might have feelings for you. Two different things. Having feelings for someone and being attracted to them is like, it's similar, but it's not quite the same. She's saying, like, I might have feelings for you.
But not to the point where she...
No. Not, she doesn't say, but not to the point. She never says that. She says, but considering my current lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I just don't think that's something I can jump into right now. So even though I have feelings for you, I can't do this. Not to the point. She never says not to the point. This is not in the dialogue. She never says this, right? It's clearly right there. She never says not to the point. She just says, but considering my current lifestyle and stuff, I can't do that. That's different.
She'd throw away her current life and job to jump into his arms.
That's not what she says. I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. Like, she's just saying, I'm sorry, this is just messy right now. I'm sorry, I can't do this right now. That's all. I just don't feel ready. The framing is intentionally negative. The framing is intentionally like she's being mean and rude to him. That's not what's happening. What the shit?
So she lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry. Really sorry." A full-page spread shows the moment Chizuru bows her head in apology. Rejected. Kazuya held back his tears.
What tears? Does this man look like he's about to fucking cry? Does this dude look like he's about to fucking cry? Dude's about to lose it. What the shit? He says, hang in there. I just need to hold it together. Like, don't lose your shit. Calm the fuck down. Don't lose your shit. Because he's clearly about to lose his shit. That's different from about to cry. He doesn't look like he's about to cry. He looks fucking mad. This is why we don't read spoilers. Spoilers are really fucking stupid.
Telling himself, hold it in, while desperately trying to smooth things over for Chizuru. Just when it seems like the date was almost over, an unexpected accident happens. Chizuru hurt her foot from a shoe blister.
So I'm not gonna lie, that feels fake as fuck. Personally, for me, it feels fake as fuck. The laugh and all that, it does. As someone who like used to do acting and knows how to laugh genuinely, that feels pretty fucking fake, dude. It's so exaggerated. He like reacts, he claps, he laughs. He's intentionally exaggerating it. And again, like you'll confront someone about this, and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm not exaggerating it." Like,
amazing, absolutely amazing. Just cinema, pure 100%.
Get to your point.
Made a chapter like this, and even thought that this was going to happen. Like, this is insane. Like, this is actually insane. So let me get some details, some background information to this. Okay, so this is the actual text leaks for the upcoming chapter the end game, because we had that there was a lot of progression, that we have definitely entered, talking about chapter 379, that there was a lot of progression, that we have definitely entered.
I'm betting it right now. He jumped into chapter 379. We could watch the chapter 379 video just to make sure, but I'm betting right now he just jumped in chapter 379 and he's like, oh, we've made a lot of progress. We finally got to this point. And I doubt he actually properly read the arc before this. I kind of doubt it.
Into the end game, because we had a whole confession scene and Chizuru pretty much acknowledging, yeah, you know, I think I'm
Chizuru. Why does he say it like she's cheese? Chizuru. It's Chizuru. Is it Chizuru? Is it Chizuru Mizuhara? Now I'm wondering how you're supposed to say her name in Japanese. I'm kind of doubting myself. Oh, well.
And it was a pretty good scene. Like, it's a good scene because obviously, despite your issues or anybody's issues with the series, it basically meant that we are finally confronting the romantic relationship and the circumstances around Kazuya and Chizuru. And so a lot of people are talking about it like, holy crap, you know, we're finally seeing the end of, like, the journey of Rent-a-Girlfriend after...
No? Who the fuck said it was the end? See, this is why I'm confused. Why does he keep talking like we're reaching the end? Like, why does the manga have to end when they get together? That's such a strange concept that seems to be really popular amongst people just because they haven't gotten together yet. And they're like, oh, it's the same as like every other story where it ends when they get together. When that's not been the thing. Like it doesn't really feel like this is that kind of story. Yeah, I don't know why everyone thinks the manga will end suddenly. It's like, oh, we're reaching the end because they're about to get together. It's like,
you know, years, over like 8 years, basically, we're almost at the end. So we fast forward to these text leaks that came out today, and this paints an entirely different picture.
Chizuru. Yeah, Chizuru. Yeah, that sounds more right. Yeah, roll it like an R. Chizuru.
And the picture it paints is just outright brutal. And I will get into that in a second. But before we go any further, I do want to clarify that these text leaks are very believable. Now, at the end of the day, these are leaks. This isn't official confirmation. For instance, the chapter isn't officially out yet, but these text leaks are very believable, and the reason for that is because at first I discovered them through, you know, this Twitter post here, someone talking about them, but then I did some investigating. I found out that there is the Reddit community of Rent-a-Girlfriend talking about it, chapter 380, in their pre-release thread, and then if you go further down, eventually you can find a link to this thread where someone apparently is translating the raws of the chapter, and you could see it like in here if you were to put it through translation. So these text leaks are legit. This it appears to be legit, and so now we need to tackle what this necessary.
Even though they intentionally have, you know, horrible framing on purpose to get to intentionally so it's intentionally framed wrong.
Means. Does this mean that Rent-a-Girlfriend is coming to an end? Does this mean that it's getting an extension? What does this well mean?
Why is he so convinced it's ending? I'm just really confused. Like, why does he seem so, like, does someone tell him it's ending and they're like a credible source or something? Like, did he say at some point why he's so convinced it's ending? Because nothing has indicated it's ending. I don't know where he's getting this from. Literally nobody. No, it's just, no, he, like, the way he's talking about it, he seems convinced it's ending, and I don't get it.
In the grand scheme of things. Well, this is just pure rejection. I mean, the chapter just outlines it itself. That Kazuya...
This is just pure rejection, us sitting down for hours, so it's clear she's not outright rejecting him. She's literally like, I love you, but I just can't do this right now, as in, you know, I want to, I just literally can't. And it's literally her misunderstanding her feelings and not understanding what's going on. Like, Chizuru is literally, like, okay, we explained this earlier in the video. Chizuru thinks her love is not pure enough. She doesn't think she's good enough. She doesn't feel worthy. She feels confused, lost, and she's trying to find a solution on her own when she should be finding it together with him. And that's the problem. It's like this arc is fundamentally about talking to each other. That was the point. Most of the arc, if you read through it, is the characters talking to each other. They're sitting down talking to one another. And in the end, it's about making a choice rather than doing the thing you've been doing the entire time, which should have been you should talk more, right? You clearly needed to talk about this shit more. That was the problem. They didn't talk about it, right? This arc is fundamentally dealing with breaking the communication barrier, not making a choice. So the problem is they both walked in with the wrong mentality. Kazuya thought he needed to confess. Chizuru thought she needed to make a choice. And because she didn't reach the goal she had hoped to reach by the end of this, which is that, I'm terrible right now, I need to be good enough, and she doesn't see herself in the date that she's literally giving love and actually doing the thing that she thinks is not good enough, because of that moment, she feels unworthy. So she has to turn him down, even though it's not right, even though she's wrong, even though she can't see past that, and she doesn't like this decision, and that literally manifests in a blister in her foot. Specifically a blister in her heel, of all places. Like, goddamn, your fucking Achilles heel. Like, it manifests in a literal physical damage, if you will, that she's hurt and unhappy with this situation. And just as Kazuya is not happy either.
Was rejected. And this, just point blank, a pure 100% rejection like this also could spell the end of a story as well. And
there's a lot of conjecture happening here.
Here is my assumption. If we're going to go down a cliche route where Kazuya does get with someone, here is my assumption of what's going to happen here, okay? Just from an accident, she hurt her foot, she has a shoe blister. Very low-level stuff in comparison to everything else that the chapter dropped on you, and it's obviously set up for a cliffhanger. And it's very clear by the way this is done, it's probably setting up for maybe Chizuru to reflect on what she said to Kazuya, really think about her priorities and what she wants to do in life, and she might change her decision here to actually want to be with him.
No, I think it's the complete opposite. Kazuya's going to get mad, and they're going to talk. It's not about Chizuru making the decision alone. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of the narrative, in my opinion. If that's your interpretation, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of the narrative. Because everything about this arc, everything about the cohabitation saga as a whole, has been about working through shit together, not doing it alone. Minnie literally says this in the practice states that Kazuya and her go on, that it's meant to mirror this state, to be a reflection of this state, a literal flip of it. That in that date, she literally says, love is a lonely battle, I can't handle that, but when I do things together with other people, I'm okay. So throughout the date, what are they doing? They're together. They're going through shit together. They're okay together. But then when they try to do something alone, like here, where they try to do something on their own, where they're trying to do this thing instead of actually talking, because confessions are fucking stupid, because they don't actually get you the result you want. You're supposed to talk to each other and figure shit out, because sometimes in real life, like when you confess and you get together, suddenly it's not so great because you didn't talk about anything. You didn't actually resolve any of your conflicts or any of that shit. It's much better to sit down and talk to someone and sort through shit out. So Breiji, what does he do? He gives us a confession and a rejection. Both things happen at the same time because the characters have not talked through this shit together. This is stuff they should have clearly talked about and communicate with each other. This is about working through things together, not Chizuru suddenly magically figuring something out on her own when this entire time she fucking can't, right? It's about them communicating with each other. Chizuru already made a choice here. Even though she's unhappy with this choice, she already made a choice here. So I don't magically think Chizuru's just going to be like, whoop-de-doo, I'm gonna reflect and change my mind on this. And it's also weird that like later on he seemingly starts like attacking Chizuru in later points where he like I think in this one, like he starts like, yeah, it's worse than I imagined. Like, so how is it? Let's just finish this one and get to that one.
That's theoretically what's probably of melodrama, dramatic stuff going on within the story before it wraps itself up. That's at least how I take this. As someone that has read a lot of romance, leading to the fact...
See, this is the problem that I see with a lot of people. They're like, I've read a lot of romance manga, therefore I see these patterns that I'm very familiar with, and when the pattern seems familiar, they're very okay with feeling confident in their beliefs, even if the story actively, subtly, constantly tells you this isn't the pattern you think you're following. You're literally wrong, right? And like this is case in point this, where like the dude is like, oh, this is gonna have a great ending. They're gonna confess. They're gonna get together. They don't confess. They don't get together, and it's a rejection. And suddenly, like he flips the script again, and now he's just like, oh no, I've read a lot of manga, so now I know where it's gonna go. So he makes a prediction, the prediction is wrong, he makes a new prediction, he feels confident in that prediction because it seems familiar, only to probably not be correct the next chapter. This is why I never like stick to one particular prediction whenever like talking about future things, however, trying to look at the themes and the concepts and the ideas, which is solving problems together. That seems to be the consistent theme of this arc, and this is why I feel like this is about talking to each other and solving this shit out by actually communicating with one another, not for one person to make a decision and the other to not make a decision or something along those lines, or all that stuff. It's about communication.
That Chizuru's going to realize she messed up and she's going to confront, However, this is Rent-A-Girlfriend, and this series is written by an author that is very, how can I say, obsessed with Chizuru. Like, if you...
We haven't talked about the bingo. We haven't been doing the bingo. I'm sorry. We got one down, baby. We got one down. Okay, let's see. Obsessed with Chizuru. We got obsessed with Chizuru, right? Reiji's obsessed with Chizuru.
If you don't know, the author of Rent-A-Girlfriend legitimately got jealous that a guy won an award to be with a life-size statue of Chizuru, and like...
Okay, misinformation it is. No? Where the fuck? No? What the fuck's he talking about? What the fuck? No. Reishi got jealous of one of the fans being around a statue of Chizuru. I bet you right now, if we find this, it's probably Reishi fucking joking. I bet you right now, it's probably Reishi joking and exaggerating. He's literally probably fucking trolling. And these people took it dead serious. Like, this man's actually obsessed. They're so funny. These people don't know real artists. No shot. No fucking shot. If they actually know a real artist, like, I'm just genuinely fucking surprised, because if you actually know real artists, they love the shit out of their OCs. They love their original characters. They obsess over them. They give them backstories. They delve into like their history. They delve into like how they want them to look and how cute they look and how they present. Dude, artists love their characters to death, right? And it is nowhere near shocking that Reiji loves his character deeply and really cares about Chizuru and actively jokes about his love for Chizuru. He literally presents himself like a jackass in the manga. Like when he does like the back volumes of the manga, he presents himself like a jackass because he knows he looks stupid when he likes his characters. He knows he's fucking silly and he loves his characters. And yet, Reiji recently, what did he do? He did a crowdfunding event for Ruka's character, because she's one of his favorite characters. So you would think if he's so obsessed with Chizuru, the first thing he would do is make a crowdfunding event for Chizuru's character. You would think the first thing he would do is make a crowdfunding event for Chizuru's character. He loves her so much, he's fucking obsessed with her. So why is the biggest crowdfunding event he's ever done for this series for Ruka's character? It's almost like Reiji's a normal fucking person, and he's not as weird as you're making him out to be. It's almost like he's a completely normal dude, and he made a crowdfunding event for the fans, and he drew things, and he collaborated with other artists and other people, and even the voice actors of the anime to make this event. And yet somehow, he's this weirdo, obsessed dude who loves Chizuru so much he'll cuck his own main character, even though Reiji has openly said he is Kazuya. And Kazuya reflects his deep love, that he occasionally feels self-loathing for himself, that he occasionally views certain things for himself. And naturally, people will take what I've just said out of context, frame it as, oh, that means Reiji is a cuck. That means Reiji wants to be cucked because he always gets rejected, even though he talks about how he falls deeply in love and that he wants to really delve into the messiness of love and how complicated it is. Something we literally talked about in this interview, where he literally says, in terms of Kanokari, however, a part of me wants to highlight that graphicness. The same goes for the story. Rather than toning things down and making things more palatable, I want to tell a story as it is, messy details and all. I believe that makes the characters feel more real, and I want to honor that messiness as much as possible. So yeah, which is a better way to consume rag anime or manga. Manga, no question.
Go around and all that and travel with the statue of Chizuru, the author got jealous and bought the statue for himself after all that was done. It just...
I don't even remember Chizuru draw. What? No, what? No, they made this like big statue that everyone had access to because the whole point was that you were renting a girlfriend. That was the joke. That was the idea. It was a big statue that anyone could take a picture with. Reiji did not buy it. If Reiji bought it, it was probably just to have it in his room. Like, you know, it's a cool fucking statue of his character. He must be fucking proud of it, right? So, I don't know. I don't think Reiji bought it. I doubt it. I know someone bought it. I recall someone possibly buying it or getting it somehow, but I don't recall Reiji buying it. I don't remember this. And I don't know where he's getting this information because I follow Reiji's Twitter regularly. I did not see this anywhere. Like, I do recall a big statue of Chizuru as a life-size statue of Chizuru, but that, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I've literally never heard of that. That's like purely new information to me, and I am an obsessive fan of this series, so I don't know where the fuck he's getting this shit. So what did we say? Would this be considered slander? I don't know. I don't know if this is considered slander. I don't know if all fans feel this way, but what bothers me is not how people hate Kanokari to from likes or click. Is not the people who hate Kanokari. You mean the people? Never, I get what you mean.
There is a lot of jealousy that the author has, and on top of that,
the author is jealous of fictional characters.
When you look at just like some of the things that's happened within the story that, you know, Rent a Girlfriend gets memed on, for instance, like cuck stuff, like being into yard.
Oh yeah, here we go. Chapter 218, that counts. That counts. That counts. Okay. So, okay. I'm not gonna lie. This is some conspiracy level shit. This is actually conspiracy kind of thinking. Like, this is how conspiracy people think. Like, they're just like, oh yeah, see, all the dots are clicking together. Yeah, he must be fucking weird. He's into cuck shit. Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. Yeah. Like, this is kind of what this feels like. Isn't it? It's so strange. Like it's like he's not a normal person to them. That's so weird.
It's very likely maybe Kazuya will end up alone. Or at least his dream girl, you know, Chizuru, will be taken from him and he will never get her and he's cucked by some other dude or some other person in his life. That's theoretically what could happen. Judging by some of the things that has been set up within the story or what we...
Correction, judging by some of the things literally the internet loves to regurgitate over and over and over because that's not a thing.
We have seen from certain panels or chapters within Rent a Girlfriend. So
I genuinely think this dude doesn't read the manga. I think he sees things about the manga online. It's literally the TLDR thing we were joking about earlier. I genuinely think this person doesn't really read the manga. He probably just, you know, skims it or just gets told about it online constantly. Like, you know, people send him things. He probably has a Discord of some sorts. And he gets sent this stuff. I will give him credit where credit is due. He did the bare minimum of like actually going to the subreddit and actually seeing the pre-release thread. However, as I've discussed many times in the past, the leaks are always wrong, and in fact, they were wrong. They did misinterpret the events intentionally, which is strange that he doubles down on it seemingly later that the leaks were real and somehow they're worse.
In general, there is a high possibility, because of the overall obsessive nature that the author has with his character.
Okay, this is definitely slander at this point. Like, this is definitely kind of fucking slander at this point, because he's framing the author like he's this weird, obsessed freak, when Reiji is like one of the most wholesome dudes I've ever fucking seen. This is, okay, just to give you some backstories on Reiji, when they were filming the live action of the series, he went to the cast as they were filming, gave them flowers, gave them chocolates, bowed and thanked them for all the work that they're doing, for the amount of effort they put into the series, and literally like showered them with love. He when the anime was coming out, despite the anime's flaws, clearly it has flaws, he actively supports the anime team. He never once says anything, and he actively tells the fans, "I'm so like here. Let's pull up one of the posts he made on Twitter a while back, and where he literally just talks about how thankful he is for all the love he's received in this time. Like, dude, Reiji is genuinely such a wholesome fucking dude, and it is baffling to me that people like present him as this weird obsessive man who wants to like cuck his fans and shit. It is so stupid and idiotic. I'm sorry. Like, it's baffling to me. Like, these people are fucking children. Like, you like okay, there are weird mangakas out there. Don't get me wrong. There are many weird fucking mangakas out there. Reiji by far is like one of the most normal ones. Like, by a Christmas smile, he's one of the most normal ones I've ever seen. Like, the dude has some like unorthodox and weird shit about him. The dude's a little crazy, but like in a normal way. In a normal way, being crazy in a normal way. The dude is sorry. Let me read the donation. Flat earthers about Kanokari. Not even we fan theorize these weird things, and we make several theories on Discord, etc. I sent questions after you reacted. Sorry, I must have missed your. I have personally. That's why I don't care, but I feel sad about why shy people are afraid because of like shit like this. Yeah. Sorry, just one moment. I'm just trying to find like this post Reiji made. There it is. He drew this after news came out about one this author from a series, I forgot the name of it, where it had a live action adaptation, and they really mishandled the series, and the author ended up taking her own life. Essentially, it was pretty sad. It was a very sad moment in the Japanese anime community and what happened. And Reiji, upon reading this, he said, "I suddenly felt like expressing my gratitude, so I drew this illustration. Although there is some sad news, I am very grateful that everyone is experiencing and supporting the series through all the media mixes. Thank you for your continued support." Like, the dude actively shows gratitude for what he has. When you read the back of the volumes, he'll literally get upset at himself for making a stupid fucking mistake. And literally he like, there was, when the anime was coming out, he was actively like thanking the staff for being so understanding and so passionate about his series. That's why he loves the anime. Do you know why he loves the anime despite all of its flaws? The staff are passionate. The staff clearly give a shit about the anime. Even though they don't do it perfectly, even though they mess up, they're passionate. They give a shit. And Reiji is so grateful for that. Like, genuinely, the dude's so grateful. And like, if the dude is seemingly so jealous of Chizuru being with other men, why would he draw this? Why would he draw this if he's so seemingly jealous of his own art and characters? If he's seemingly so schizophrenic and obsessed with his characters? That makes no fucking sense. If he's so weird about this, why, when asked in the anime, when they did the small mini anime documentary for Kazuya's for season 3 of Rent a Girlfriend, when they did the mini anime documentary, there was a section where they asked all of the people involved, the staff and everybody, who their favorite character was. Every single person said one of the female characters, except for Reiji. Do you know what character he picked? Kazuya was his favorite character. He said, I believe Kazuya is my favorite character and he deserves more love. And then when people were shit-talking Kazuya, at one point, like before chapter 218 came out, Reiji made a video on his YouTube channel defending Kazuya. He's literally explaining why people don't understand his character. Like, I'm sorry. Like, how could you possibly interpret that like Reiji wants to cuck his own character when he goes out of his way to defend him and say he is his own favorite character? despite the fact that he constantly talks about how much he loves Mizuhara. Do you see how, like, the logic immediately falls apart if you just research a little bit and actually humanize and understand the person? The logic immediately falls the fuck apart. It makes no fucking sense anymore, right? Because to him, these two characters are his children. He deeply loves them. Reishi always refers to these characters as his children. And you know the reason people love to say Reishi is obsessed over his character? It's because when the manga initially came out, Reishi would post this thing where he says, "This is my girlfriend." And the thing that people don't realize is he created a series of art pieces before the manga officially serialized called the My Girlfriend series. And so every time he posts and he makes a picture of Chizuru seemingly in the real world, and he says, "My girlfriend Chizuru Mizuhara, blah, blah, blah," he's framing it from the perspective that you have rented this girlfriend and you are presenting them to someone, because isn't that literally what you do when you do rental? Shocking concept. Holy shit. It's like you guys don't fucking understand how to read anything. What in the Jiminy fucking Christmas are y'all talking about? Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. I don't understand.
Chizuru, and what we have seen already from the characters within the universe of Rent-A-Girlfriend, Kazuya could end up alone. And this legitimately...
4 different girls love him deeply, and Minnie literally said, "I will always be on his side." Kazuya will somehow end up alone, sure.
He is not going to have anyone, and it's kind of funny, it's realistic, once again, I'll talk about it in a second, but that's
such a horrible thing to say. It's funny and realistic.
Potentially the paths that this chapter could lead to. Full-blown rejection where he has no one, or Chizuru, understands she made a mistake and she gets with him. One or the other. Now, with that being said, we need to talk about what this
My bet. He's wrong about both. Let's go.
chapter represents. What it actually... What this chapter does. Not just to the series, but to Kazuya, Chizuru, and how short-sighted it actually is. Because this is...
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. The man planned this chapter for ages. It's not his goddamn fault people can't fucking read. He was literally throwing hints at you constantly. Constantly. Look, you're a dipshit. I'm literally showing perspectives and illusions. I'm showing you a trick art museum about perspective and illusions, and you can't see shit. And I called this shit. I fucking called this shit. Nobody fucking believed me. They told me I was overthinking. I literally said this was in the text. I said there would be a fight as early as before we even got to this date. I called that there would be a fight. What do you mean it's short-sighted?
This is pretty bad, and I really just want to dissect this because it's some next level stuff that actually I was sitting back laughing so hard when I read these text leaks because I was just like, there's just no way. Like, I never imagined and envisioned something like this to happen, but here we are. So let's talk about it. So right here,
Maybe you don't got any vision.
Chizuru says she might be attracted to Kazuya, but not to the point where she would throw away her current life and job to jump into it.
Okay, so we're going to use the leaks to, even though we just said they're leaks and they might not be accurate, we're going to use the leaks to justify your stance. Because even though Chizuru never fucking said that. Wonderful.
His arms. Now, from a certain viewpoint, this is understandable, because it's like, you don't necessarily want to throw away your comfortable life and what you have set up and going good for you just for another person.
So first off, it's not just about comfort. This in itself is a short-sighted viewpoint of Chizuru's character. It's not just about comfort. It's that Chizuru literally needs the world she needs her current job and the current structure she has. She is alone. It's not about comfort. She is literally alone. So she doesn't have the privilege of anyone helping her out financially. Chizuru is completely alone. She has to pay for college and acting school, as well as food and stuff at home, food, water, electricity, and all that. She pays all of that. There's no one helping her. She's paying all of that on her own. So your argument that it's about comfort is absolute fucking nonsense. Because this is a girl in her early 20s somehow having to pay for everything on her own, and the only thing she got left from her family is a rundown house. That's it. She doesn't have anything else. That's all they could leave her because they're poor. So the logic that Chizuru is just doing this out of a sense of comfort is pure nonsense. Like, the girl, it's not just comfort. Chizuru literally can't quit this job. She needs it right now. She needs to pay for college. She needs to get through college. She needs to be able to pay for her acting classes and succeed in her acting career so that way she could actually have a financially stable life and like to actually live. A very common thing you'll hear from people, and it's something that was very popularized and everyone loves to say it. Money does not buy you happiness. This is short-sighted. This is very fucking stupid. Money does buy you happiness, just not the happiness you're expecting. See, what money buys is the environment for happiness. It gives you the environment to create the happiness, okay? But if you don't have the environment, unfortunately, it is actually much more difficult to be happy. You can still be happy, yes, but it is a lot more difficult, a lot more stressful. You are a lot more vulnerable. You need money. Money is fundamentally important. There's a reason this story actively talks about money as a core theme of its conflicts. That money is an absolute necessity. Because it is. We live in fucking capitalism. It just is. I'm sorry. Sucks to suck. But you need money. It's just what it is, right? Like, you need money in your life. And so to say that Chizuru, this character who has to pay for every single thing on her own, and she has nobody else, and she doesn't want to ask anybody for money, and there's nobody to help her pay for anything, she has to pay all that on her own, is just sacrificing this comfort of her life for Kazuya is completely illogical. When there's clearly much more layers to this. I also noticed that they don't talk about the complexity of Chizuru's emotions here. In particular, what did they say? Let's read what they said. I've been thinking about this ring. She talks about, but she couldn't put the ring on. Although she says she didn't regret the kiss in Hawaiians, all the complicated circumstances at the time made her feel that it wasn't just simple romantic feelings. So that's a bit of an oversimplification. Every single thing Chizuru mentions highlights a different part of her complicated emotions and how she feels about herself. First off, she says, maybe the reason I did this is because I couldn't face Nagomi and Kibe-san. So that's shame. Now we introduce shame. Chizuru feels shame, and she couldn't face these people because she felt like she did something wrong. That's one. Then you have Mami. That's revenge. Now she's angry, right? So she's frustrated and mad at these people. And she's mad at Mami, she's upset. Then she introduces guilt when she mentions her grandmother. So now Chizuru has dabbled with shame, guilt, and anger. And now she feels her emotions are unpure. So that's an oversimplification of how she felt. It's not just the circumstances. She's literally highlighting to you, in her words, that there's a problem here. That Chizuru is fundamentally misunderstanding her love, right? She feels her love is impure. And at the same time, she has her current life circumstances that she cannot just sacrifice because it doesn't feel right. She wants it to be fair to him. So when Chizuru says this, considering my current lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. What she's saying isn't that I'm picking this over you. She's saying, I can't give this up right now. And it's not fair to you that I can't give this up right now. This isn't right to you. I can't put this burden on you. She literally says this in the Japanese. In the Japanese, she uses the specific words that are to hold. And to hold is used as if you're carrying a burden. She's carrying a burden and she doesn't want to put this burden on him. She's not saying this to hurt Kazuya. And yes, many people will twist this and interpret it as Chizuru is making an excuse. In reality, Chizuru doesn't want to put the burden on Kazuya. She's using real facts and logic here because it reflects how unworthy she feels of him. She feels genuinely unworthy of Kazuya here, right? And yeah, this isn't the right choice. Don't get me wrong. Like, Chizuru's messing up here, but it reflects how she views herself and her lack of self-worth, that she views her love as not good enough, that she is a failure, that she messed up. She walked into this entire date with that exact mentality. So this is already an oversimplification of her character, as well as her circumstances. Chizuru is going through a lot. And yeah, maybe it's not right that this entire date played out as it did, but there's layers to that. There's layers to this entire conflict. Let's finish this video.
Especially if you feel like you're not fully committed to them. And in a way, that is a smart decision to do as a person. However, what Chizuru is trying to stay as her current life and job is not sustainable. And let me explain. She is a rental girlfriend. And I'm just gonna pour in some harsh facts and reality here. Her job, she has at most, okay, 5 to 10 years, if we're really pushing, maybe 12 years, that she could do her job.
Okay, we're adding misogyny to the list. And clearly he's talking about her being a prostitute. So, again, this reflects his short-sightedness. Very simple. Who the fuck said she's gonna keep doing this until, like, she's, like, 5 years? Who the fuck said this? She never fucking said this. Her goal is to be an actress. She's paying for college. She's in her last year in college. She needs this to pay for college and for acting school. Nobody says she was planning to do this for fucking ever. Where the fuck did he get that? Okay, the best way I'm gonna put this feels like mansplaining. This feels like mansplaining. This is like when someone tells a woman, like, oh, you only have so much, you're only pretty for so long. You do know there's something called rent a mother and rent a father and like all sorts of renting anything. You could be literally anything. But the fuck's your point? Chizuru has a lot of, like, she's making connections through this job. Literally, she could just talk to her agency and she could just be transferred to like a different thing. Boom, good to go. You genuinely think an attractive woman in her 30s would not be rented? Legit. You do not know how many people simp over MILFs? What? What the fuck? Bruh. That's not realistic. That's literally measuring Chizuru's worth as a person by her beauty. That she cannot keep doing this because she's not beautiful enough. And he's explaining as if she doesn't know this. That's demeaning to her as a person. Like, he knows more than her. More than a person who's clearly done this for a long time. It's idiotic. Like, I'm sorry, like, if this is not misogyny, it borders on it. It's idiotic. Like as if men would not be attracted to a woman in her 30s. Like, literally, he's boiling down the success of her career as a rental girlfriend to how beautiful she looks. Like, that doesn't sound kind of gross. That doesn't sound a little gross to you. It's not realistic at all, because there is a lot of beautiful women way into their 30s who look like they're much younger. Like, I don't know what your point is. Like this is like a thing you would say to a woman. You know, this feels like a demeaning thing you would say to a woman. You're only beautiful until a certain point. Like, that's pretty much what he's saying. It's not so much realistic as it is just, you know, telling her she's not going to be beautiful for very long, so she can't really keep doing this job. She should have chosen better. But clearly Chizuru is only doing this job because she needs to pay for college and she needs to pay for acting school. Once those done, she might not need to do this job that much, right? Like, financial stability is important, but you don't need to keep your same job. Like, I didn't keep the same fucking job for that long.
If she really wants to push it, to be able to do the current job of being a rental girlfriend. But eventually, that job, that well, will dry up. And it's very short-sighted, because it basically means that she'd rather live a life of, you know, making money through, I can't say the word, but being basically a bought girlfriend, a rental girl.
Just say the word. Fucking coward, just say it. I know what you want to say. You want to call her a prostitute.
Friend, than actually being with someone that wants to settle down with them and, you know, have a life. Than actually being with someone that.
So he pretty much just called her a gold digger. Because he literally just said that. He pretty much just said She's picking a job over settling down with Kazuya. Even though I just explained to you that that's not what's fucking happening here. That she doesn't feel worthy of him. And it's not about picking a job over a person. It's that she literally needs this job to fucking stay stable in life. Or otherwise her entire life falls the fuck apart. It is pure fucking nonsense. What the shit? Like, what the shit is happening here? What is he talking about? Chizuru needs this job to be financially stable. He's acting like she's going to keep doing this job for 5+ years, which is pure nonsense. That she never fucking said this. She actively talks about quitting. She wanted to quit as early as like the 40s, the chapter like 40 or something. That's as early as she wanted to fucking quit. Like, excuse me? Chizuru doesn't want to keep doing this job forever. It's just she needs it. She literally needs it. She can't just quit. To me, his wording is short-sighted because he's not thinking of how she's thinking of her future. She's clearly thinking of her future, right? This is her thinking of her future. He's thinking that she's not thinking far enough, that she should have picked Kazuya, she should have picked love over money, when I literally just explained to you that you need money to create the environment to find the happiness you wish to achieve in life. That is just a fact. It's not that simple, right? There's a reason Chizuru was upset when she lived with her grandparents, because her grandparents lived very cheap. And yes, she did find happiness through that, but at the same time, her home was run down. She wanted a big family. She wanted real connections. She wanted more people in her life, and she wanted to create a happy environment for them. That's another thing he's not talking about. That one of the reasons Chizuru wants to have so much money that is because she wants to be able to create a happy environment for the people she loves. Like this is something Reiji made like a little cute little cute mini chapter where it was like the kindergarten chapter where he made like a spin-off thing where he had Chizuru meet Kazuya in kindergarten. They were like little kids. And she would always ask him to money after they finished hanging out. And then she goes home and she puts the money in a little saving bin where it says wedding fund for Kazuya and Chizuru, where she's planning to marry him. That's why she's saving the money. Like,
that wants to settle down with them and, you know, have a life with them. Even if Kazuya isn't, quote-unquote, the best person of all time and he can be scumbag or whatever, the point of the matter is that Chizuru wanting to keep a job that is very unsustainable and a
how is it, I do gotta ask, how is it unsustainable? She's literally a top, she's like a top model that they have. She makes bank. And she could literally just save that money and she'll be set for a long time. Like she could spend money on college and then spend money on anything she needs and then actively have a savings in the background. And she would be set. How is it unsustainable? If anything, this is something that's very effective in the short term. Like, it shows his lack of understanding of how rental and how she's thinking about money. If anything, it shows Chizuru understands money much more than him. And the story as a whole seemingly understands money much better than he does.
Job that she will lose in 5 to 10 years is so short-sighted, it's insane. But
do you know how long 5 to 10 years is? I'm sorry for pausing, but do you know how long 5 to 10 years is? That's a long fucking time. That's a long fucking time. Like, seriously, if Chizuru still had the rental job after she finished college and acting school, imagine how much money she would fucking save. She would have a shit ton of money. She would be set. I don't think he understands how much money Chizuru would make if she finished college and paid off all of her bills. Like, no, dude, it's not unsustainable by any means necessary, but he's also completely missing the point of why Chizuru is even doing rental in the first place.
At the same time, it is so realistic. And here's the thing, okay? People are going to look at these text leaks in this chapter, and they're going to come out very negative from it. And I do too. But the point is once again, one thing I will give Rent-A-Girlfriend that always has stunned me, somehow, despite how angry it can make you, or just some stupid things that happen, there is elements to it that is just, it's realistic. It does actually happen. And in this case, Chizuru choosing obviously a stupid decision of a short-sighted goal of a job that is, let's just be honest, not a job she's going to be able to do for a very long time, and eventually when that well dries up, she's going to be like, oh crap, you know, what do I do now? You know, because that's all she's known how to do.
So Chizuru, the character that has a separate career that she's actively working towards, has no plan. Okay, that has to be misogynistic. He's literally framing her like she's a jackass. He's framing Chizuru like she's a dipshit. Like she's an idiot who doesn't make plans, who doesn't have any money. She's a complete fucking idiot. That's how he's framing her. Like she didn't plan for her future at all. Despite the fact that he's saying that she's seemingly planning for the future. So he says she planned for the future, but that she's an idiot because it's short-sighted. But then, if you think about it for 2 seconds, it doesn't seem short-sighted in any way, shape, or form. So what's his logic here? He's kind of contradicting himself. He says it's realistic, and then he says it's not realistic. And yet, almost anyone who's been in the adult industry has mostly ended up kind of... Actually, wait, maybe that's not necessarily... Let's dismiss that. That might not necessarily be accurate. Not every single person who's ended up in the adult industry might have been well off. That's not necessarily true. Nor is this accurate to Chizuru as the rental girlfriend, because you might not be super successful as everyone else. So that's not necessarily a fair argument. I retract that. Taking that back. However, if you are successful, if you are doing good, and if you're smart about spending your money, which all aligns perfectly with Chizuru's character, by the way. His logic makes no sense. So I retracted my earlier statement. I was incorrect. I made an assumption, and there was no research to necessarily back it up. I did not research that, so I cannot make that statement. However, Chizuru is clearly actively presented as a smart person with how she spends her money. And she actively has a plan and saves and actually knows what the fuck she's doing. And on top of that, she's an actor. Her goal is to be an actress, not to be rental. Which tells me this dude doesn't read the story. Because how much time have we spent on Chizuru being an actress in this time? Literally, the entire build-up pre to this date is Chizuru acting. Chizuru having a play. Chizuru going to her play. How often have we seen Chizuru actually go to rental in the past 100 or so chapters? Once. Most of it, it's been her on a play. She went on a single rental date with Nagomi, Kazuya's grandmother. That's the only rental date we saw in the past 100 or so chapters. In that other time, she's literally just been doing her play. She's literally just been acting. It's almost like her acting career is actually taking off, and it's not about specifically rental, right? Even though she needs rental to pay certain bills. It's like she's been saving in the background. His argument is illogical.
So when you factor all this in, it's just like... It's just so stupid, but it's what people do. It's exactly what people do in real life.
It's funny that he talks about realism within the narrative, because there is realism in this narrative, more realistic than anything I've seen in many anime. And then he's focusing on completely the wrong thing. He's like, it's realistic because it's stupid. I'm like, it's realistic because it's not stupid. to fucking like duality of man.
Life. People will go after short-term objectives, goals, and satisfaction than long-term objectives to be able to feel settled.
I think it's really fucked up. I'm sorry for I keep pausing, but I think it's really fucked up that Chizuru's long-term objective is her being with a man rather than becoming a successful actress and like succeeding in her career and her life. Why is Chizuru's success in life pinned on her being with a man, rather than her seeming acting career that she's mentioned that he should know about if he's seemingly this far into the story? We had an entire arc about her acting career. And yet, his interpretation is solely that she will focus on being a rental, which is plain fucking idiotic, because that's never been Chizuru's goal. That's really strange. Why is he interpreting it like this? He's literally intentionally ignoring information that he should know if he had read the manga by this point, which makes no fucking sense. Because and to top it off, he's acting like when Chizuru mentions her work, she specifically mentions rental. When she intentionally uses a blanket statement as work alongside, like it's both rental and acting. It's both. So that's very strange that he's specifically saying like it's just rental, nothing else, when it's clearly about her acting life.
Maybe 10 years down the road and be completely set for life. They rather just have instant satisfaction and gratification.
That's so fucking hilarious he talks about that. That's so funny he talks about that, because this manga is antithetical to that idea. Fundamentally antithetical to that idea. This entire sequence is antithetical to instant gratification. Everything about this manga is antithetical to instant gratification. Don't believe me? Okay, give me a fucking second. Let's read what the text says here. Adults say that love and letters are both instant from the current generation. Ah, shoot. If you pay a few hundred, you could be a boyfriend of a beautiful girl, and you can instantly get in touch with the person you love. Then when will the pain become instant? November 25th, the return from Hawaiians, 2 days after the kiss, if I'm not mistaken. So much time passed that even Ruka-chan, who has been on full alert, started to relax. I haven't been able to reach Mizuhara in almost 3 months. So the 3-month time skip literally encapsulates that idea. I want to drink water, but I'm a little busy at the moment. I also didn't bring any water, so I would have to go downstairs to grab the water. So give me a sec. But yes, that's literally the idea here. That there's no instant gratification in this manga. It is antithetical to that idea. The entire nature of rental as a concept is to criticize instant gratification. The entire nature of it. Because it intentionally shows it to you. It shows it to you, and yet, while you reclaim a certain thing, you also don't just get instant gratification because you're not magically with this person. They leave after a little bit. You get a little reward, and then they disappear. You can only meet them at certain times. You can only meet them after you pay, after you interact. Chizuru is fundamentally a criticism of waifus. Her fundamental nature of her character is a criticism of waifus. That's what she is. That's the whole point of Chizuru's character. She is a criticism of traditional waifus because she's not a waifu. She's never meant to be a waifu. She's a human being, a real character, right? She's written in a way that feels graphic and real and uncomfortable, and that is the point. She is a real person. That's why when Kazuya yells at her in the very beginning, she gets mad and yells. Naturally, like a real fucking person would. You get fucking upset. You get mad. I'm not just something you can just yell at. I'm a real person. I will swing back. A waifu never really swings back, right? You can't really argue with a facade, with a thing of fiction. That's why they're presented to you in a very likable way. This is why, personally, like I've said before, I'm not a huge fan of a character like Maureen. I don't like Maureen's character because Maureen's character is literally written to be the perfect waifu. She is written to be the thing you love and idolize to heaven and back. And that, to me, is boring.
Than anything else. And that's basically what this entire segment implies, is that Chizuru just wants short-term investment, short-term goals, and that's it. She doesn't care. She's not thinking too hard in the future. She is
literally sits down constantly thinking and thinking and thinking to the point that she feels like she's overthinking. You know what? You know what? She literally contradicts him. She literally fucking contradicts him right here. She straight up, he didn't read. He didn't read. I'm calling it right now because she contradicts him right the fuck here. They're drinking. We're gonna zoom in. We're gonna zoom in so we can see this very clearly. What are you going to do after graduation? Thinking of the future. You said you were going into telecommunications before. Do you still have the same plan? I'm super happy that she remembers what we talked about online, but I guess she would be curious. She makes it sound like a casual topic between students, but I feel like it's a part of her research. Well, I'm going to find a job. I'm looking into different businesses right now and applied for a few internships. Wow, I see. How long do you plan to do that? 3 years? 5 years? Huh? It's important to plan for the future, right? Your career options will change depending on if you want the experience or to achieve something. She talked about something super serious while skimming the broth. Right? She's skimming. She's literally what is it? What's the word? She's trimming her dialogue, trying not to make it as scary as it appears. But then she puts the broth away, and suddenly it gets super serious. But let's keep reading. What now? I haven't really put that much thought into it. I shouldn't lie. Oh, I'm not sure. To be honest, I probably gotta try first before I know anything. I guess I'm just waiting to see how it goes. Puts the broth thing down. I like people who properly think things through. Oh, it's not like I haven't put any thought into it. God, I screwed up. Miso has always been so sincere. Does she think I'm reckless, not thinking long term? Damn it. I really wish I put more thought into it so that I could give her a better answer about it. Sorry. I know I should be putting more thought into this kind of stuff. It's just, I had nothing else on my mind except for preparing for today. Being busy isn't a good excuse. Hardships make the man. You need to put your best effort into both romance and your work. You're right. Gosh, she's always so sensible. What should I do if she thinks I'm an idiot? Don't get the wrong idea, huh? It's not like I'm against it or anything. Not everything goes according to plan in life, but that doesn't mean it's okay not to have one, right? That's why if we're together, I'd like to know what you'll be doing. What in 3 or 5 years? Will you be moving for work? How much time will you have off? What kind of company will you work in? What makes you stressed? How can I support you? How often can we see each other? What kind of life will we have? I mean, I would be your girlfriend, right? Hides behind the cup. Goes back to normal almost immediately. Does this sound like a person who does not plan for the future? Does this sound like a person who does not plan for the future? Does this sound like someone who did not think her career and life through? Because it sure as fuck doesn't.
Is young, but it doesn't still change the fact. It's very naive. It's very stupid. But Chizuru doing this entire song is, we had like this entire arc building up to like this reveal, to this rejection, now this rejection, or the revelation that they love each other, and it's just like taking him, like, being in a romantic spot like what we have in this chapter and the last chapters and stuff, and then just straight rejecting him like this, it feels so cruel. It just feels malicious. It really does.
Okay, so now he's intentionally framing it as cruel and malicious when nothing about this was framed as cruel and malicious, and the manga intentionally talks about how if you actually understand Chizuru's character, that's not how it would be. How do we prove this to you? Okay. Let's read what Minnie said before she got to know Chizuru. This is before Minnie really got to know Chizuru. She still called her Mizuhara at this point, right? Just like Kazuya calls her Mizuhara. And I want you to pay attention to what Minnie says. So Minnie and Kazuya are vibing. And Kazuya tells her he went to Chizuru's place, like Chizuru's house. This is before they moved in with her. Minnie says, "What are you saying? Are you saying she'll let someone she doesn't like trust into her? She doesn't like or trust into her childhood home?" But hearing that just now, that worries me even more. Investigation is such a vague word. If there is so much development on the emotional side of things, she even invited you into her childhood home. That's simply. The simple way of looking at it is that the investigation never ends because she doesn't want it to end. First off, she can do all the investigating she wants, even while dating you. She's wasting your time too. This displeases me. Usually, you just think that we aren't compatible and just drift away from each other. I don't want to doubt Mizuhara-san's intentions, but most people would say that kind of girl is devious. No way. While I'm grateful that you're on my side, I trust her completely. Totally. People would think Kazuya is an idiot here. But give it a sec. Man, you're so in love with her. It's laughable. Well, I think it's a good thing. It's not laughable at all. I do believe in Mizuhara-san too. I was just saying that how most people would see it. How most people would see it. It's devious, it's malicious, it's bad, it's very intentionally bad. I'll stand behind you two regardless. Okay. Now let's skip to one of the current arcs. This is after Kazuya and Minnie go on their practice day and after they have lived with Chizuru for about a month. Listen to how Minnie talks about Chizuru here. Let's see. For real though, I want you guys to have a great time on your date, huh? Of course, how much effort you put into the actual date matters, but this will be the finale of your time living together. Our finale. If we take Chizuru-san at her word, notice how she says Chizuru-san now. She's not calling her Mizuhara anymore, she's saying Chizuru-san. Then there are mainly two things she'd research. How Chizuru-san herself feels and whether or not you truly love her master. The biggest issue is whether you've managed to convince her of that while living together. How do you feel about that? I feel like I've done my best to make it as clear as possible, but I don't know if she understands. Yeah, I don't know what to do either. It's like she's asking the impossible. Well, there's always the possibility that she's discreetly turning you down, like a sly woman. But she gave off a positive vibe by saying she'd do research. Doesn't this sound exactly like how he's describing it? Plus, I don't think that's Chizuru-san's that kind of girl. Minnie didn't say that before. Kazuya had to intervene and tell her, no, you're wrong. And Minnie changed her stance. Now, Minnie immediately says that. She just mentions that, like naturally, because that's a part of Minnie's character. She would think that. But it's also because to tell that to the audience, to point out to the audience, don't assume this. Don't think this. You know better. You know better. You know Chizuru would not do this. You know her better than this. Don't assume that. That's literally what the text is saying. And it's calling out the people who would assume this, because Minnie is a reflection of that. Minnie is the counter to Mommy in this arc. That's the point. There's a reason. When Minnie and let me pull up the chapter. I believe it's chapter 342. Yeah, chapter 342. When Minnie and Kazuya run into Hakuba and Mommy. Hakuba is the guy Mommy's being forced to marry. Okay, when they run into each other, look where Mommy stands and look where Minnie stands. They're intentionally mirrors of each other, literally in their respective identical spot across the mirror. What's the point of this? Mommy is a character from the outside. She's a character that sees the character from the outside and she assumes based on her outside perspective. Minnie was literally doing the same thing. She was saying how people would react from the outside, and she herself was an outsider, literally referring to Chizuru as Mizuhara. Mommy does the same thing. Every time Mommy sees Chizuru in the past arcs, she would call her Mizuhara. Now, Minnie calls her Chizuru. She knows the real person. She doesn't call her Ichinose or Mizuhara. She calls her Chizuru, her real name. She sees the real her, right? And Mommy is a counter to that. Mommy has always been an outsider, and because Mommy never changed any of her circumstances, any of her life, any of her choices, what ends up happening in chapter 344, the chapter we were just on? It starts with Mommy leaving frustrated, having never truly made a choice, never really changing. In contrast to Minnie, who did make a choice, who did get to know Kazuya, who Kazuya can talk to about this, who understands Chizuru better, who understands Kazuya better. She is closer to him than Mommy ever was, right? And as a counter, you have Kazuya doing this. Mommy and Kazuya mirror each other, whereas Mommy walks away silently, not expressing anything outwards. Kazuya takes over the screen and says his words outwards. They're counters to each other. And that's why Minnie is the reverse of Mommy in this arc. That's the point. That Minnie chose to actually interact with people and change her outside perspective, right? Mommy and Chizuru are inverses of each other, whereas they act in similar ways, but Chizuru chose a different path. And Minnie is the flip of Mommy, where she was also an outsider and she chose to actually come inside the door, actually interact, actually get to know people, right? She made a difference, right? So the story was actively telling you, if you view Chizuru like this, you don't understand Chizuru. You don't get her character. You have not been paying attention. Is Kazuya a loser in your opinion? Not even a little bit. Kazuya is more of a Chad than half of the like super Chad male characters you would see out there. He is an absolute Chad. And it is a travesty people do not see that. He is a total fucking Chad. Like, this dude does not care how he looks. If it means he helps the people he loves, he will get on the ground and look like a fucking idiot. He will cry, he will gravel, he doesn't care. He will do what needs to be done for the people that he loves. He does not fucking care. Like, this dude does not care how others perceive him if it means he puts other people first. I mean, Baki is like, I don't even know what to consider Baki. What the fuck is Baki? Like, I've seen Baki, but like, I don't even know if I would call Baki a Chad. He's just fucking weird. Baki's just fucking weird. I don't even know what to label Baki, bro. I literally don't know what to label Baki. I don't know. Like, cool, he's super ripped and he's weird and he has like a dad complex and his dad uses him like fucking nunchucks. And I guess he gets a girl, good for him. But I literally don't know what to think of Baki. I don't know if I consider him a Chad. He's just a very strange person. Baki's just insane. Baki's just like, not even the show, the character is just fucking insane. Demon brain. Demon brain. I don't even know what to make of Baki, bro, but I don't know if I would call him a Chad. Baki's just fucking weird. Yeah.
Maybe that's just me, maybe people won't agree with me on that, but it's a very malicious thing to do to someone, and I respect her for just being blunt and saying, yeah, she rejects him. I appreciate the honesty, but just everything about the circumstance, there was a better way to handle this, a time and place, and this definitely wasn't. It's like she...
What exactly did he want her to do?
Led him along for so long, and then just did this. It's just...
No, she wasn't... Minnie literally said this, didn't she? Minnie literally said this, didn't she? Right? Minnie straight up said this. From an outsider's perspective, it looks like Chizuru is leading him along, when that's not the case at all. Chizuru is not leading him along. She's genuinely fucking trying. She's putting her heart out there. She is trying her best to be worthy enough in this state. The problem is she's walking with the mentality of, I'm not good enough. So you're not going to magically walk out thinking you're good enough. Out of the day. You're not going to magically resolve all these issues out of the day. So naturally, what does she do? She walks in with the idea, I need to make a choice by the end of this. And this is the choice she ultimately has to come to, even though she doesn't want to make this choice. She's literally screaming, look at her fucking face. She is not happy with this choice. This is not the choice she wants to make. She fucking hates this choice. But she thinks she needs to. She can't keep dragging her feet. She can't keep telling him like this and that. No, she has to make this choice and she hates it. Even though she clearly wants to make the opposite choice. Chizuru is fucking struggling here.
It's bad, man. Like, I don't like it. Well, not a character, as a person. It really reflects negatively on her as a person, as a character. Well, not a character, as a person. She is insufferable. Just to be able to do something like that. It feels like, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel bad for Kazuya. Like, I know he's the butt of the rom-com romance manga community, but in this circumstance and what has happened in this latest arc, I kind of feel bad for him. The only reason why I don't fully feel bad for him is because he's had a lot of chances with other different girls within the story that do straight up love him. But he's kind of pushed them away or rejected them to chase after Chizuru. So,
I'm sorry, I know who I love and I don't want to be with just some other... Why is Kazuya's measure as a person based solely on the idea of being with other women and not being with the person he truly loves and wants to be with? That's what makes him insufferable to you? That he didn't choose other women because he didn't love them even though they loved him? That he hates himself for like... at a certain point where he tells himself, why can't I just pick Ruka? And then he knows why. Because I don't want to just settle. I don't want to just pick Ruka to settle. I should love her for her, but I don't. How is that fair to Ruka? Why should he settle? Why would you want someone to settle for you? Or would you want them to be with you because they love you? Genuine question. Like, Sumi can love Kazuya. Does Kazuya love Sumi? No. Sorry. No. Ruka seemingly loves Kazuya. Does Kazuya love Ruka? No. He loves Chizuru. He knows who he loves. Why should he settle? If I knew who I loved and someone else seemingly loved me, I'm not going to just pick them. I want to know if I actually like them first. And Kazuya spent a lot of time with Ruka. He came to care for her, but he does not love her. And that never changed. In fact, what does Kazuya say here? He thinks about Mami. Minnie says this. What, did you get all sentimental after seeing your ex with her boyfriend? No, that's not it. It's actually the opposite. If I ever saw Mami-chan again, I thought I'd hesitate more. I thought that her cuteness would overwhelm me and I'd get weak and flustered. I thought that I'd be a mess like before. Do you know how much I loved Mami-chan? How would you know any of that? That didn't happen. But this feeling is the one thing that never changes. A lonely battle? Challenge accepted! Just Barney Stinson it. I can't rely on Yamori-san on the actual date. For starters, I even relied on Mizuhara the whole time to get me through the hardships with Mami-chan. If you're ever okay with me, I'll be happy to play along. I couldn't make a girlfriend for you. Oh yeah, these are the weird volume translations. I'll show her how much I've grown. I have to learn how to love on my own. And then you get the swindle. I love you. What? I love you, Mizuhara. Oh, okay. That's what he meant. Okay. I love the minis. You're like, what the fuck just happened? All right. And that is intentional, by the way. It's meant to make you like, oh, Kazuya could just pick any other girls. He says this. You're like, what the fuck? No. Chizuru. He's not even looking at Minnie. He doesn't even consider Mami. He doesn't even consider Ruka or Sumi or anyone else. He knows who he wants. That doesn't make him weak or a simp or a cuck or any of that crap. No. If you want to be with someone, that's the person you should try to be with, right? And you should try to make that work as much as you can. Don't make them feel uncomfortable. Don't like create uncomfortable situations. But it's very important to like just know what you want and try to communicate that and can be committed to that. Kazuya is a character that epitomizes perseverance. That is the point of his character, perseverance. He epitomizes that. Kazuya is the character that does not fucking give up, right? And I get it. To some people, it's like, oh, you should know when to give up. That's what winners do. But that's the thing. Why should you give up if you know what you want? Like, you know when to change lanes and, change directions maybe. But if you know what you want and you know how to get there, go for it. Why should you give up? Even if you stumble, you can get back up and keep going, right? Like, Kazuya constantly just, oh my god, accidental Riz activated, got Yamori feeling some type of way. I mean, that was kind of the whole date. And he's like, shit. Kazuya was pretty much pulling a rental girlfriend here, or a rental boyfriend, if you will. That was kind of the point.
It's his own fault why he might end up alone or might not be with anyone, but it doesn't change the fact. It's just like, bro, holy crap, man! What a chapter, man! I'll cover this when the chapter.
Okay, so that's that. What do we get for the bingos? He clearly didn't read much, but he didn't admit to it. So I don't know if that's okay to put. Unfunny jokes, siding with Mami, that didn't happen. He did kind of hate Chizuru. No, that didn't happen. So we didn't get bingo. Should we like uncross them out and like go again for the next video? Because we still have that one more video to go through. Yeah, so we got this one to go through. We did watch their video, so unfunny jokes counts. But he didn't make any unfunny jokes. The only thing is he overreacted. Like, it's a clear farming money. I don't know about farming money. I didn't see that. He said Chizuru was a gold digger, essentially. So I put that. Hate Chizuru. Yeah, he did call her insufferable, so okay. Oh, thanks for the donation, 3D model. This shows how people put sex on a pedestal. Oh, the girl I love isn't giving up ASAP. Just move on to someone I don't love. Yeah, it just feels... Yeah, he did call her insufferable. Why did you put read much? He didn't read much. He clearly did not read much. Like you know how people say they don't read much? That's what that means. I just didn't put the whole thing. Yeah, so he didn't read much. That's what that means. So we did not get a bingo. Should we just reset for the next video real quick? Oh my god, it's 10 o'clock. Oh no. Oh no, it's getting late. Maybe I'll keep going tomorrow. Maybe I'll keep going tomorrow. I don't think he read much of anything. I mean, we still wouldn't get a bingo, unfortunately. Even if I put that one, we still would not get a bingo. Because he never said Reiji was farming money. So even if he did that one, yeah. He did kind of call Kazuya he did call it a train wreck. He did kind of say the story was kind of a shit show. And he technically called Kazuya a simp by saying he should have just not committed to Chizuru and picked someone else. So technically we got a bingo. Woo. Only 4 hours today. See, the problem is it's late. If I had done this earlier in the day, it's fine. I live with other people. I can't just stream all night. I have family. They probably want to go to bed. So I can't just stream all night. That's the only issue. I don't want to rewatch the Mother's Basement video, dude. That video was insufferable. That video was actually fucking insufferable. I hated watching that video a lot. Like literally just despised it. I really did not like that video. I don't want to rewatch it. It's actually fucking frustrating. Like I don't want to rewatch it. We can watch the rest of the Chibi videos maybe tomorrow. Like, cause there's a few more we could rewatch. Watch him make one more. Just watch him make one more tomorrow. That would be so fucking funny. But yeah, so technically we got a bingo. Kazuya is a simp, a cuck. Reiji loves Chizuru. He did say that. He hates Chizuru. That was very clear. And then he did technically call the series a train wreck multiple times. He said it was a kind of a shit show, a mess. And you could really see, like, just based on this, we haven't even watched his reaction to the chapter itself. You can just clearly see he didn't really read the manga. He doesn't understand Chizuru's character. He doesn't understand Kazuya's character. He doesn't understand the themes. And he clearly bases all of his interpretation on how he, like, just this narrow-minded perspective of the story. Like, I don't know what else you want me to say. Like, I could just delve into it, like, super deep and how he just doesn't get anything. But, like, just the idea that Chizuru isn't planning for the future when we have a chapter just dedicated to her talking about planning for the fucking future and literally getting into every, like, detail of it. And he's like, oh no, she totally doesn't plan for the future. She's so short-sighted. She's so fucking stupid. Like, literally, that's what he's saying. I'm like, bruh, you clearly do not understand this fucking character. Like, literally, there's no shot. There's no Jiminy fucking Christmas shot that he read that chapter and said that afterwards. There's no way. It's impossible. There's no way you read a chapter like that and think Chizuru doesn't plan for the future at all. There's no way. There's no way you read the series in any capacity and thought to yourself, Chizuru doesn't plan for the future. Like, this is the planning for the future character. Like, that's her whole thing. Chizuru literally plans for the fucking future. That's her whole thing. She had a plan here and it didn't fucking work and she hated it and she had to make a choice. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Question: have you seen Ghost Stories dub? I've heard a lot of it, but about it, but no. I've heard a lot about it, but I've not seen it. Rent a bingo idea was peak as fuck. Who came up with that? Who did come up with that? I think it was Cyber Demon. Chibi is a non-renter. I'm pretty sure it was Cyber Demon. I think Cyber Demon's the one who came up with the bingo, and it was fun. It was fun actually getting all the bingo. I think it definitely lessened a lot of the frustration and the pressure going through this. I feel like it was a lot less frustrating going through this, having the bingo with us. That was pretty fun. I think that was really charming. Yeah. And we can change it and move it around. Remember, we have this like huge list that we can work with. So yeah, we can definitely go and move it around, change it a little bit. Let's make a non-renters the new moniker for the Kanokari haters. Nah, I don't like it. Let's just stick to haters. I don't even know what to call Chibi at this point. Like, he clearly, like, I said this in an earlier stream, the dude clearly doesn't actually care about the series. He clearly has not actually invested in the story or seeks to understand it in any meaningful way. And he literally says, unserious manga, laugh my ass off. Like, this doesn't feel real. This doesn't feel like a real person. And I've said this before, the way Chibi interacts with this series feels like grifting. It genuinely feels like grifting. He clearly doesn't understand the characters. I very detailed explanation of how he doesn't fucking understand anything about the fucking characters or the story or anything is shown. And yet he seems to want to tell Chizuru how to live her life and what to do. He seems to, confidently talk like he understands the future better than she does. He seems to confidently talk about how he understands this manga and how manga writing is better than an actual writer, when all he's doing is reacting to content. He's not writing anything. Like, yeah, I'm reacting to his content, but at least I actively read the manga and research. At least I actively put myself out there. At least I wrote a big ass fucking essay that I'm going through. At least I sit down and write essays to respond to people. I have 8 fucking pages so far of my different responses to people that I've thought about. I sat down and I wrote. I've written many scripts in the past. I'm not saying I'm better than him. All I'm saying is that he's clearly not a writer or an artist. He's clearly not someone who actually creates himself. I feel like creating reaction videos is not the same as creating actual art with passion. And I feel like that really reflects on how he's interacting with the media that he's consuming. That he's clearly just content with being a viewer, content with looking at this from the outside and not actually deeply delving into and passionately caring about the narrative. He probably cares about some stories, right? I'm not going to say he's just uncaring, completely apathetic person, but he clearly doesn't give a shit about this story, and it frustrates me that he goes out of his way to talk about it just because it's seemingly popular right now. And he ends up getting 87k views out of it, and I bet the main video has over 100.
I don't regret kissing.
100k views. How much does this one got?
It's been a few days since this dumpster fire.
67k. Oh, there's the dumpster fire thing. Yeah. So, yeah, it's clear this person doesn't fucking give a shit, and he's content with just regurgitating information he actively receives. So why is this the measure by which we measure a narrative? Why is he the person we measure the story by, and we're content with measuring the story by, when he clearly doesn't give a shit about it, and doesn't care, and doesn't want to care? I don't understand. It's like we're content with stupid. Whatever. We watched one of them. We have 2 more to go. We could try this one. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with this one. We could try this one too. There's a few of these. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do this tomorrow. I kind of really want to finish this script. So I don't know if I'll do this tomorrow. We'll have to see. I'm not sure. I'll have to see how my schedule looks like, because I get off work at 3 tomorrow. So yeah, I'm off at work at 3, and if I stream at 4, I won't really have all that much time. So I don't know. I'll have to see. I'm not sure if we'll do a follow-up stream tomorrow, maybe another time, but I do kind of want to focus on the script a little bit. But yeah, maybe I can insert some of these, some of the parts of these streams into the script. Let me read what some of the people had to say. GB's a non-renter. I'm not gonna use non-renter. I don't like that term. I don't like that term. I have feared of all of this hate could impact translated manga production at all. I don't think so. Not really. Yeah. If it helps, we have the best translation we can get with K-manga. The K-manga translations are genuinely good. These people are actually doing a good job. The volume translations have unfortunately always sucked. Volume translations have TLDR hater. I like it. That's the moniker. I like that one. The TLDR haters. Um, I haven't been roasted once in this stream. Gotta do better. You did get roasted. You did. You said something stupid earlier in the very beginning where you're like getting into a fight with someone, and I called you out on it. So I did roast you. Oh my! In a few days, we will have the spoilers for chapter 3. Okay, I will preface right the fuck now. None of you bring the spoilers to me. Don't you fucking dare. If it shows up somehow on my feed on Twitter, so be it. But don't bring them to me. Do not bring them into the comments. Do not talk about them. Right? No. Kindly, just with all due respect, do not bring those to me. Thanks. Most of the Let's see here. Most of the haters can say it's free speech, but they just want to get on the train ride to get popular and judged without even understanding the context of the story. It's literally just reaction content. I hate reaction content so much, dude. And I get it. Technically, what I'm doing is reaction content, but I feel like I do enough for it to not be just reaction content. I go out of my way to break content down and explain things. I delve into things. I'm not just, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. This is how I feel. This is how I feel. Yeah. Like, like who's a good example? Doesn't Asmongold do that? What do they call him? What is it? Asmon Mold. Isn't that what people fucking call him now? Asmon Mold. Isn't that literally how he reacts to content? He just sits down. He's like, yeah, yeah, totally. Yo, I totally agree. Yeah. XQC. Ugh. Oh, I hate XQC. I am an avid XQC hater. Oof. I don't like Asmongold. I don't like XQC. I don't like a lot of these people. Like, a lot of these people kind of suck. iShowSpeed has been getting a little better. There's been times where I haven't liked him. Like, I remember he did a stream where he rented a girlfriend, and there was, like, implicit misogyny in his words. It was a little frustrating because he was clearly having fun, but the things he was saying is, like, the very stigma these rental girlfriends actually receive. Asmon gives explanations and is sensible. I disagree adamantly, but we will not get into this. I'm not gonna argue what Asmongold or whatever. I don't like him. I really, really don't like him. He is wrong about a lot of things, like a lot of things, and I'm not a fan of Asmongold. I don't like him whatsoever. I don't like XQC either. There's a lot of content creators I don't like, but I'm not gonna argue with you. If you enjoy them, that's perfectly fine. Believe whatever you want to believe. Enjoy whoever you want to enjoy. I'm not here to tell you who you enjoy and who you don't. I just don't want to get into this stuff about these content creators. If you enjoy them, that's perfectly fine. I just don't like them. That's all. I never get on the PewDiePie train. Boogie 98, Mr. Juggernauts from our childhood. Asmongold barely games. Oh my god, why am I getting into this? I just said I didn't want to. Okay, I'm gonna stop. That's it. No. I watched PewDiePie very, very early on, like super early, back when he was initially starting. I don't know who Boogie2988 is. Jugger Nuggets, I don't know who that is either. They seem familiar. I think one of my favorites is Dashi. I fucking love Dashi. Dashi's great. He's so fun. Welcome back. I fucking love Dashi. Dashi's amazing. I swear when your reactors have their mouths wide open and the thumbnail, my body blows up. Markiplier's nice. Yeah, I haven't watched Markiplier in a long time. My favorite content creator currently is Maximilian Dude. Maximilian Dude is my favorite content creator. I fucking love him. He is so great. He is such an amazing content creator. I genuinely love Maximilian Dude. He is so cool. Like, genuinely, what an awesome dude. Awesome dude. Yeah. Okay. So that's it for now. I just want to talk about the creators I love, All right. Another one to the playlist. And another one to the playlist. Oh yeah, I heard about the fucking tunnel effect. That shit's so funny. With like, what was it? Sakamoto days. I'm like, bro, if fucking JoJo or Baki use the tunnel effect in their fucking bullshit, no one would pat an eye. They'd be like, this shit's fucking whack. I love it. But then if fucking Sakamoto days does it, they're like, no, that shit's stupid as fuck. uh, Angry Joe is funny as fuck. I used to like Angry Joe, and I kind of used to like Nostalgia Critic. I met Nostalgia Critic. I actually met him in person. I took a picture with him. He doesn't. I doubt he remembers me. Um, I haven't watched either in a very long time. So I don't know how I feel about them. I don't know. Angry Joe, I kind of fell out of love with him just because his content wasn't my style anymore. Um, the Homo Damien is my favorite content creator besides you. The Homie Damien? I'm not sure who that is. I'm sorry. Have you ever tried to clip some parts of your life? Like highlight channel, the ocean is soup. I don't really know how to do that. That just feels weird for me. I tried to do that in the past. It just was weird. It didn't feel right. Um, I just think that's not really my kind of thing. I maybe I just don't know how to do it. But I don't know how to clip like parts of my life. That just feels weird, you know. I'd rather just talk about the things I enjoy and have that be the focus rather than, you know, talk about my personal life and shit. Because maybe my personal life might not be interesting to people, right? I don't like making my own personal life into like a show or something, you know. Um, it just feels weird. I'm not a huge fan of doing that. No, it's okay. It's okay. I do want to make some sort of like highlight-ish channel. It sucks Mex are getting dropped by YouTube. MXR, who's that? Live on YouTube? In my country, people use other word. Are you saying you want me to make like a VOD or like a highlight of these lives? Is that what you mean? Like a highlight of these streams? Is that what you're referring to? Bro, how old are you? Is it weird that I love rent a girlfriend even though I'm 29? What do you think? You're the same age as me. You're the same age as me. I'm 29. I turn 30 soon. You're the same age as me. Yeah. No, it's not weird at all. I fell in love with this series when I was like 22 or something, or 23, 24. Yeah. So no, it's not weird. This series has a lot of older fans, like fans who are clearly older, and they appreciate it more because they're older, because they have a better understanding of things. Like a cutscene channel, yes, the highlights of the streams. Me and Ruka are Leos. I am. My birthday is the same month as Kazuya, and so his birthday is June 1st. Mine is June 19th. We're both Gemini. So me and Kazuya vibe, bro. No, that's cool, dude. Who cares? Cyber Demon, who fucking cares if you're almost 34? You're still young, dude. You still have a whole bunch of life left. Yeah. I think it's so fucking stupid how, like, when someone turns 30, we call them old. But if they die at 30, we say they died too young. It's like, bruh, pick a fucking lane. Pick a fucking lane. Are we too old or are we too young? Pick a fucking lane. It is a lot of work. Mark clips of the live streams. You need to edit to do this work. Yeah, the difficulty is like I have a lot of different kind of content I want to make, and it's already difficult. And the streaming has been helping in allowing me to create content without being able to make videos. And it's also difficult because I have my work. So like I come home from work and it's like a little hard, you know. So streaming makes it a little easier. I do definitely want to create videos. I've been really struggling to create videos. And I'm trying to make something unique and interesting for people, you know. I do want to do highlights of the streams, but I'm kind of bad when it comes to that because I don't like trimming stuff out. Yeah, like people want the highlights to be like 15 to 20 minutes long. I'm so bad at that. I'm so bad at that. Like I like long content videos, so naturally my content kind of drifts towards that too. Nowadays, young people no longer have the patience. Like I think, from what I've understood, if I truly want to succeed, the best thing I can do is build up my TikTok. Building up my TikTok and then transferring people over to my YouTube channel, and then also having content on my YouTube. The problem is I just don't have a lot of time, and I've been kind of struggling to sleep sometimes recently. So I bought a shit ton of melatonin today. So I'm gonna try to like just pass the fuck out and actually get a full 8 hours. Because recently I've only been able to get 6 hours. I don't know why. I'll just fucking wake up, and it's obnoxious as shit. Um, so I'm gonna try to get like solid 8 hours, so I don't need to come home and take a nap, and then just try my best to work. I really want to write this script, but I think I'm just too afraid because I'm not very practiced with scripts as much as I'd like to be. So yeah, I'm also wondering if if this script would even be worth it. I think it would be, to be honest. I definitely still think it would be, because it's it's fundamentally like a criticism of everything people have said. I'm like literally criticizing and calling people the fuck out. And I think it would still stand regardless of how the next chapter turns out to be. Right? Fundamentally, despite how next chapter turns out to be, this would still stand. I also find it really annoying that this person gets 3.9k views. Like how many subs did they got? They got 2k subs. Okay. No, that's completely reasonable. Considering the size of their channel, completely reasonable. The end. These people are so fucking funny. Oh my god, when Trash Taste came out today, I'm like, fuck, is Gon gonna go on his fucking usual BS? And then I'm like, okay, good, he didn't. It's completely not relevant. But then they did a Trash Taste Dark, and I'm like, shit, that's live. They might actually just talk about shit now. Damn it. uh, I feel and look like I'm 25. People like still think I'm like in my 20s. Like when I told people I'm like nearing my 30s, they're like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "What? Is that shocking? Do I not look it?" I think the only giveaway is the hair, which by the way has been doing good recently. My hair has actually been kind of growing back recently, which is good. I guess it was mostly stress. All right, all right. I think we're gonna end it here. It's already 10:20. It's quite late. Um, And I hope you guys had some fun. I hope this was entertaining and engaging talk. I hope I covered some interesting discussions. And I'm going to be working on this in my meantime. I feel a little more relaxed now. I feel like I got a decent amount of stuff off my chest, and we were able to talk about things really well. So, first of the stream, the ending. Aw, thank you. That's kind of you. And thank you to everyone who donated. Jesus Christ, let's look through these. Here, you guys get to actually be on the stream now. I've been meaning to find a way to have you actually appear here, but I don't know how. I had fun. Hey, say hi to YouTube. Say hi to YouTube. Okay, so yeah, thank you 3D model for donating. Thank you for flat earthers about Kanokari. And I even fan theorize their weird things, and they make several theories on Discord. I send questions after you react. Thanks Flawless Bacon for 2 of these. I saw you send 2 of these. I don't know why it's only 1. And then thanks again 3D model for saying this shows how people put sex on a pedestal. Oh, and the girl I love giving it ASAP. Just move on to someone I don't love. Say hello to YouTube. He put in all this effort to Shunji family. No, 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 he didn't. Welcome Kai. I'm assuming you're new. No, he didn't. He always said from the start, Rent a Girlfriend is his base motivation, and it is his focus. The thing about the Shiunji family that you don't realize is that Shiunji family has an amazing godlike adaptation. Like its adaptation is actually fucking amazing. It's so good. Whereas Rent a Girlfriend's adaptation is just okay. It's just an okay adaptation that unfortunately didn't quite capture the full depth of the story. And I'm assuming you're new, so you probably don't believe me, and that's perfectly fine. But Shiunji family, in my opinion, is not actually as good as Rent a Girlfriend. But it is interesting all the same. I still do like Shiunji family. Speaking of which, we've yet to see the latest episode. We've yet to see the latest episode. I've already read the manga by this point, I think, but like, it'd still be interesting to watch the latest episode at some point, just to kind of react to it and share my thoughts. But yeah, I do think I still enjoy personally Rent a Girlfriend way more than Shiunji family, but I will not deny for even a modicum of a second that the anime adaptation of Shiunji is better. No questions asked. Yeah, that's everything I had to say for now. Thank you guys for tuning in. Start watching Haigani. I don't know what that is. Worry about it next time. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you later. Take care.